Badlands. Explain those Badlands. That's a hell of a name.
You're still looking good.
I'm still feeling good. You know, I've got all your MyPillow products. Mattress topper, bed sheets, MyPillows, towels, slippers, blankets.
I'm interrupting this commercial to do something I've never done before. Get 2 MyPillows absolutely free on orders of $100 or more. I can't do this forever, so get on board with this great sale today. Our best-selling 6-piece bath towel sets or kitchen towel sets, just $29.98. Our famous standard MyPillows, only $14.98. Queens, $18.98. King size, only $1 more. Body pillows, $29.98. Multi-use MyPillow 2.0s with pillowcase, $9.98. Save $40 on our Spring Percale and Giza Dream bed sheet sets. Any size, any color. So go to MyPillow.com or call that number on your screen. Use your promo code to save up to 80% on all MyPillow products. And when you spend $100 or more, get 2 standard MyPillows absolutely free.
Holy Week beginning today, and so thank you for returning to our indigenous people this wonderful gift of our traditional fishing grounds.
It's such an honor to do this. You know, normally I say things and it's nice and everything's good. You get more water in the shower head and things like that. But this is such an honor. What they've done to you people is incredible. It's like, it's so terrible. When you have to travel 4 days in a boat to fish, and it's usually 7 days, I was told before, but 4 days to 7 days in order to fish. And you were there a long time before we were, right?
Yes, yes, for centuries.
Like I would say, yeah, thousands of years, I was going to say.
Mr. President,
Please.
you have another fishery in the Pacific Ocean. This is the Persane fishery that fishes for canned tuna, and then the fishery in Hawaii fishes for fresh tuna. And so there are 150 vessels, and you're opening up Johnston Island, which is very close to Hawaii, makes it a lot easier for them to fish.
Even
Because of the
Hawaii, so even Hawaii's.
Well, yes, of course.
Yeah.
You're helping the entire fleet, and most of our fish are sold on the mainland. We also fish for swordfish, and when we have too many regulations for our swordfish fishery, you get swordfish from Peru, Brazil, and all those other places that don't have the same management measures that we have in the United States. So we are very grateful in Hawaii for this, the fishermen and the beach. It's fantastic.
So what's the difference? You say canned tuna.
Right, you have 2 different U.S. fisheries there.
Yeah, but the same tuna.
Different. No, that's a skipjack, albacore, and yellowfin. And then,
So albacore is canned tuna, right?
right.
I know that from.
You've seen the can. So, yeah, so our fishery fishes for the sashimi quality fish. So it's all fresh. It's an ice fishery, and it's been around since it started in the early 1900s. And
Well, it's been around for millions of years.
right, exactly.
Long before us.
Right, exactly.
That's great.
So, that's where you're getting your sashimi and your swordfish from. Most of the swordfish that you eat on the mainland comes from our fishery.
You know, they shut down also areas off Maine, you know, that, the Maine lobster.
Oh, yes,
And I
yes.
think we're gonna have to open that one up really quickly too. But we did it, and then after the election, which was totally rigged, they went out and they put it back again.
We'll have that for you next
It was like 500 square miles or some ridiculous thing like that. And Canada fishes there, but we're not allowed to. Can you imagine? They restricted it, but Canada fishes there. Please.
Mr. President, this is such a great honor. You know, today in American Samoa, we're celebrating the 125th Flag Day. It's the first day celebrating when the U.S. flag was first raised there. This very moment, they're celebrating that. So this is a monumental occasion for the people of American Samoa, and we are truly.
So this is a big thing.
This is because we're a tuna dependent economy. 99.5% of our exports is tuna.
99.5%. What about the other half?
And then about 80% of our private employment is related to the tuna industry. So yes, this is a big thing for the terrorists.
We are one industry economy.
Right, what's this going to do in terms? It's so interesting to me. It's so horrible and so stupid. It's so stupid. We're talking about a massive ocean, and they're forced to travel 4 to 7 days to go and fish. in an area that's not as good and is probably a little more dangerous, the whole thing. So, how is this gonna affect your business? It's gonna be many more, I mean, you're gonna be able to do much more business, I would think, right?
Yes, we would think that this will definitely result in more fish deliveries, and more fish deliveries is more economic gains for the territory.
Tell us what happens when you say China and other people steal your fish. When,
Well,
in other words, you're forced to go to areas that are
because-
very dangerous.
Well, because of the monuments and overlays of sanctuaries, our fishermen mostly fish on the high seas. And if you look at Global Watch, you will see China, Japan, Korea, and Taiwan all fishing on our very edge of the 200-mile zone. So our fishing, we're in competition with them. And also, you know, their dumping of their fish on US markets lowers the price for our fishermen. And that's another difficult thing that we hope you'll take care of soon.
And what about the stealing of your fish?
Well, you're competing with tuna in a very competitive market, right? So they're camped right outside, like you said, they're camped right outside our EEZ.
And what happens?
And they're taking our fish because it's migratory. Tuna is migratory.
Because we
They
can't
don't-
fish in our zone, the fish goes to whoever.
And they come in and it's at a night. Most
Yes, they do.
They come in,
Nobody catches
they
it.
take
They
the
steal.
fish.
That's a common, well-documented problem.
Does anybody, I mean, it's so interesting.
It's-
Even you have to find this one interesting.
Yes.
So by doing this, we're gonna give you back your lives. And you've been doing this for thousands of years in this area. And then
Absolutely.
along comes Biden and Obama, and they say you can't do it anymore, right?
This is fish, baby fish.
Yeah.
Fish, baby.
So
That's right.
what's the level of and this is a risky question, but what's the level of popularity of Trump and Samoa versus the Democrats?
77%.
For Trump?
Poll shows for Trump. Yes,
Wow.
that's right. 77%.
Well, we're going to 90 tomorrow.
Yes, go up to 100.
100.
Maybe 100.
Well, it's an honor. I'm not doing it for that. I'm doing it because it's just an honor. Here's one of the boats in there. Look how beautiful that is. Now, they use it for a beautiful cruise. It takes 7 days before they can do the first fish. Can you believe it? So now you'll be able to do it like almost immediately, right?
We get much closer, absolutely. So if the fish is there, we can make more trips and deploy more people.
Do you know through sonar, radar, everything, do you know where the fish are? I mean, can you see that?
You get educated guesses, so you get all kinds of different reports, plankton and all kinds of stuff, and they can.
It's a beautiful life. You wouldn't choose any other life, right?
It's a very unique life. I love what I do. I really do.
I mean, if you could have a life like some beautiful leisurely life in Washington DC, where you get mugged when you go to work, but other than that, you love politics. If you could live in the White House, you'd take exactly.
Might take it under consideration.
All right, let's do this, right? It's an honor. You've seen that signature, and I don't use AutoPen. You know, like Biden. Biden uses AutoPen. I think we ought to-
Wafa'afetai, wafa'afetai, wamani mata'evai. Watasilavaoi, ilone fa'amoe.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you so much.
And what is the second one?
We have one more also relating to fisheries, sir. This is an executive order on seafood competitiveness. Currently, we have two basic problems here. One is that the American seafood industry is dramatically overregulated. Our fisheries are dramatically overregulated. The other is that we have unfair trade practices from our foreign trading partners relating to the seafood industry. So this executive order is going to attempt to address both of those. The Department of Commerce, other federal departments and agencies are going to work with the fisheries to establish common sense regulatory reforms.
How long will that take?
I think we're expecting to move as quickly as we can. Yes, sir.
You know what I mean, you know exactly what we're talking about already, right? It's crazy. The regulation.
It is.
Secretary Lutnick is going to fast track that, I can assure you.
Howard, please, go ahead.
Sure. So you just heard us, the economic zone around Hawaii and Samoa is huge, and it's exclusively ours. So why wouldn't we have our fishermen fish there? I mean, imagine saying our own fishermen, every country in the world, they all fish the 200 miles off their coast. and we were stopping our own fishermen from going off the coast. It's totally the opposite of common sense. That's why President Trump has changed it. Now let's talk about regulation. If you're not even going to let them fish, imagine the regulations that have been written to stop our fishermen from just surviving and thriving. We have the greatest coasts in the world with the greatest fishermen in the world, and we need to let them do their great jobs, raise and capture fish, bring them to our tables, have America have the greatest fish in the world, which we have, and then let them export all these other countries, right? They stop us from exporting. That's going to be over with your leadership and your trading policies. We're going to open all of these markets, and we're going to let our fishermen thrive and prosper, and we are going to have lower cost fish, more of it, and the freshest fish in the world. And this is just common sense for the United States of America.
So could I ask, it's so interesting. So you take these massive areas of water and other countries are allowed to fish in them, right?
No, they sneak in, they poach. They
So
come
they're
in,
not allowed, but they do it because they don't care.
They fish in their own zones, sir.
Yeah.
So we're systematically disadvantaging our fishermen by not allowing them to fish in parts of our exclusive economic zone, while other countries have their own exclusive economic zones and they're fishing the heck out of those.
So they're totally benefiting.
Now that you're allowing the U.S. fishing fleet to fish, they also serve as observers. And when they see poachers, they report them to the authorities. And so they are a big help to the U.S. Coast Guard.
Right.
And so it's great for our U.S. food security.
I mean, we should have a trade surplus in fish, and we have a big trade deficit.
It's crazy.
Because of all this. It's just crazy. Nothing
Okay,
familiar.
this is an easy one.
Very easy.
Hi, Mom. This is an easy one. This is crazy, huh?
About 80% of the seafood in the U.S. is imported.
Can you imagine that? We import seafood, and we have the greatest coast
So
of
what-
fishing in the world.
Okay, so in Maine, they do something similar. I think it's like 500 miles or something, some crazy thing. And Canada goes and they fish there, other people fish there, Europe fishes there. The Maine lobster. You can't get Maine lobsters because Maine's forced to go for days out to some other area that's not as good. We have to free that up too.
We'll have that on your desk next week, I promise.
The Maine lobster, right? It's incredible.
You did it last
Think of it.
time, and they undid it.
Canada fishes there.
Biden
And we're
undid
not
it.
allowed to, yeah. I did it last time in Maine, and they undid it. That's why we have to stay president for a long time. Okay. Thank you, everybody. What an honor. It's a great honor. Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
Take
Mr.
care of yourself.
President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you very much.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Great job. Beautiful. You guys look like a real athlete right there. There, look how it is.
I get a shake too.
Mr. President,
Thank you.
breaking news, a short time ago, the Supreme Court agreed to hear oral arguments in the case about ending birthright citizenship. How confident are you that the court will rule in your favor and allow that order to end birthright citizenship to go forward?
Well, you're just telling me that for the first time. I am so happy. I think the case has been so misunderstood. That case, birthright citizenship, is about slavery. If you look at the details of it, the signings of it, everything else, that case is all about slavery. And if you view it from that standpoint, people understand it. But for some reason, lawyers don't talk about it. The news doesn't talk about it. That's not about tourists coming in and touching a piece of sand and all of a sudden they're a citizenship. They're a citizen. That is all about slavery. And even look at the dates on which it was signed. It was right at that era, right after the Civil War. And if you look at it that way, the case is an easy case to win. And I hope the lawyers talk about birthright citizenship and slavery, because that's what it was all about. And it was a very positive, it was meant to be positive. And they use it now instead, not for slavery, they use it for people that come into our country and they walk in and all of a sudden they become citizens and they pay a lot of money to different cartels and others. It's all about slavery. And if you look at it that way, we should win that case. Okay.
Mr. President, following that, we have a great relationship with the president of El Salvador. Will you ask him to release Abrego Garcia so that you can facilitate his return here to the United States? And do you believe he deserves due process here?
Well, I must tell you, I have to refer again to the lawyers. I'll have to do what they asked me to do. I had heard that there were a lot of things about a certain gentleman, perhaps it was that gentleman, that would make that case be a case that's easily winnable on appeal. So we'll just have to see. I'm going to have to respond to the lawyers.
Mr. President, we're learning that there are now 2 deceased following that shooting at Florida State University. Following and amid that, is there any changes that you want to see to gun legislation? Anything you see broken with gun laws in our
Well, I'm
country?
going to have to, look, I'm a big advocate of the Second Amendment. I have been from the beginning. I protected it. And these things are terrible. But the gun doesn't do the shooting. The people do. It's, you know, a phrase that's used probably too often. I will tell you that it's a shame. I'm just hearing about it now. I just hear about it. I know the area very well. I know the school very well. I know everything about it. It's Florida. And we'll have more to say about it later. I'll have to
What do
see
you
what
mean when
happens.
you say there will be more to say about it?
Only in terms of what happened. As far as legislation is concerned, this has been going on for a long time. I have an obligation to protect the Second Amendment. I ran on the Second Amendment, among many other things, and I will always protect the Second Amendment.
Mr. President, a question about the United Kingdom. Reports that you're going to go and stay with the King in September. Can
Yes.
you confirm that? What are you looking forward to?
Well, I was invited by the King and by the country, great country, they're going to do a second, as you know, a second fest. And that's what it is. It's a fest, and it's beautiful. And it's the first time it's ever happened to one person. And the reason is that we have 2 separate terms. And it's an honor to be, you know, I'm a friend of Charles. I have great respect for King Charles and the family, William. We have just really just a great respect for the family. And it's a very great honor that, and I think they're setting a date for September.
It's going to be a smaller visit initially and then a bigger state visit to follow after. Is that the plan?
Yeah, they say that it's going to be, I don't know how it can be bigger than the last one. The last one, which, as you know, is incredible. But they say it's going to be even more important. So it's a great honor to be so chosen.
President Trump, yesterday you spoke with Japan. Is the Nippon Steel deal part of the tariff negotiations? Did you discuss that with them?
It could be, but I doubt it. I mean, I think we're going to view it separately. We want U.S. Steel to remain in the hands of the United States and people from the United States. And great respect for Japan, but we don't want a foreign country buying U.S. Steel. U.S. Steel was one of our great companies of the world. When you go back 80 years, and it was the biggest, strongest, most powerful company in the world. And we're going to make it very strong and powerful again without Nippon. But if Nippon wants to come in, and I hear they're working on it very hard, I have great respect for Nippon Steel. I know a lot about it. But they can invest and they can do lots of things, partnerships. But we want to have U.S. Steel remain in this country.
So is that a stipulation you would put on these tariff negotiations?
I guess we could talk about it with regard to tariffs, Howard. I mean, it's something that could be a part of it, but tariff negotiations are actually simpler than that. I mean, we're going to set a number and people are going to pay that number, or they're going to decide to go elsewhere if there is such a place. There really is no elsewhere, I think.
Mr. President, in the first term, your Attorney General apologized to Tea Party groups who've been targeted by the IRS under the Obama administration. Why is it okay for the IRS to now be looking at changing the tax status of Harvard because of policy disagreements you have with universities?
So, you know, I had dinner last night with a lot of pastors and ministers and people of faith, and there were like 32 of them, and it was beautiful in the Blue Room, and they said, "Sir, I was targeted by the IRS, and the FBI came in, sir, and I've been going through hell for years." And somebody overheard that statement and they said, "Oh, that happened to me too." Another one overheard, "Oh, that happened to me too." It was the Biden people, and they had 7 or 8 of them. We're going to be reporting it very soon. I said, this has to be reported. These are ministers, pastors, evangelicals. They were targeted by the Biden administration, which was a disgraceful administration. Well, I was targeted more than anybody in history. I think you probably know that. I hope you admit it, but you might not. But I was targeted more than anybody in history. But it was interesting because one pastor told me, and another one heard it, oh, me too, and me too, me too, me too. All of a sudden, they're all, and one of them spent all of his money, everything he had on lawyers for 3 years, he said. It took place almost immediately after the election. After the election, when Biden came in, unfortunately for the country, sadly for the country. So when you ask me that question, I immediately say, let's switch it around to tell you what happened last night. And not only that, we're also finding that many people just having to do with Trump support have gone through hell. And they've used the IRS for purposes of something that's very illegal for them to have to do.
What are you trying to
It's a
achieve?
very illegal, it's a very, very illegal thing to do what they did. And I think it's such a shame. That was long what?
If that was wrong, why are you considering changing the tax status of Harvard?
Because I think Harvard's a disgrace. I think what they did was a disgrace. They're obviously anti-Semitic, and all of a sudden they're starting to behave. But when you see what they were saying, what they were doing, when you see the way they took care of events, when you watch that woman, that horrendous president that ruined the image of Harvard, maybe permanently, in Congress, in the halls of Congress, when you take a look at what happened there, it was horrific. And, you know, I've looked at a lot having to do with it. I'm not involved in it. It's being handled by lawyers. I read about it just like you did. But tax exempt status, I mean, it's a privilege. It's really a privilege. And it's been abused by a lot more than Harvard, too, by a lot more than Harvard. So we'll see how that all works out. I don't think they've made a final ruling. I don't believe they've made a final ruling, but it's something that these schools really have to be very, very careful with. Very anti-Semitic when you take a look, whether it's Columbia, Harvard, Princeton. I don't know what's going on, but when you see how badly they've acted, and in other ways also, so we'll be looking at it very strongly.
On that subject, on the tax exempt status subject, what are the other groups you'd like to see that status removed from? Could we expect an executive
Well,
order?
we'll be making some statements, but it's a big deal, and they're so rich and so strong, and then they go so bad. They've earned so much by being a member of this country, you know, a member of this group, this beautiful group of people in this country, and then they go and they abuse their power like that. I think it's very sad.
Are we talking about immigrant rights groups, environmental
Could
rights
be.
groups?
Could be. I mean, look, environmental. I have a group named CREW. You ever hear of it? I think it's CREW. And they have a guy that heads CREW. It's supposed to be a charitable organization. The only charity they had is going after Donald Trump. So we're looking at that. We're looking at a lot of things. But if you take a look at CREW, what they've done, and I think it was a very big abuse, but we're going to be finding out pretty soon. Yeah.
Can you explain the disconnect between your conversations with President Xi, when those potentially could happen and why they haven't happened yet?
Well, you don't know whether or not they've happened.
That's my question.
Yeah, I mean, I've never said whether or not they've happened, but I have a very good relationship with President Xi, and I think it's going to continue. And I would say they have reached out a number of times. And
Xi or they?
Well, the same. I view it very similar. It would be top levels of China. And if you knew him, you would know that if they reached out, he knew everything about it. He runs it very tight, very strong, very smart. And yeah, we're talking to
So
China.
they've reached out in recent days or recent weeks?
Excuse me?
They've reached out since the 145% tariffs?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Do you believe
A lot.
directly? Do you believe
A lot all the time. We're talking.
Have you talked directly to President Xi?
I don't want to say that. It's just not appropriate. to
But
say.
you're speaking,
Sorry, has he called you directly, President Xi, or reached out to try to facilitate a conversation?
Well, you'd think it was pretty obvious that he has, but we will talk about that soon. It's not that important because honestly, we're going to have a deal. I believe we're going to have a deal with China. And if we don't, we're going to have a deal anyway because we're going to set a certain target and that's going to be it. You have anything to say about that, Howard?
I think our tariff policy around the world has every country in the world coming in and talking to us. It is incredible. We had country after country in yesterday. We are confident that we will work out something with China, and the president knows what he wants to do. And I think he knows it better than anybody else in the world. And we are confident that this is going to work out well, both for the United States of America. I'm sure he'll work it out with China, but the amount of other countries who are working with us is incredible. And I think it's really going to work for the American farmers, for our ranchers, for our fishermen, for our businesses. The scale of companies coming to America just every day, like even this morning we were talking about Whirlpool, and then we were talking about car companies opening. The scale of factories coming to America is mind-boggling, driven by Donald Trump's tariff policy, which has got the world coming and finally respecting the United States of America.
President Trump, you said
And by the way, there's never been anything like it. We have at least $7 trillion of new businesses coming in. If you go back and look at others, I mean, in years, they wouldn't do anything like that. So, and this is in a matter of weeks, so it's been pretty amazing.
You said we're talking, so China and the US are talking
Yeah.
on tariffs.
Oh, sure.
Do you believe then that they won't go higher than 125%? We've heard Chinese officials say that. And then like, what happens if they do go higher? Do we retaliate more?
Well,
than
at a certain point,
125?
I don't want them to go higher because at a certain point, you make it where people don't buy. So I may not want to go higher, or I may not want to even go up to that level. I may want to go to less because, you know, you want people to buy. And at a certain point, people aren't going to buy.
And you
And it's actually up to 145% because you have the 20.
You previously said that you would consider reducing tariffs on China to get a tic-tac deal done. Is that still on the table as of now?
Well, we have a deal for TikTok, but it'll be subject to China. So we'll just delay the deal till this thing works out one
If
way or
they
the other.
say-
And I think it's a good deal for China. The TikTok deal is very good. TikTok is good for China. And I think they'd like to see us do a deal, especially the deal that we have pretty much done with some of the best companies in the world.
If they agree to sign the deal, would you take that into consideration?
I think it would be
when
something
talking
we
about reducing
discuss because
tariffs?
it's a natural. If we're making a deal, I guess we'll spend 5 minutes to talk about TikTok. It wouldn't take very long.
Can you give us a sense of how far along these negotiations are with China? Are they in the early stages, or are you inching closer now to actually making a deal on tariffs?
I think that we will make a deal with China. I think we've had some very good talks, but we will have some very good talks remaining. And, you know, I view it, and some people say, oh, rush. I think we have a lot of time. I think we have plenty of time. But we have very, very good. You saw Japan was here yesterday. We had Italy today. We had a great conversation with the Prime Minister. We've had very good talks yesterday with Mexico. Talking with everybody. You know, the problem is it's only so many hours in the day. I think we're going to make a deal with China. We're going to make a deal with everybody. And if we don't make a deal, we'll just set a target and we'll live with that, and it'll be fine.
How much time do you think?
I would think over the next 3 or 4 weeks, I think maybe the whole thing could be concluded. You have to understand, we're a big, if you think of us as a big, beautiful department store before that business was destroyed by the internet. We're a big, beautiful store, and everybody wants a piece of that store. China wants it, Japan wants it, Mexico, Canada, they live off it, those two. Without us, they wouldn't have a country. And everybody wants a piece. And at a certain point, if we don't make a deal, we'll just set a limit. We'll set a tariff. We'll set some parameters, and we'll say, come in and shop. They may not like that, and they may find it, or the market may find it too high. You know, more likely the market, but the market may find it too high, or the country may find it too high. Then they'll come back and say, well, we think this is too high, and we'll negotiate. Or they're going to say something else. They're going to say, well, let's see what happens. But they always have a right not to do it. So they can say, well, we don't want it, so we're not going to shop there. We're not going to shop in the store of America. We have something that nobody else has, and that's the American consumer. And I had the most successful 4-year period in the history of this country. And I think we're going to blow it away this time. But there is a little bit of a transition, and we're going to have that little transition. And it's not much of a transition, You know, if you look right now, we're getting 25% on cars, right? We're getting 25% on steel. We're getting 25% on aluminum. We're going to have some other things that we're going to be adding in the not too distant future because we want them to be made here. The medicines, the drugs, pharmaceuticals are going to be done, and computer chips, et cetera, et cetera. And because of that, we have the biggest computer companies in the world coming in from Taiwan and other places, and they're building in Arizona and lots of other places. We're number one in AI by far. We're leading China by a lot, by tremendous amounts. We're going to supply electricity at levels never supplied before. They're going to build their own electric. We're going to let them become a utility, essentially. And it's going to be amazing for the country. They're going to build their own electric plants. We have to double up our electricity to remain number one in AI. We're going to have to double up our electricity take our whole country. We're going to have to double up our electricity. Think of that. And probably even triple it up. And we're going to let them build their own electric plants with their plant that they're building for the AI or whatever they're doing. Never been done before. We're going to get them quick approvals. Going to be very clean, going to be very nice. And we're going to get them very fast approvals. And people are investing in this country like they've never invested before. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Fred. Thank you, Fred. Thank you, Fred. Thank you. We're headed out. Thank you, guys. We're right here. Let's go. Thank you.
It's an honor to have the Prime Minister of Italy with us, Prime Minister Meloni, who's doing a fantastic job. I would say that she has taken Europe by storm.
I'm proud of sitting here as Prime Minister of Italy. The goal for me is to make the West great again. I think we can do it together.
We can.
Together we can build a just and lasting peace. We support your efforts, Tom.
She's become a friend, and we really have a great relationship between Italy and ourselves.
Experience the miracle of a God-given first responder for your health and an ally in your body that fights everything from minor ailments to major health threats. That ally is your immune system. At Pet Club 24/7, we harness the ancient wisdom of nature with our exclusive potent strain of medicinal mushroom, revered for thousands of years for their immune-supporting properties that are extremely safe with no addictions or overdoses, no side effects, and no interactions with medications. Transform how you manage your health with our all-natural products that help Pet Club change the world one pet and one person at a time. Elevate your pet's health game and yours with our natural, time-tested solution, and explore how we are redefining wellness for both pets and people. Transform how you manage health with our all-natural products and help Pet Club change the world one pet and one person at a time. Elevate your pet's health game and yours with our all-natural, time-tested solution. Explore how we are redefining wellness for both pets and people. Visit badlandsmedia.tv/petclub now. That's badlandsmedia.tv/petclub, treating pets and their parents better.
Buongiorno a tutti, sono... do you mind if I make it in Italian? They will translate it. C'è qualcuno che lo traduce però? No, ok, lo traduco da sola. Buongiorno a tutti, sono onorata di accogliere a Palazzo Chigi il vicepresidente degli Stati Uniti d'America, J.D. Vance, che non vedo da un sacco di tempo. Come sapete abbiamo avuto un fantastico incontro ieri alla Casa Bianca a Washington e questa presenza è un'altra grande occasione per rafforzare la nostra cooperazione bilaterale, molti temi dei quali abbiamo discusso nella giornata di ieri, molti temi dei quali discuteremo anche nella giornata di oggi, ma sicuramente Italia e Stati Uniti sono determinati a rafforzare la loro cooperazione. Noi crediamo che l'Italia possa essere un partner estremamente importante nell'Europa e nel Mediterraneo per gli Stati Uniti d'America e sicuramente insomma c'è un rapporto privilegiato tra noi del quale io vado molto orgogliosa. I was simply saying thank you for being here. I want to add that I'm proud that you decided to pass the Easter here in Rome. We really hope you will enjoy this time, and that I'm honored to welcome you here in Palazzo Chigi after the wonderful meeting we had yesterday in Washington, in which we've been discussing many topics. many others we will discuss today. But in any case, Italy and the United States are committed to enhance their strong cooperation. We think Italy can be a reliable and a serious partner in Europe, in the Mediterranean area. And so we are proud to have this special relation with the US and with this administration.
Great. Well, thank you, Prime Minister Meloni. It's wonderful to see you again. And I hope that's exactly what you said. Of course, she could have called me a jerk and I wouldn't know, but it would be in the most beautiful language imaginable. And so I wouldn't even get offended. But I appreciate our friendship, both between our nations, but also between us personally. And certainly the president sends his best regards to you, but to the people of Italy. I couldn't help as I drove around these streets. We arrived this morning with my wife and our 3 young children. We're looking forward to spending Easter here. But this is a place that was built by people that love humans and love God. And the streets, the buildings, the beautiful landscape and cityscape, I think it really lifts up the human spirit. So we're going to have some good conversations, but I also take some inspiration from being in this beautiful city filled with wonderful people. And so we're grateful to you and, of course, to the people of Rome, the people of Italy for their friendship and also for their warm welcome. We have a couple of important issues to discuss today. I want to update the Prime Minister on some of the negotiations between Russia, Ukraine, and also some of the things that have happened. Even in the past 24 hours, we think we have some interesting things to report on, of course, in private. So the negotiations, I won't prejudge them, but we do feel optimistic that we can hopefully bring this war, this very brutal war, to a close. I also, of course, want to talk to the Prime Minister about some of the economic relationships, very important between Italy and the United States. But of course, we're having some big trade negotiations between not just Italy and the United States, but the whole European Union. We talked a great deal about that yesterday with the president, and we'll follow up on those conversations today. But most of all, just thrilled to be in the presence of a dear friend in a beautiful place with great people. So thank you for having me.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the arrival of the official party. Please remain standing for the national anthem performed by the President's Own United States Marine Band Brass Quintet and the invocation by Chaplain Kerry Cash.
Let us pray. Almighty God, we thank you for calling us to heights that in our own strength we might never imagine ourselves capable of achieving. But you, O Lord, are the giver of every good and perfect gift. You are the source of all sacrifice and the instinct behind every heroic deed. And today we give thanks for the calling you have placed on the life of Dakota Meyer. We thank you for how that calling has brought him back to the core he loves on behalf of the nation he so bravely defended. He came of age with a whole generation who saw a terrible evil attack our way of life. And as good men and women are apt to do, he answered the call to go where others would not, to the sound of gunfire and the teeth of battle. He did it for the Marines and sailors who were his brothers. and we are thankful. Bless Dakota this day as he adds another chapter to what you began to write so many years ago, and help us all to follow his example, to do hard things and go to great lengths that others might live. Into your hands we commend this faithful Marine, and likewise commit ourselves to that life of honor, courage, and commitment, without which our nation will not long endure. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Thank you to the President's Own United States Marine Band Brass Quintet and Chaplain Carrie Cash. Good afternoon and welcome to today's ceremony in honor of Medal of Honor recipient Sergeant Dakota Meyer. As we recognize his reenlistment in the United States Marine Corps Reserve, we extend a warm welcome to his family, friends, and colleagues who have joined us today. Mr. Secretary, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you all very much for being here. It is a special occasion on multiple levels. First, I want to extend my apology for being late. That's not something the Marines accept. Except I had the opportunity of bearing witness and being privy to watching our Commander-in-Chief, the President of the United States, negotiate and have conversations with allies on our behalf. It's astonishing to watch the way he advances our interests, the interests of men and women in uniform, of our defense in real time. It's a thing to behold. So forgive me, but it was worth watching, and it's worth him doing on all our behalf. I've been looking forward to this day for quite a while. When Dakota told me he's doing this, I said, what a great, first of all, you sure? He was dead sure. Here we are today. And second of all, what a fantastic example from our generation of warriors to the next generation of warriors. And he's going to speak a little bit more about this, so I won't belabor it, but to demonstrate our renewed commitment to what makes this country so special and the need for our best and brightest to be willing to wear the uniform to defend it. And that's why it's such an honor for me to be here with him. It's an honor to work with folks like our Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard herself, still in the reserves, Lieutenant Colonel, understands all of these dynamics. In fact, Dakota and I were standing outside right before we walked in, and he looked at me and said, we've done this before. And he's exactly right. He and I and Marcus Luttrell, Sean Parnell, now Pentagon spokesman, and groups of many other men and women have been on stages like this on National Heroes tours or other legacy tours to try to extol the American people to never forget, or to steel the resolve and say we're in this war to win it, or don't forget about our veterans. Our service is really important. Now, it's one thing to give speeches. It's another thing to say, I'm going to raise my right hand and enlist to continue to do the thing I did at the highest possible level. What Dakota did on behalf of those he was serving with, Americans and Afghans, in that remote village on that day is simply astonishing. And if you haven't read the citation, I would encourage you to do so. And then, of course, he served in Iraq previous to that. This is a guy who's put it all on the line, done the most difficult things you could imagine, testing the human resolve. And yet, after all of that, standing before us today saying, I want to do more. That's an example. That's why we wanted to highlight him. So you see, he gave me the heads up, and I'm the one that said, no, we're going to do this as big as we can. Because I want the American people, I want your fellow Marines, I want other service members to look at the example and say, you're never, well, I'm not saying you're old, but you're never too old, you're never too experienced, you've never done too much that you can't continue to contribute. And I want to salute you. I appreciate your leadership, your friendship, your boldness, and your willingness to continue to serve. I know the Marine Corps doesn't do things like this lightly. It's not common practice that things like this occur. But you showed uncommon valor and it continued to show an uncommon commitment. And here at the Defense Department, we're grateful for you. And you are responding to, and I'll close with this, you are responding to something we've seen Americans across the country respond to since President Trump's election, which is a renewed inspiration to want to serve this country. hitting record numbers in the last couple of decades in the Marine Corps, in the Navy, in the Army, in the Air Force, in recruiting of young Americans who are inspired by the president's leadership, by, I hope, our commitment to restoring the warrior ethos, rebuilding the military, reestablishing deterrence, getting back to basics and standards and accountability and lethality and meritocracy and all the things the Marine Corps talks about and actually lives out. We talk about what we have to fix and our poor performers, and we usually don't have to talk about the Marine Corps. I'm pretty squared away. There's always room for a little improvement. And that's why he's here today, to square you away even more. And I also want to thank our incoming chairman, Raisin King, who I heard about again today at lunch, in a good way. And he's got the backs of our troops as well, as we live in a world full of contingencies, where you need not just the warrior spirit, which you have shown, sir, but also the ability to look at the world as a whole, America's role, and make sure we're applying that force as judiciously and effectively as possible. So we welcome you and appreciate your presence here today. And to your family, congratulations. You have two beautiful daughters. Those are pretty dresses, I will say. Thank you for being here. And I know you're proud. As a dad, another proud day today you may not have thought you would see, but it's inspiring. And he's not, I'll tell you this, I can't reveal any details, but he's not just signing up to sign up and be on a recruiting poster. He's signing up to do the real thing, which again, just is yet another testament to who he is and what he represents. So Sergeant Dakota Meyer, congratulations. It's an honor to be here with you. And what do you say? Should we get along with reenlisting you? All right, let's do it.
We will now reenlist Sergeant Dakota Meyer. The Sergeant Major of the Marine Corps will read the certificate of reenlistment.
Attention orders. United States Marine Corps, certificate of reenlistment. Be it known that Sergeant Dakota Lewis Meyer has been accepted for reenlistment in the United States Marine Corps. Your reenlistment reflects uncommon devotion and loyalty to your country and to the Corps. It is this special kind of commitment that makes the Corps unique and respected throughout the world. The Corps is proud to have you in its rank. Presented this day, the 17th day of April 2025, signed E.N. Smith, General, United States Marine Corps, Commandant of the Marine Corps.
The Secretary of Defense will now re-administer the oath of enlistment.
Raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, state your full name. Do solemnly swear. That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States. That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And that I will and the orders
Can we move this a little bit at angle? Because that light is, all I'm doing is squinting.
Right here.
I guess that's bad. I just don't want to squint at him the whole time. The light is hitting my face. We can reverse it. Oh, and then the light, this is fine. Let's just go right here. Just go ahead and set up. Let me know when you're ready. Ready? We're good. I think it's important to remind everybody that the Ukraine war is a terrible thing, but it's not our war. We didn't start it. The United States has been helping Ukraine over the last 3 years, and we want it to end. But it's not our war. I want everyone to understand that. And the reason why I make that point is the president has spent 87 days at the highest level of his government, repeatedly taking efforts to bring this war to an end. We are now reaching a point where we need to decide and determine whether this is even possible or not. which is why we're engaging both sides. As you know, Ambassador Witkoff has had not one, not two, but 3 meetings with Vladimir Putin to determine the Russian perspective on this and understand what it would take for them to end it. We, through General Kellogg, myself, and others, have had repeated engagements with the Ukrainians. So we came here yesterday to sort of begin to talk about more specific outlines of what it might take to end the war, to try to figure out very soon, and I'm talking about a matter of days, not a matter of weeks, whether or not this is a war that can be ended. If it can, we're prepared to do whatever we can to facilitate that and make sure that it happens, that it ends in a durable and just way. If it's not possible, if we're so far apart that this is not going to happen, then I think the president's probably at a point where he's going to say, well, we're done. You know, we'll do what we can on the margins. We'll be ready to help whenever you're ready to have peace. But we're not going to continue with this endeavor for weeks and months on end. So we need to determine very quickly now, and I'm talking about in a matter of days, whether or not this is doable over the next few weeks. If it is, we're in. If it's not, then we have other priorities to focus on as well.
Mr. Secretary, Michael Gordon, Wall Street Journal. The State Department said yesterday that a framework had been presented to all sides, to the Ukrainians, to the European officials, and to the Russians. What does the framework say? What issues does it resolve?
I'm not going to tell you what the framework says, because when you start negotiating these things through the media and so forth, they fall apart. And it's a broad framework. It's a framework that gets us into a position to see, look, there are going to be differences. There's no one saying it's going to be done in 12 hours, but we want to see how far apart it is and whether those differences can even be narrowed, if it's even possible to get movement within the period of time we have in mind. And so we've talked about outlines with both sides. I thought we had positive meetings yesterday. Obviously, the Ukrainians have to go back home. They have to run it by their president. They have to take into account, their views on all of this, and we hope to hear back from them very soon. But we need to figure out here now, within a matter of days, whether this is doable in the short term. Because if it's not, then I think we're just going to move on from our perspective. That the president feels very strongly about that. He has dedicated a lot of time and energy to this, and there are a lot of things going on in the world right now that we need to be focused on. So this is important, but there are a lot of other really important things going on that deserve just as much, if not more, attention. So we want to do everything we can to be helpful. We had a good meeting yesterday. I thought the French, the British, the Germans were very constructive, were very helpful. We thank them for hosting this, and hopefully we'll have another meeting early next week at some point where we'll have some more definitive answers about how close we are to actually making progress. But this isn't going to go on forever.
Mr. Secretary, we all know I don't suspect. In your conversations yesterday with the Europeans and Ukrainians, I'm sure you spoke about security guarantees for Ukraine in case of a ceasefire. Could you give us a sense of what that could look like? And is the U.S. ready to back up any eventual European reassurance force for Ukraine?
Well, that gets into a level of specifics that we're not ready to discuss publicly yet. Obviously, the term security guarantees came up because they come up in every meeting. We've heard about it. And it's not an illegitimate desire. Every sovereign nation on earth has a right to defend itself. Ukraine will have a right to defend itself and to enter into whatever agreements it wants to enter into on a bilateral basis with different countries and so forth. So, I mean, it was discussed, but and that'll have to be part of any sort of conversation. Ukraine, in order for there to be peace, we recognize that Ukraine has to feel like it has the ability to defend itself from a future attack from anyone. Every country in the world has that right. But so I think everyone recognizes that Ukraine's ability to defend itself is going to be a part, it's its right as a country, and will be a part of any agreement. But we're not working yet on that level of specifics. I think that's something we can fix and solve in a way that's acceptable to everyone. I think we have bigger challenges that we need to figure out whether it's even possible within the short term. I can tell you this war has no military solution to it. It really doesn't. It's not going to be decided neither side has some strategic capability to end this war quickly. And so what we're talking about here is avoiding thousands and thousands of people from dying over the next year. We're trying to avoid that. We saw what happened last weekend with a missile strike in Sunni, where people died on Palm Sunday. We're just going to see more like that on both sides. We're going to see more of that. We're trying to prevent it. But we're not going to continue to fly all over the world and do meeting after meeting after meeting if no progress is being made. So if they're serious about peace, either side or both, we want to help. If it's not going to happen, then we're just going to move on. We're going to move on to other topics that are equally, if not more important in some ways, to the United States.
Is this process involving the Europeans going to be the process going forward now for Ukraine talks? And who from the US team will be attending talks in London next week?
Well, it depends what the talks will be about next week. As I said, if it's just going to be a meeting to have another meeting, we'll figure that out whether it'll happen. My hoping is that it's a meeting where we're going to get more specificity. So we're going to work through that. We don't even have a date set. It'll be early next week. Obviously, there's a holiday weekend, so people have to move around and get to their places and get back. But having another meeting somewhere in Europe is not going to be a problem, and we can make that happen and have the right people there. I'm willing to come myself if the meeting is going to be productive. But I can. What was the first part of your question again?
And is this going to be the process going forward?
Well, look, we've always worked through that. I mean, we've talked to our allies consistently. I myself have had multiple engagements with not the Germans, the French, the Brits, but also the Italians have been in some of these meetings as well in the past. So we've had these conversations with them before. So they offered to host us here today or yesterday. And I think they were very helpful, very constructive. We'd like them to remain engaged. I think they can help us. I think the UK, France, Germany can help us move the ball on this and then get this closer to a resolution. I thought they were very helpful and constructive with their ideas. So we welcome their input. We welcome their involvement. We think it's important. There are probably elements of this as well. I always remind everybody that part of the sanctions against Russia, many of them, are European sanctions that we can't lift if that's ever to be part of a deal. So they're going to have to be involved no matter what. It's their continent. This is happening on the continent of Europe. And so obviously European powers will care deeply about what happens. So they have a stake in this, and we recognize it. And but in the end, I think we all want the same thing. I think from the U.S. perspective, we've spent 3 years, billions of dollars supporting the Ukrainian side. And but now we've reached the point where we have other things we have to focus on. We're prepared to be engaged in this as long as it takes, but not indefinitely, not without progress. If this is not possible, we're going to need to move on. I think the president feels strongly that we've dedicated we've done more in 80 days than Biden ever did to bring this war to an end. So we've dedicated almost the entirety of the president's first 100 days in office at the highest level possible to trying to achieve a peace here. And if it's going to happen, we want to help. But if it's not going to happen, we need to know now because we have other things we have to deal with.
Mr. Secretary, James from Fox News. In terms of your discussions with Foreign Minister Lavrov yesterday, what gave you the indication that he's also willing to move forward, given they hadn't accepted the framework of the ceasefire already, in terms of now, from your discussion, why you feel they'll be...
Well, look, I spoke to Mr. Lavrov yesterday because when we have these kinds of meetings, it's important for you to communicate to the other side. Otherwise, they don't know what happened. Now they're relying on rumors or whatever's out there. So I spoke to him very directly. I said, we had a meeting today with the Ukrainians. We proposed an outline. We didn't go into specificity about it, but I think he has an understanding of some of the elements of it. I'm sure he does. I said we thought it was constructive. We thought it was positive. Nobody rejected anything. Nobody got up from the table and walked away. They're going to go back to their capital, spend a few days mulling over it, come back to us early next week. And also wanted him to know that the French and the British and the Germans were very constructive and helpful. That was the gist of the conversation. And I think it's important when you're dealing with things like this, especially with the Russians, who we just haven't communicated with for 3.5 years. I think it's important that that communication happen. And likewise, when we've had meetings with Russians in the past, or when where Ambassador Witkoff has traveled to meet with Putin, we've informed the Ukrainian side of what happened, so that we don't have a breakdown in trust and things of that nature.
Quick follow-up, just on Iran really quick. Was there any discussion yesterday with your European counterparts on any of the Iran negotiations? Are they also sharing the president's vision of Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon?
Well, for the Europeans, they have an important decision to make very soon on the snapback of sanctions, because Iran is clearly out of compliance with the current deal. As you saw, the IAEA was in Tehran yesterday, issued public statements saying Iran is as close as it's ever been to nuclear weapons. The president's made clear Iran will not have a nuclear weapon. That is not going to happen. We're hoping that talks continue and that they're fruitful and that they can lead to something. We would all prefer a peaceful resolution and a lasting one. It has to be something that actually not just prevents Iran from having a nuclear weapon now, but in the future as well, not just for 10 years with some sort of sunset provision or the like. So, so we discussed that, obviously, because the Europeans, the E3, have a decision to make on snapback. Because I believe we should all anticipate, based on the public comments yesterday, that they're about to get a report from the IAEA that says not just is Iran out of compliance, but Iran is dangerously close to a weapon, closer than they've ever been. And then they're going to have to make a decision about whether they want to reimpose these sanctions. And if Iran is out of compliance, they have to reimpose the sanctions. So that's going to be a factor in all this, and that's why it was important we talked to them about it before our talks on Saturday. All right? Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
We need to switch.
Oh, my
I
apologies.
took your seat.
Yeah,
My
no problem.
apologies.
My apologies. Thank you. Kristalina, thank you for those remarks, capturing the moment that we are all witnessing so well. And I wanted to start by asking you to give us some perspective, because you have witnessed and participated in various crises before and slowdowns before. How does this moment in time compare to what you've seen in the past?
Thank you, Maria. It's a very good question. What we see this time around is a very sharp increase in uncertainty. But the economic fundamentals are still quite strong. This is why when I spoke about what you should expect from us next week, I stressed there would be markdowns, but not recession. We, of course, know from experience that the longer uncertainty goes, the more likely it is to have negative impact on growth. So the more we can advance in clarity, remove this uncertainty, the better. But what we see is the real economy is functioning. Labor markets are still quite strong. Very important, and we have to reflect on that. The financial system is holding despite all the nervousness. Why? Because after the global financial crisis, a lot has been done to build strength exactly for moments like this. And to me, the moral of the story is how can we be agile in learning from each and every experience so we do better next time around.
You know, you make such an important point here. We've got all of this uncertainty, and markets are trading on this uncertainty. And yet you're focused on the fundamentals. And you're looking at stability, really, at the fundamentals. And you just said you're not expecting a recession. Why do you think so many people are expecting a recession right now and contraction when you're looking at fundamentals which are growing?
Well, first, we do recognize that this has been a fairly significant change in economic conditions. Second, I believe there is an expectation to see policy pivots in other areas that would be more conducive to strengthening the growth fundamentals, like deregulation and what would be the tax regime. So I think the more we can look more comprehensively into the economy, the better we will be. You're asking me why people are predicting a recession. Maybe these are people who have not been in the ups and downs before enough. Maybe they are more on the kind of getting panicked quickly side. But it is important to reduce whatever fits into this perception quickly. Because one thing I learned through crisis periods is that perceptions matter as much as reality. The reality may be great, but if perceptions change negatively, that can be quite detrimental to the performance of the economy. So let's move perceptions up.
Where do you see the growth in the world today? You mentioned that you are expecting a slowdown, but still growth. So talk to us about the world and where specifically you're expecting growth.
Well, not surprisingly, countries that brave to take on tough reforms and move forward perform better. I mentioned Argentina. Last year, Argentina growth was in negative territory, inflation was through the roof, poverty was growing up. The country got its fiscal conditions in hand. The administration is moving in a very disciplined, robust manner with reforms, and where we are today, growth projections for Argentina for this year, 5%. They may get trimmed down a little by the global environment, but from recession to 5%, inflation from double digits to single digit on a monthly basis, low single digits. And most importantly, poverty from 50% down to under 40%, still very high, but trending down, and the people support the government. Why? Because they see discipline, commitment, acting on promises. India, a country, by the way, very interesting in the context of the discussion we have around trade, a country that for quite some time was uneasy with reducing tariff and non-tariff barriers. India is now doing it, and in addition to what India is doing in digitalization, in creating environment for private sector investment, this decision to remove some of the barriers, self-inflicted injuries to growth, very good, very healthy for the economy. We see in Ukraine, a warm, torn country, the government is implementing reforms. So when there is that will to do what is tough, but healthy for the economy, and fundamentally, when the power of businesses to create jobs and bring growth up is unleashed, good things happen.
And the IMF recently announced a program for Argentina. Tell us about the IMF and what function you're leading here and its impact on the world.
Well, this is a wonderful organization. It has the very best people working for it. But on a serious note, the IMF is really a great stabilizer and supporter of reforms in the world, openness of economies. First, we are the institution that can rescue countries in trouble. And we can come fast with substantial financial support, leveraging contributions from others. Second, we are a very unique funding model. My gratitude to our founders for inventing it, because we don't ask taxpayers for money. We operate like a savings account. So countries put money at the fund, we lend, this is your money, and then we pay back with interest. The United States in the last 2 years got $3.1 billion in interest payments for the money we lent to countries in need. And three, we have been built on the foundation of good policies, especially policies that open up space for creativity, for innovation, for private sector flows. And I can say the United States, our largest member, 17.4%. I mean, people don't realize that how big the US is at the fund. The next biggest is Japan, 6.5. It has been a very important partner and kind of a force for the discipline in how we work. The foundation for the good work of the fund is the fact that we are the only institution that takes the pulse on every economy every year. And then we collect this information, where our countries are going. We collect it, and that gives a picture of where the world is headed. That is very valuable for all our members.
Thank you for that. That's very important to understand. President Trump seems to have shaken things up with his tariff plan. And that has been the focus largely of markets and certainly leaders across the world as he negotiates trade deals. But there's a broader plan of the US's agenda. President Trump talked about extending tax cuts, deregulation. And when we were in Davos earlier this year, I know it was all about deregulation. There was so much conversation that Europe should be deregulating. How significant is the rest of the agenda? As everyone focuses on tariffs, tell us your assessment of the other things in the agenda and how important they will be.
Well, they are very important. And when we were in Davos and when we looked into the year, the expectation for a very strong, very robust performance of the US came on the basis of that multiple elements of the policy agenda. So moving forward to give businesses the fertile environment to succeed is going to, of course, be very valuable for the US. And because the US is so significant for the world, it will be very valuable for the world. A strong US economy is a stabilizer for the rest of the global economy. We see of course, when you move in a direction of deregulation, it is very important to do it properly. So I actually appreciate that the administration is not rushing. It's taking its time to think it through, because you don't want to deregulate in a way that creates vulnerabilities, for example, in the financial sector. So that kind of careful, prudent approach is one that would be very, very helpful. But it is good to see these elements of the pro-growth agenda moving forward.
And at the center of this, it seems the two largest economies are at odds, the United States and China. How worried are you, or are you concerned that there seems to be a soft economic war escalating between the United States and China?
What we see is on both sides, there are some grievances. In the US, there are grievances around trade practices of China. There are grievances around intellectual property rights, non-tariff, tariff barriers. We see China asking for an engagement with the US in which the two sides would be placed in a good footing. We would like to see reduction in uncertainty, and it is hard to get there if the two largest economies are still finding their footing. And when obviously from the perspective of the world economy, it is important that the result of all this is a fairer rule-based system. So I showed a graph on how tariffs were going down, but never reached the level of the United States, and then they stalled. Well, we have to see progress from the rest of the world as well, so we can come to a point in which differences are addressed and resolved. Maria, I lived on the other side of the Iron Curtain during the Cold War. What I can tell you, two things. One, it was really cold. It was not a happy place. But also that it creates damage to everybody. You get part of the world that is excluded from the movement of capital. Opportunities for businesses are reduced. And of course, we have to think about long-term growth prospects, that they require more opportunities for everybody, not less.
It's incredible context from you, given that you lived within communism and can actually look back and understand clearly the impact. It sounds to me that you are approaching what's happening right now with a calm head. You've seen this before. It doesn't appear that you're very concerned. Sure, you're expecting slowdown, but not recession. Is that correct?
This is exactly what we see. We see a slowdown. We see, again, I want to repeat, my main message is get uncertainty down so businesses and consumers can plan. And when we do that, we would see very positive impact for the economy.
It's good to know that we just need some clarity to actually calm things down.
We do. I mean, we are, it is a interesting point that something that has been built up for a long time, it didn't happen in one day, it has been built over time, came to this inflection point. And how we come out of it has to be done, as you said, calmly, with a decisiveness. We want the best for our businesses. We want the best for our people.
And you led with the word trust. We need to trust. I know that we have some questions from the audience that we can begin. Yes, sir.
Start great things. Let me echo the point that this is a critically important institution, and we're fortunate that it exists. And this is the best and the brightest in the world right here. So we're glad you're here. We're glad that you do what you do. Marie, let me play on some of your questions and your concluding remark. And that is, there's no doubt that the shocks of the last couple of months have been harrowing for many in the markets. There's a lot of doom scrolling. There's a lot of catastrophizing going on. I've probably done my share of it. But are there some silver linings? Might we see, as you alluded to, out of the U.S. reforms that can address the imbalances that we've been talking about for 20 years, that can improve productivity? Could we see an acceleration of reforms in Europe that will lead to faster growth and, again, higher productivity? The mood music in Europe is so much better than it was 2 years ago. And could we possibly see these trade negotiations, I'm not a fan of tariffs, but these trade negotiations actually produce a reduction in tariffs, reciprocity, and non-tariff barriers, again, you alluded to, so that we're actually better off?
Of course, this is possible. And actually, sometimes you need to be in that kind of shock to see that the way that you take forward, you brave to do things that you thought were not possible. I want to give you three examples. One is Germany and the debt break. Germany, for a long time, recognized that they were inflicting on themselves and the rest of Europe restriction in fiscal capacity. Because of it, they took a brave decision that is very good for Europe. And this decision was accelerated because of the need to strengthen Europe's position. And I really hope Europe would take this moment to get all the unfinished business on the single market finished. Second example, you look at the graph I showed on trade barriers and non-trade barriers. Well, in injecting this moment, yes, it is bilateral discussions, but I expect this to lead to some action around reducing, eliminating barriers that could have broader benefit for the world. And 3 countries that should have traded with each other more are now going to be pushed to do it. Take the African continent. I mean, what is this? You go from one country to Paris to get to another country that is your neighbor. That forcing countries, forcing regions to find more opportunities that are there for them to grab. I think it is going to come. And I think that it is going to be, Tim, it's going to be very likely a bit messier. Of course, it is easier to have one global trade agreement and everybody plays by this, by its rules. The problem is that it hasn't quite acted with teeth to really get everybody to perform. So we would see, we're likely to see more bilateral, plurilateral agreements coming. And maybe they would add some additional vibrancy. And also there is the thing that we don't know. Every time when you have a shock, something positive gets unleashed that you have not even thought about. Well, I am kind of hopeful to see that happening.
Kristalina, you said that we likely won't see a recession, but are you worried about a spike of inflation later in the year? Or do you think the rest of the agenda that we're talking about, tax cuts and deregulation, will limit the spike?
So that's a very interesting question. Where are the organizers? Can we please have an additional hour, Maria and I here?
I'm sorry.
Look, I mean, it's gonna, we lived in the luxury world where monetary policy was all the same for everybody. After COVID, everybody did the same thing, monetary policy, accommodation, bring more financing. Then came the shock of inflation. Interest rates had to jump up. Everybody did the same thing, tightened up. Now we are in a place where it's not going to be the same thing for everybody. You would have where it is more of a supply shock. In other words, fewer goods, more expensive goods that may push inflation up. But on the other hand, if people are scared of spending, they keep their money in their pockets, that would push inflation down. So I think it would be important to watch it carefully. We do not see in either direction a big swing, but we do see a little bit of slowdown in a disinflation process in some countries. We also see where the economy is more affected and weakening, then you need to cut. So
yes, central banks have a role. And
central banks have a role. They have to watch carefully what is happening around them, and they have to not fall behind the curve, neither rush to something. You saw the European Central Bank cut. You know, in their case, it is kind of a impacting their economy shock, a slowdown shock. They risk to see an increase in cheap goods coming from other places, which means that they're gonna have disinflationary pressures. So chop.
And that's what we saw today. Yes, sir.
Gary Littman, U.S. Chamber of Commerce. Madam Managing Director, thank you for highlighting the importance of trade. If the dust settles and the tariffs remain higher than they used to be, how will that impact the longer-term growth potential of different economies? And how is the fund preparing to address the new normal, if you will, with higher tariffs around the world?
So first, we are not prejudging where tariffs would land, because we think it's something that we need to watch carefully. There may be some places where actually the direction is to bring tariffs down. I mentioned India as one example. And second, we think of growth drivers, potential growth in a more comprehensive manner. And actually, one thing that pains me is that before this focus on tariff came, we were all talking about artificial intelligence, how it is going to increase productivity, competition, how important it is, removing barriers for private initiative, how important this is. Now we forgot about that part. And actually, when we are here next week for our global debate, we will try to bring back this focus, pro-growth policies, structural reforms that are supportive of growth. Back to your point, you want to be stronger, well, get your house in order.
And part of that is cutting debt. Are you concerned about the level of debt right now in the United States?
I mean, the United States is a very interesting story from the perspective of tracking financial flows. Before the pandemics, the total assets here, equity and debt in the United States, was 38% of GDP. Today, it is 72% of GDP. Wow. Very big jump. And the big jump came primarily from the equity side. Investors saying, we see this is an innovation, dynamic economy, we want to be here. We believe that actually getting to some moderation, both on the debt side, but also in how the US deals with financial flows on the equity side. This is something that is not bad, because 72% of GDP means that people are putting their money in the same place. How much is enough? And then it also means that for the rest of the world, access to capital gets more restricted. We are not among those who say, the debt situation in the United States is not sustainable. No, we don't say that. But again, you look at your financials and you say, how much exposure do I want to have to my savers and to the rest of the world? And how do we balance that better for our own long-term interest?
Managing Director, we are grateful to have your steady hand and your calm approach during this moment of stress. Thank you, Cristialina.
Thank you. Thank you, Maria. Thank you. Well, many thanks to the audience. And please do come on Tuesday to listen to our chief economist. He will have much more interesting stuff to tell you.
We look forward to that.
Yeah,
thank you so much.
Thank you.
It's been said that there would be a new energy force in finance. Today, we believe it's here. BadlandsCrypto.com, in partnership with Block Trust IRA, offers a secure path to convert your IRA or cash to cryptocurrency, protected by a revolutionary AI technology called Animus. Unlike meme coins or scams that prey on the faithful, the patriots at Block Trust IRA offer real managed accounts with AI Animus technology that navigates the market with computer-based precision, reducing the risk of the volatile cryptocurrency market. Animus AI Technologies was named the #1 crypto trading strategy in the world in 2023 by Bitcoin Magazine. Clients across the globe are utilizing this technology within their own accounts to outperform the market. Whether you have a retirement account like a 401k or IRA, or just cash savings sitting in the bank making little to no interest. With best-in-class military-grade technology, Block Trust IRA's clients are 100% insured for up to $200 million. In fact, at BadlandsCrypto.com, they are so confident in their ability ability to help you succeed that for a limited time, they are offering up to a $2,500 bonus in crypto when you open an account. Visit badlandscrypto.com and find out how they can help you out-return the best performing asset of the decade. That's badlandscrypto.com.
The United States Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia Circuit are admonished to draw near and give their attention, for the court is now sitting. God save the United States and this honorable court. Be seated, please. Case number 24-5235. Novartis Pharmaceuticals Corporation appellants versus Robert F. Kennedy Jr. in his official capacity as Secretary of Health and Human Services et al. Ms. Stetson for the appellants, Ms. Tan for the appellees, Mr. Lenman for the interveners appellees.
Good morning, Your Honors, and may it please the court. My name is Kate Stetson. I represent the appellant, Novartis. Generic drugs must be the same as the innovator drugs they follow. The same means identical. Everything from their labeling to their active ingredients with limited exceptions. Close enough is not enough. This appeal involves a generic drug application where FDA, in its eagerness to approve a generic, settled for close enough. Those shortcuts it took resulted in the approval of a drug that does not have the same active ingredients, does not have the same label, and does not even have the same dosing regimen. So to start with that last issue, the dosing regimen, in order for a generic to carve out part of a label, FDA must find that such differences, and this is the quote, do not render the proposed drug product less safe or effective than the listed drug. And that requirement has teeth, as we explained in our brief. You can see at Joint Appendix 386 to 389 examples of circumstances where FDA concluded that it was not possible to approve an ANDA because the modified dosing regimen or similar regimen could not be carved out, lest it render the proposed drug less safe or effective. There is a modified dosing regimen on the Entresto label that is protected by a patent. And FDA concluded, regardless, and you can find this in Joint Appendix 354 to 357. This is all of the FDA's response, 6 paragraphs. FDA concluded that it was appropriate to carve out the modified dosing regimen, which pertains to vulnerable patient populations who are so-called naive to certain types of drugs or have taken low doses of those drugs, that it was okay to carve out that dosing regimen because, this is Joint Appendix 354, the warnings and precautions section, section 5 of the labeling, are sufficient to mitigate the risk of Entresto's important adverse reactions. So just to pause on that for a minute, if you turn to Joint Appendix 44, you'll find the warnings and precautions section of Entresto's label. Joint Appendix 44. If angioedema occurs, discontinue Entresto immediately. Monitor for airway compromise. If the larynx swells, this could be fatal, so take measures necessary to ensure maintenance of an airway. Remember, this is a pill taken at home. So these measures that FDA is talking about, that it concluded render the generic product no less safe or effective, are after the fact measures designed to take into account an adverse reaction that's already happened. But of course, that's not the standard. The standard that FDA needed to find is this generic product no less safe or effective without this information than with it? And I think the pivot to Section 5 is a real tell. Now, what you find elsewhere at Joint Appendix 354 to 357 is what I believe to be a bit of a sideshow, which is about the strength of the underlying data supporting the inclusion of the modified dosing regimen in the first place. There's a lot of discussion about how the study wasn't very robust. It didn't really show very much. That, of course, I think is problematic for a couple different reasons. The first is it's all after the fact conversation by a different branch of FDA about something that another branch of FDA concluded 10 years earlier. And if you look at FDA's statements from 2015 to 2024, you find a regular drumbeat of support for the idea that this was important to be on the label, whether it was the safest is not the question. But if you look, and I'll just read you a series of sites. This is from the clinical review back in 2014. Joint Appendix 615, more patients who were naive to those sorts of therapies or on low doses were able to achieve and maintain the target dose of Entresto when up titrated over that longer period of time, 6 weeks versus 3 weeks. That's Joint Appendix 615, that's sealed volume 3. Joint Appendix 619, we believe the key
So are these
risks.
FDA findings that you're reading here? Or
These
from
are
the titration
FDA
study?
FDA findings, yes. We believe the key risks of hypotension and so forth can be adequately managed through clinical monitoring and dose titration. That's 619. You can find similar statements, I won't read them all, on 621, 623, 626, 627. And finally,
There is dose titration on the MSM label, correct?
there is a recommendation in section 5 of dose titration on the MSN label, but I think there are a couple problems with that. The first
Sorry,
is,
I'm looking at JA67 and it has starting, second, final dosages, titration doses on there. So, right?
right, and
It's titrated too.
it's titrated for other circumstances. It does not say, and it can't say, for people who are ARB or ACE naive or have taken low doses of those, titrate in this certain way. I think there are other examples, renal
Because
impairment.
that's your patented.
I'm sorry?
Because that's your patented.
Because
titration
that's the
thing?
patent, exactly. That's the
It does have
667 patent.
titration. So the issue isn't titration.
No, the issue is titration with respect to those vulnerable populations, Judge Millett. The fact that there is titration recommended in other circumstances, I don't think answers this question. And I don't even hear FDA making that argument. The fact that a practitioner might up titrate for certain other circumstances doesn't mean that you can take out this information from the generic label and declare it to be no less safe or effective, which is, when you pause to think about that language, a very rigorous standard. What FDA appears to be saying here is, we don't know that it's the safest to up titrate in this particular way. Therefore, we can comfortably conclude that it's no less safe if we take it off.
Well, that's not just that, because they also concluded from the original titration study that there were other patients. I mean, one, it was a very, very small population that was studied and had other factors that made it a not so reliable study. I mean, it'd be helpful or informative, but not controlling didn't have sort of controlling reliability in that way. And they did have patients who were not being titrated in the same way and found no material difference in results.
Well, I think, Judge Millett, that
I mean, am I describing it accurately?
I think you're describing it accurately to the extent that you've described it. But the other thing in the study, among other things that I read to you, is more patients who were naive to those therapies were able to stay with and achieve the target dose by being up titrated more slowly. And that actually squares with something that FDA even acknowledged in its citizen
This
petition
is
response.
pretty narrow, scientifically focused arguments here that you want us to say is that, well, they didn't quite analyze the evidence from the study this way when they read it that way. And it feels to me that that's a hard row for us to hoe.
Oh, no,
as specialists here.
I actually,
Non-specialists here, not very, at least me, very
not specialists in this
here.
area. Yes, like all of us aren't. But it's actually not narrow or scientific at all. It's a question about what the regulation required. FDA must find that this generic with the carve out is no less safe or effective.
And they made that finding.
They made that finding,
Okay.
but
They made that finding based on the fact that the whole titration regime had been studied, and what they essentially concluded in 2015 was fine to do it. Maybe it helps a little bit or not, but it's fine. It's not harmful. If you want to do it, do it. But other people without titration, they're doing just fine, and we have some titration here. And so what you want us to do is sort of like get into the weeds and say, well, you didn't titrate exactly the same way for this particular group of folks. And again, that just feels like not in our wheelhouse.
no, I actually don't. What I suggested is that all of this discussion about the titration study is a bit of a sideshow, because that is not the job of a generic approval. The job of a generic approval is to say, is this thing the same? Not to go back and look at why something was put on the label in the first place. All of this is a discussion that could have happened in 2014 about why this modified dosing regimen should go on the label, but it's on the label. And once it's on the label, in order to take it off, the FDA needed to conclude that it was no less safe or effective. And that's why I keep pointing to the because clause. The only why, and I think this is a good question to ask FDA counsel, why was it no less safe and effective? And the only because is Joint Appendix 354. The omission would not render these drugs less safe or effective because Section 5 takes care of it. All of that stuff about the titration study is just designed to try to minimize the titration study, which puts something on the label in the first place. And I don't think it is a logical flow to say the study was not robust. It showed certain things. It showed that people tolerated this drug better over a longer period of time, but it wasn't sufficiently robust. Therefore, we can't show that it was the safest. Therefore, we can't conclude that it's no less safe. Therefore, it's no less safe. That's the logical line that they're asking you to pursue. And that simply doesn't hold up. That's not a matter of science. That's a matter of freshman year logic.
It's a matter of the agency's reasoning. I mean, they make the necessary finding, would not render the drug less safe or effective. And then part of the explanation why is that the benefits of the alternative dose, as reflected in the titration study, are pretty equivocal, pretty minimal, like not worth a huge amount. And I mean, it makes it a little bit odd that they approved it on the front end. It seems to me like it's not necessarily unreasonable for them to say the basic dosing is safe and effective. There's one study that doesn't really move the needle much one way or another, so we don't really care. It's safe. There's no reason to think it's different. It's safe. We approve it.
Yeah.
And now on the back end, they're looking back at it and saying no less safe. Those two things are consistent, and seems like your line of attack goes more to saying maybe they shouldn't have approved it on the front end.
Judge Katsas, I don't think those two are the same at all. And I think even the way that you were describing it kind of shows the flaw in FDA's reasoning.
Front end and the back.
Front end and the back end. I mean, what you're basically saying is
that helps FDA.
it does not. What you're basically saying is
front end they say
on the front end they say,
safe.
Safe. It's this may help because people tolerate it better. Therefore, we believe that this is appropriate from a safety perspective. You would have to kind of do it
because people tolerate it better.
Yes,
because it appears that some people in this group did, but others who didn't have the titration did fine too.
Well, now we're really getting into the science, though, right, Judge Millett?
No,
Because
I'm
what
just
they
reporting what that is. I don't know how it happened.
Right,
I don't know the chemistry of it.
What
there was a control group that wasn't titrated, and they did just as well.
what FDA said at the time, not in 2024 when it was looking to approve the generic, but in 2014, 2015, more patients who were naive to these previous therapies were able to achieve and maintain the target dose when up-titrated over that longer period of time. We believe the key risks can be managed through monitoring and dose titration. A longer titration period may reduce the risk of these key adverse effects. And that goes to Judge Katsas's point, though, right? Because all of this is saying, well, if the evidence is equivocal, maybe it shouldn't have gone on the label in the first place, but it is on the label. And once it is on the label, it is not enough to say, well, it was safe, maybe safer, if because it was on the label. So now we can conclude that it is no less safe. Those are the three words they need to conclude. And that you can't do by saying, but the study was not really robust and it showed that certain people didn't really have an effect and certain people did. All of that is the quintessential kind of post hoc equivocation. This was on the label. You have to start from that premise.
Suppose they thought on the front end that the alternative dosage was equally safe as the approved one. They could have approved that on the front end because it's safe. And they could have approved this on the back end because not approving it doesn't make it less safe. Just a wash.
I think, Judge Katsas, the critical word in your question is suppose. Suppose they concluded that it was just as safe without. We don't know that. We have FDA telling us 10 years after the fact that the study really wasn't worth much. But the fact on the ground that we all need to start with is that this was on the label. And it was on the label because of all of those sites.
We're reviewing this order, which says it's okay to take it off.
Yes. And I think the question for
Not
the court is,
not whether it was okay 10 years ago to put it on.
right. It's okay to take it off because we, the FDA, conclude this is no less safe or effective. It is no less safe or effective because Section 5 does all the work for it. That is the problem. All of the talk about how good the study was, how bad the study was, is just, I think, kind of accessorizing what FDA's actual conclusion was. So in order to find that this drug was no less safe or effective, you have to accept FDA's representation that those treatments for adverse effects, the larynx closing, the high blood pressure, the renal failure, after the fact are all sufficient. Now, I know my time is up. I'd be happy to address either of the other two issues.
I have at least one question on this topic.
Sure.
Should we be worried that if we agree with you here, it will provide a disincentive to the FDA next time they're deciding about whether to put something on the label on the front end?
I don't think so. In part because, as I understand the makeup of FDA, these are different groups doing different jobs. The group that is doing the front end job is deciding whether something should go on the label, whether it shows that there may be some upside, that these groups of patients did benefit from a slower regimen. The group of people who are deciding whether to approve a generic are looking essentially for one thing. Is this the same? Is it the same active ingredient, same labeling, same dosage regimen, except for these limited exceptions? So I don't, sorry to interrupt, Judge Rock.
I interrupted you.
Yeah. So I don't think that this conversation about whether FDA hit its regulatory mark here is going to impact the office of CDER, the new drug approval in the first place. I think that if something belongs on a label, they will conclude it should go on a label. And if it's on the label, then the generic drug office needs to conclude that it is no less safe or effective for it to be off. So I don't see those two
I
happening.
think that's responsive. Let me give a hypothetical, but I think your answer may be the same answer. Now it's 2026, the year 2026, and that first office you mentioned is called CDER.
Yes.
Okay. CDER's, they're deciding what to do with the very inconclusive study. It wasn't designed brilliantly, doesn't show a lot, but they think, it couldn't hurt to put this titration warning on the label. Might not help, but we're certain it wouldn't hurt. So when the costs are zero, it's an easy decision to make, even if the benefits are minimal. But if they know that down the road, making that decision is going to keep generic drugs off the market, which will mean fewer people can access this medicine because not as many people will be able to afford it. Now you've really raised the cost of putting that warning, that titration information on the original label. And so they might say, okay, well, originally there was no cost, minimal benefits, let's put it on. But now we know they're quite significant costs, still minimal benefits. So we'll just keep it off in the first place.
I think my answer is the same. But the reason it's the same is because I think the solution to that is for FDA to amend the regulation. If it wants to create kind of a broader aperture for approval of a generic drug product, it could attempt to amend the regulation. I think it would run into the statute at that point.
Why would CDER not think and what I described? Are they not allowed to think in those cost benefit terms?
I don't know that CDER would consider it to be its job to think about those policy type costs down the road. I think what CDER none of us can really channel, but what CDER would likely say is our job is to approve this drug and this label if we conclude the drug product hits certain marks. If the label really were like, can't hurt to put it on, and there's no showing of any benefit, I'd venture that it probably wouldn't go on the label. I mean, anything could go on the label. This went on the label because the people whose job it was to approve the label concluded that there was something worth putting on the label. And in that instance, I think it's not appropriate to ascribe to CDER some forward-looking, generic-facing 10 years down the road problem with what it might be approving.
I have a question about a different topic.
Just follow up on that real quick. Is that okay? How does this labeling process work? Does the company, Entresto here, first propose a label?
It does.
Right. So, and Entresto here, I assume, proposed a label with this titration process on it, correct?
It does, yes.
But I mean, it wasn't this titration issue that you're talking about here wasn't something the FDA came up with itself. It was Entresto proposed it, and it looked and said, I'm sure they're looking for all kinds of accuracy and stuff on these labels. And they said on titration, they said, we obviously got to make sure nothing on the label makes it less safe. And so Judge Watchwood was suggesting, they looked and they said, you know, a spoonful of sugar makes the medicine go down. Fine, you can have it on there. It's not going to make it less safe. Right? It's on, right? Is that
No,
right? They approve it because you proposed it and your proposal didn't, you know, was consistent with was consistent with a safe way of administering the drug.
I don't think that's the standard at the time, Judge Millett, and I certainly don't think that's what they concluded.
What is their test? So you come in with your label, it has this titration. Let's assume everything else has been signed off on. What is their test for whether that titration regime should be on the label?
Does this label, does this dosing regimen represent a drug that is safe and effective for its intended use?
Right,
Is this
so it's
safe and effective?
Right.
Yes, but
your titration thing is not unsafe.
See, I think there's a lot of mischief in saying not unsafe, because I think what FDA actually said.
But it's not the same thing as saying it's safer. I mean, your argument seems to be that it is safer, the titration regime, but that is not, you all proposed a titration, not them. They didn't make an independent finding that this has to be on there. It's required to be on there to make the drug safe. You all proposed it and they said it is safe with that titration regime.
A couple of responses. The short answer is no, it's not what they did. The two responses are, first, there's no hierarchy with which I'm familiar between putting something on the label because it's super, super safe and because it's somewhat safe. What FDA actually concluded, Joint Appendix 623, we agree from the proposed titration strategy from a safety perspective. Joint Appendix 627, the titration study was relatively small but supports the proposed scheme. Patients who are naive to ACE inhibitors or ARBs on low doses should use a lower starting dose. Joint Appendix 621.
Which means titration, right? So it's safe.
Yes.
It's safe. They didn't say this is the only way to make it. They found, here's what you guys want to put on there. We've looked at it. It's safe. Your titration regime is safe.
But
that's what it sounds to me like you just said, what I said.
It
it's either safe or not safe. And they found it was safe.
Well, I think the reason I'm hesitating, Judge Millett, is because we don't need to characterize how exactly FDA found it to go on the label. What we need to do is figure out whether FDA correctly found that it could take it off. And that is subject.
Your argument is it was on the label.
Yes.
And so taking it off necessarily makes it less safe. And I don't think that's true. I think they could look at your proposed label, look at your titration information and go, it's safe. And someone could come along with another label or a generic and say, here's what we're doing and here's our titration approach. And they could look at that and say, that's safe too. You're kind of dividing the world into sort of this sort of in or out. It's all or nothing. It's either safe or unsafe. And I don't understand why they couldn't both be safe, and the finding that your label was safe, that you proposed with your titration regime, necessarily means that any other label that doesn't have that won't be safe.
So Judge Millett, there's two different strands, I think, of your question. One of them is Novartis certainly argued that taking this off the label would make it less safe. That's certainly
they may have argued that, but that's what the FDA found. Wait,
But what
one thing at a
FDA,
time.
yes,
Am I accurate in that? FDA did not find that.
FDA did not find that. And what the sole issue here is not sort of what Novartis thought, though. It's what FDA concluded, because FDA had to conclude that taking it off would make it no less safe. Not safe, not safe-ish, not safe as long as we can cure somebody's airway closing after the fact, no less safe. And that is the problem. The problem is because FDA had to hit that very high mark, which is understandable because we're talking about approval of a generic drug that has to be the same. Once it's on the label, that analysis changes. We can talk for a long time about why it went on the label, how strong it was, who got a benefit and who didn't. But once it's on the label, what FDA has to conclude when the Office of Generic Drugs picks up the pen is this the same? Can I take
No,
this
is
off
it
without?
less safe?
Is it no less safe?
Yes.
Are these
Sorry, I don't
things
know the difference between less safe and no less safe, but I'll take your formulation if
no
you want.
less safe?
So they found that here, and they gave a reasoned explanation for it.
I think that's where you and I differ, Judge Millett, because they certainly found it here. And the sole issue on this is, was the explanation reasoned? Was the explanation reasoned when they say it would not render these drugs less safe or effective because Section 5 is sufficient to mitigate the risk? That is the conclusion. That is the only because that they offer. And again, not to beat the dead horse, but all of this discussion about how strong or weak the titration study was in 2014 is beside the point because, Judge Millett, as you pointed out, this is on the label. And because it's on the label, that's the because that they have to establish. Why is it no less safe or effective? Because Section 5 does all the work? Because after the fact, curing of adverse reactions and stopping somebody from taking this drug or lowering their dose at that point does all the work? That can't possibly be correct.
Right, but if we read the label as having titration up front.
Well, I think this is an FDA argument that because the label references clinical judgment and titration, there's really no harm, no foul in taking this specific titration method for people who are naive to certain types of drugs that expand your blood vessels. That a doctor could look at that and say, I'm going to take this a little bit more slowly.
Did they find that your titration regime precluded these other health risks?
No,
No.
I don't think they
So
did.
either way, there are these risks of things that will happen when they take the pill at home, of hypotension, renal issues, other things. These risks are going to happen with either label.
They are going
Right.
to happen less with the slow up titration label. That was the point
now
of the.
what we're all the way down to here is a scientific judgment whether those side effects and they're not dealing with the complete same population that you all are for your drug.
Right.
So they're doing a subset. And as for that group, we have to say they wrongly found that there would be a equivalent risk of side effects on the titration regime on the MSN label.
No,
Because unless there's evidence that there will be more frequent for the population the MSN drug is serving, more frequent of those dangerous side effects that are hard to deal with at home on the titration regime that's on the MSN label than on your label. Unless they make that factual scientific finding, then they're correct.
I think they have to make the exact opposite factual finding, Judge Millett. They have to conclude, it's their burden, to show that this is no less safe or effective. So what they would have to conclude is there will be no more adverse effects. Nobody being taken off this drug prematurely because their larynx started to close or their blood pressure spiked or they had a renal failure. That would be no less safe or effective. But not one person without that particular modified dosing regimen would suffer an adverse effect. That's the evidentiary standard, not our burden, theirs, and they have to show no less safe or effective.
One person is the test?
No less safe or effective.
For one person?
I think
you have sort of
we could have an interesting
super vulnerable one. But
if they came in with new evidence, and one of the remarkable things here, of course, is there's no new evidence. Counsel for the government conceded below that this is the same record they were working with in 2014. But if the agency were to come in hypothetically and say, look, we've looked at this and we've studied the evidence, and we think that out of 10,000 people taking this drug, one person without this warning might suffer an adverse reaction, then we could have an interesting conversation about whether that was supported by substantial evidence. That was not their conclusion. Their conclusion was, we think this is no less safe or effective because you can figure out the risks after the fact. That cannot be
with
correct.
the dosages and warnings that were on there. The dosages include titration. You gotta be fair to what
The dosages and warnings that are on there, I mean, this is another thing that FDA says that is kind of interesting, that they say, well, there's references to up titration in Section 5. One of the things they say is if you have an instance where somebody starts swelling up or has a high blood pressure, you can titrate, drop the dose and titrate up from there. But FDA's own regulations say that any dose modification, this is 21 CFR 201.57 C3, Romanet 2, dosing regimens must not be implied or suggested in other sections of the labeling if not included in Section 2. So that is the issue I think FDA is confronting. They are trying so hard to get a generic on the market that they are basically passing this off to the warnings and contraindications section rather than putting this where it belongs, because they can't find on this record that it can be taken off the label without rendering this no less safe or effective. Now, this does not leave either FDA or the generic in a bad spot. Judge Walker, you asked about possible adverse impacts down the road. FDA can change its regulation. The generic also had a choice here. The generic applicant could have done what about another dozen applicants have done and filed a paragraph 4 certification to the patents that we're talking about and duped it out in patent litigation. But these folks decided they wanted to try to carve a bunch of things out, including the indication section that we haven't talked about, and try to jump the line to get in front first. That works if FDA hits its marks, and neither on the dosing regimen
litigation is going to affect whether this remains a live appeal?
I don't think it affects whether this remains a live appeal, because the patent litigation has to do with the applicability of a particular couple patents that I don't think are squarely at issue here. This case,
But
of
if they
course,
were to-
involves.
If that, it's against MSN, I know like the pediatric applications are going on there, I believe, at least part of it. If that court were to decide that MSN can't go on the market because of patent issues, wouldn't this all become a moot question here?
I don't think so. The patent, if I remember correctly, that's at issue in the Delaware litigation has to do with it's a 659 patent. It's combinations of sacubitril and valsartan. If the court were to conclude that the patent is valid and has a particular patent life, the issue here is whether MSN should have been approved at all, because it doesn't. It's not susceptible to having those carve outs that we're talking about, or the two active
I
ingredients.
understand, but would it be able to go on the market at all?
No.
The point here is, can it go on the market? You have issues about whether it should be allowed to go onto the market, whether it should have been approved under this exception for different indications, or carving out indications. But if all I'm asking, I'm trying to ask a simple question, but maybe I'm failing in doing so, and that is, if MSN is found to have violated patents on this drug, Entresto, in Delaware, would that not keep them off the market, regardless of how we answer the questions here?
I don't think it would. I'm happy to
Because-
send a follow-up letter if it would be helpful, just laying out the current state of play. But I think it would not, because One is an issue of timing, and the other is the issue of whether this should have been approved in the first place. And I think those are, yes,
Right, but if
generic.
it shouldn't have been, that's my point. If they decide it shouldn't have been approved in the first place for a different reason, it would moot out these issues.
I think
I mean, you all stopped the litigation here in this district court to wait for what's going on in Delaware, which suggests that there is some relationship.
There is some relationship between the current district court litigation and the Delaware litigation, yes. But shouldn't have been approved in the first place is different from can't be marketed until the patent runs out. I think that's the problem. One is timing, one is whether it should have been approved in the first place. But I'm very happy to follow up with the letter just so you've got it in front of you.
Okay.
There are no further questions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honors.
Good morning, and may it please the court. Caroline Tan for the government. Congress wanted to make it easier for affordable, life-saving drugs to enter the market. Pursuant to that scheme, FDA approved a generic version of Entresto that lawfully carved out patent-protected portions of the labeling. FDA also applied its scientific expertise to determine that the active ingredients for the two drugs are the same. The district court upheld FDA's approval in a thorough opinion. This court should affirm that decision. I want to start first with the 2.6 dosage labeling. I think the critical point to realize in assessing this issue is that FDA had to answer two different questions in deciding whether to approve the 2.6 labeling in the first place, and then in deciding whether carving out that labeling, whether or not that would render the generic drug less safe or effective.
Can you just speak up a bit? I'm having trouble.
Yes. Yes, Your Honor. In 2015, when FDA had to decide whether to approve the labeling in the first place, FDA only had to ask whether or not the drug was safe with the labeling, not whether that particular specific quantitative dosage mechanism made the drug more safe or was necessary to maintain a particular level of safety. That comes from the
Deciding
statute.
it's the only safe way?
No, just deciding whether the drug is safe with this labeling. That was part of FDA's overall review of the new drug application, which included that 2.6 labeling.
If FDA in 2015 believed everything they've said here about just how weak and equivocal and flimsy the titration study is, seems odd. Would they have approved the alternative dosage?
So
Seems odd.
the question before FDA in 2015 was whether the drug as a whole was safe. That 2.6 labeling was included as part of the new drug application package. And so FDA was assessing the application as a whole. And at the time, FDA had determined that the titration study, which underlies this particular dosage mechanism, nevertheless made the drug safe, but never said that that particular regimen made the drug more safe. And, I'm happy to
That
talk in
regime
more
made it
specifics
safe,
about.
or it was safe with that regime?
It was safe with that regime.
That's different than that regime made it safe.
I only meant in considering the application of that particular study, but yes, the question is whether or not the drug was safe with that regime. The question in 2024, however, when FDA was deciding whether or not the carve-out made the drug less safe or effective, is a different question. The question at that point is whether or not, if it requires the FDA to consider this particular regimen in isolation and to evaluate whether or not it was less safe or effective, even if you carved that regimen out. And at that point, FDA concluded that the carve-out did not render the generic drug less safe or effective, in part because the underlying study that supported the regimen never demonstrated that this particular dosage regimen was necessary to maintain a particular level of safety or made the drug safer. I'm happy to talk about the study in more
What about, they
specifics.
talk about certain patients who, naive or certain conditions or whatever, for whom the slower titration did seem to work better.
Right. So one of the reasons that FDA determined that the carve-out was okay in this instance is that the underlying titration study already evaluated people who had demonstrated some level of tolerability to Entresto. And so it wasn't a population that was necessarily ARB/ACE inhibitor naive, which was the particular population that the dosage mechanism was referring to. FDA also said in its, at JA 355 that it is unknown whether initiation using this dosage regimen would lead to a meaningful difference in adverse side effects, including hypotension, impaired renal function, and hyperkalemia. And that because there was no evidence supporting the idea that this particular dosage mechanism was necessary to maintain a certain level of safety, carving it out was fine. It would not render the generic less safe or effective. I also want to flag that FDA made this decision in light of well-known background medical guidance in which dose reduction is a known mitigation strategy. So it's not as if, so in either world, there is an understanding that medical providers recommend dose mitigation for these types of patients. That was a reasoned finding. And the question really here just comes down to whether or not FDA applied its own regulation as to a technical determination that is within FDA's expertise. And I think the record more than adequately meets that standard. I'm also happy to talk about any of the other issues if this court would find it helpful, but otherwise, I think that FDA's determination on the carve-outs as to the indication use and the labeling here adequately more than meets FDA standard, and the active ingredient issue is clearly the type of scientific determination that's within the agency's expertise.
Is the generic here a co-crystal or not?
The generic is, I don't think that okay, two responses, Your Honor. The first is that amounts to a physical distinction, and there's no dispute here
No, I
that
understand they don't. I'm just
the regulation.
Some point I got confused, and I thought there was illusion that it could also be considered a co-crystal. I'm just trying to clarify that.
I think the answer is no, Your Honor, but I don't think it matters because the regulations refer only to chemical identity and not physical form. And the plain face of both drugs labeling make it clear that they're composed of the same atoms, same molecules.
Now, back on the labeling thing, the explanation is that the titration study showed that the titrating regime might be safer, at least for the naive patients. So didn't FDA have to do something more at this stage to decide that in fact it's not safer? Why is finding something might be safer and then going, this one's safe without it? It just feels like there's sort of a gap there without having made an affirmative determination that in fact they're not safer with it. That's how you would decide that the MSN drug is equally safe, no less safe.
So I think the answer is because there are two different standards that FDA has to apply in evaluating that what it did in 2015 and what it did in 2024. And when it approved the drug application in the first place in 2015, the question under the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act, this is in 21 USC 355 D2, is whether or not the drug is unsafe for use, whether or not the results of a test show that the drug is unsafe for use under such conditions, or do not show that such drug is safe for use under such conditions. And so when translated to plain English, that means whether or not the drug is safe with the 2.6 labeling. That's a different question. And at that point, FDA, in 2015, FDA said, yes, there may be some.
It might be safer, at least for this subgroup of naive patients.
Well, FDA did not.
Figure out how, when you have at least that might be safer, you can decide that something that doesn't have that is equivalently safe without answering that question as to whether in fact it was safer. Am I making any sense? It might be as something.
Yes, only in as much as it explains why FDA approved the new drug application with that labeling in the first place. But at no point did FDA say that that particular dosage regimen made the drug safer. It just said the drug was safe with that regimen.
So it might be safe.
So I think you're referring to JA 355, where FDA explained.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yes, the bottom paragraph there.
Yes, as discussed above, titration was a supportive phase 2 trial and suggested that certain patients might benefit from a slow up titration regime with a
Mhm,
lowering
right.
starter dose.
Right, might benefit. So is that seems, it might be safer. Is that wrong? Am I reading that wrong? Patients might benefit, mean it might be safer for those patients.
No, I mean, the question is, so I don't want to divorce, I think, this isolated sentence from the regulatory standard that FDA had to put. The question that FDA answered in 2015 was whether the drug is safe with the regimen. And FDA said the drug is safe.
I
in part-
understand that, but then now we're later and they have to make sure there's an equivalent level safe. They can't be any less safe. So I'm calling that equivalent
Correct.
safety, equivalent or better, I suppose.
Whether it's necessary, yes.
Right, no less than equivalently safe. And I guess I'm going to try it one more time. If they say there was some evidence that it might be safer, at least for this one group, to have this titration regime, and now it's 10 years later, and you want to go, we don't need that. Don't you need to eliminate that possibility that it might have been safer?
Well, FDA actually determined that it was not, that there were no meaningful differences in adverse side effects between these two sets of populations. So when we talk about safety, Novartis refers to that in terms of the side effects of hypotension, hyperkalemia, and impaired renal function. And FDA actually determined just in the sentence before the one that we were talking about, notably the rates of hypotension, renal dysfunction, and hyperkalemia observed in titration were similar between the two groups.
Except the next sentence, might benefit from a slow titration regime, blah, 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 to reduce the risk of adverse reactions such as hypotension, da, 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 da.
Right, and therefore the drug was safe with the proposed dosage regimen that Novartis had suggested be included as part of the Entresto labeling. But that is a separate question, once again, from the question in 2024 about whether or not omitting the regimen.
Would it be okay to think about what they did in 2015 as saying, it might be safer? We know that we don't know whether it will be safer.
The test is whether, I'm going back to the statute, is whether or not the drug is safe with that labeling. And so I'm not sure if I can say that it'd be okay if FDA said we don't know, but that's not what FDA said here. FDA said it's safe with the labeling in part because of these potential benefits. But
Well,
FDA never determined
that
that
it was safe.
correct.
To put the drug on the market. I get that. And then they added this thing about the dosing regimen. And they said this particular warning, this particular dosing regimen might benefit some people. And I'm wondering if they could have believed everything they believed at the time and instead issued a statement saying, we know that we don't know whether the dosing regimen will benefit anyone. It might benefit some, but it might not. It's something we don't know.
So there's two responses, Your Honor. The first is FDA considered the dosage regimen as part of the overall new drug application process. So it wasn't this two-step thing where they said, oh, the drug is safe, and oh, let's look at this regimen separately. That was part of the overall drug application. And FDA made this determination in light of the understanding that doctors know to use dose reduction as a mitigation strategy, regardless of whether or not, this 2.6 labeling is there or not. It's well-known background medical guidance that doctors who are treating heart failure patients might introduce patients who are new to a new kind of drug more slowly.
I just want to make sure you haven't talked me out of agreeing with you. So they could have said in 2015, we know that this modified dosing regimen will make people safer. They could have said that, right? And they didn't say that.
Correct.
And the fact that they didn't say that means instead of saying we know that this will benefit people,
Yes.
the implication of not saying that is we don't know if this will benefit.
Maybe, maybe not.
I think that is a fair way to read what happened. I am just somewhat focused on the particular test that applies, but I think that that is a fair way. And it's certainly true that both positions in 2015 and 2024 are entirely consistent with one another.
You have A response on the implications of the patent litigation for this appeal?
So I would defer to the private parties on the impact of the patent litigation. The government is not a party to those. It involves a patent, not an issue here. So we defer on the relevance of that particular litigation. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, we'll hear from Council for MSN.
Morning. May it please the court, Chad Lehman from Polsinelli on behalf of the MSN interveners. So starting with where we left off on the dose titration, counsel for Novartis argued and agreed that really what this issue comes down to is, did FDA make a reasoned decision? This is not about the legal standard. This is whether FDA made a reasoned decision. And here, the administrative record can't be any clearer. There are over 300 pages dedicated to FDA's analysis of this issue. Not only do they review the titration study, and that's at Joint Appendix 263 to 272, FDA reviewed hundreds of pages of additional scientific articles. We can see those at Joint Appendix 263 to 894, 895 to 931, and 494 to 519. They also had multiple internal consults with physicians and scientists within FDA, and then issued a 45-page decision in the citizens petition. This is the epitome of an agency making reasonable decision-making, and this is a highly technical issue of safety. Under the law, this court should defer to FDA's decision there. I did want to hit a couple of the particular points that were addressed and the discussion that the court just had with counsel for FDA regarding Joint Appendix at page 356 about the language about might benefit. So there was a discussion over the language about might benefit, and I want to point the court to the next sentence that follows there. FDA then goes on to say, therefore, while titration supports the dosing recommendation in section 2.6 for ACE and ARB naive low-dose patients, and this is the key, and I'll quote, it does not provide a scientific basis to conclude that the standard dosing regimen puts patients at greater risk of adverse reactions. And that's the key here. FDA evaluated the study, evaluated at the time whether removing it would create a label that was less safe, and said it wouldn't. And also FDA discussed again on Joint Appendix 356, looked at the data that counsel for Novartis was talking about regarding dose titration and tolerance. And what FDA said is the p-values in that data didn't support any conclusions. And again, from a scientific perspective, that's important because what p-values relate to is whether something is meaningful, whether it has statistical scientific evidence. And FDA concluded that it didn't. And again, this court should defer to FDA's scientific decision on that issue.
If we were just looking at this decision in a vacuum, suppose I agree with you, but to what extent do we have to evaluate the FDA's current explanation in light of what it said and did when it approved the label, the original label? Does that create a Fox versus FCC kind of change of position situation where they have to openly acknowledge and justify a change? Do we need to look at that?
I don't believe it does, Your Honor, because there were two different analyses going on. When they approved the label of Entresto's label with the dose titration, they were looking at the label as a whole and saying, does the label as a whole render the product safe and effective? And concluded, yes, the label and the administration according to the label would be safe and effective. It's a
primary and the alternative were approved at the same time.
Yeah, exactly, the dosing rate, exactly. So then now jump ahead to 2024 when they're deciding, do I approve this generic? And the standard, as we've been talking about, is would the label be less safe or effective? And that's a different standard FDA is looking, a different lens it's looking at it through. And that's why it's not contradictory to first include the language in the label and then later say removing it doesn't cause any sorts of issues. I just wanted to touch on briefly, there were a couple questions on the same active ingredient that came up. First, Judge Millett, you had a question about whether the MSN product was a co-crystal. FDA has determined that it is a co-crystal, and I'll point the court to Joint Appendix 813. FDA does an analysis there. Also Joint Appendix 817, where FDA actually looks at X-ray diffraction data, again, a highly scientific analysis, but determines that the MSN ANDA product is a co-crystal. Judge Walker, you also had an analogy. I thought it was an interesting analogy of cubes versus granular and whether that makes a difference. Not addressing necessarily the way Novartis' counsel answered your question, but the key is, for FDA's purposes, it's whether the ingredients are chemically the same, not their physical form. So FDA has been clear, and Novartis doesn't challenge that you can have different, what we call polymorph forms, which is a different physical form of an active ingredient. In fact, you'll see throughout the record references to the polymorph form that MSN has. But, I believe under your analogy, the granular sugar and the sugar cubes, if they're just stuck together in a different form, then they are the same active ingredient. And really the active ingredient analysis here should begin and end with the label and how FDA describes both products. FDA describes both products, both Entresto and MSN's generic product. They describe the active ingredient as being anionic forms of sacubitril and valsartan and sodium cations in the molar ratio of 1 to 1 to 3. Now, again, highly scientific and complicated, but what FDA is saying there is these are the exact same chemical compositions that are in these products. And again, that's sufficient for FDA making its determination. And again, it's a highly scientific determination. There are hundreds of pages.
The language in either the statute or the regulation that I could go to, and I read this and I say, okay, in FDA world, we actually do treat cubed sugar and granular sugar the same.
So there's a guidance, a polymorph. So backing up, the statute talks about the active ingredients being the same. Obviously, Congress has kind of looked at FDA to kind of define that more further. There's then a FDA guidance on polymorphism where FDA discusses what polymorphs are and that you can have a different polymorph form. I don't have the citation off the top of my head, but we can certainly submit it later if that would help the court.
Is it in the brief?
It should. Yes. No, there's a discussion in the brief about that.
Isn't it in the regulatory definitions of active moiety and salt?
Mm-hmm.
It's laid out there.
There is as well. Thank you, Your Honor. Yeah, there's in the regulations, they define the active ingredient by the active moiety, including its salt. So not only the active moiety, but the salt forms need to be the same, which again, FDA did a thorough analysis, spent hundreds of pages in the administrative record going through this to make the scientific conclusion. Unless the court has any other questions, want to thank the court for its time and urge the court to affirm the district court's decision.
Counsel. Ms. Stetson, I think we used up all your time, but we will give you 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Thank you, Your Honors. Judge Katsas, I want to start with your question about the Fox versus FCC issue, because as I listened to counsel's arguments, it struck me that there's really two levels of post hoc discussion going on. One of them is actually the classic Bowen versus Georgetown Hospital, which is what you did not hear from either of my friends on the other side is any reference to the actual because reason that was in FDA's citizen petition response. This is no less safe or effective because Section 5 takes care of everything. That was the conclusion, and you did not hear one word about Section 5 today. What instead you heard was discussion about, again, the titration study. But that gets to your question, I think, Judge, about the nature of the analysis that's going on 10 years after the fact compared to what was actually going on at the time. So you heard a lot of quotes from Joint Appendix 355 and 354 and 356, all of which I encourage you to read, all 6 paragraphs of the reasoning, not 300 pages, 6 paragraphs. But if you go back to the actual joint appendix pages where FDA decides and makes its clinical and pharmacological view of this label, Joint Appendix 615, 619, 621, 623, 626, 627, what you will find there is many different versions of this might help people who are ARB or ACE naive.
Sorry, what's on those pages? I had the key for the labeling issue we've been discussing is roughly 353 to 356.
That is the citizen petition response. That's the 2024 citizen petition response. What I'm talking about is the 2014 actual.
Oh, the original.
Exactly,
reasoning.
the original review. So to your
And what's
point
the
about.
page range? Sorry, give me the page range
So
again.
sure, 615, 615 to 627. And on each of those, you'll find actually Judge Millett and Judge Walker, some version of what you said, which is we agree that these key risks can be managed through clinical monitoring and dose titration, 619. We agree with the titration strategy from a safety perspective, 623. 627, patients who are naive should use a low starting dose. Mandatory language, by the way, not a recommendation.
Well, they do
If
on this label. The MSN label has a lower starting dose too. And what you don't have, and that's what's on 356, is them just flatly rejecting the argument that it's a scientific matter. Your Entresto's titration regime is necessary for safety.
I know my time is up, Judge Millett, but if I could just respond to that quickly. If you look at that paragraph on 356, which I encourage you to, FDA is essentially setting up the straw man of what Novartis argued. Novartis argued that the modified dosing regimen was the safest and best tolerated regimen. That's Novartis's argument. What FDA chose to do, rather than answer the question, is it no less safe without it, was to say, as a scientific matter, we can't conclude that it's the safest and best tolerated. And Judge Walker, that leaves me in the end.
No, they go more than that. They say it doesn't provide a scientific basis for including I'm leaving a few words out here, the Entresto dosing regimen, or not having it, puts patients at any greater risk.
It does not provide a scientific basis to conclude, as you assert in your petition, that the standard Entresto dosing regimen puts such patients at a greater risk.
Right. Or is critical to ensuring safe and effective use.
And that is a logical lapse to say that because we can't conclude that it puts patients at a greater risk, we can conclude that it puts patients at no greater risk. That gets to your kind of Rumsfeldian known unknown question, right? If we don't know, if FDA approving this drug didn't know in 2015, did this create less risk or not? We're going to put this on because all indications from that page range I showed you show that there are certain folks who benefit from that slower titration regimen. They can stay on there longer.
No, they might.
Certain
they might.
They might.
They might not.
They might not, but
might not.
But that's the problem for FDA, right? Because in order for FDA to conclude that it's no less safe,
there's no evidence.
And that's FDA's problem.
Titration regime, adhering to that titration regime is necessary to ensure equivalent safety.
That is emphatically FDA's problem and not ours, Judge Millett.
And then the fact that there are separate findings that individuals on that titration study who had a different titration regime did just as well.
Yes, and you heard all that from FDA counsel as well. But what I didn't hear was an answer to your question. What I think you said is might be is something. And it doesn't get you to the conclusion that it had to make, which is this is no less safe. If we don't know whether this is safer, that doesn't mean that we can conclude it's no less safe. That's the logical problem with what FDA is setting up.
So might is a word we use in opinions all the time when we don't want to say whether we know something or not.
Right.
And it may be because an opinion is being joined by different members of the panel who don't agree. And so what you say is this argument might succeed if, and that means might succeed means might not succeed, and might or might not means unknown.
I think, Judge Walker, we're reducing the FDA's actual analysis in 2014 down to maybe below its common denominator might. What FDA said, remember at Joint Appendix 315, more patients were able to achieve and maintain the target dose. We believe the key risks can be managed through monitoring and dose titration. A longer titration period, we agree from a safety perspective, patients who are naive should use a lower starting dose. There's no might to any of those at all.
Who said might benefit? I thought.
There's a different might benefit, yes, but the ones that I just read to you are.
But should start at a lower dosage doesn't mean should start at your lower dosage. And they do on the MSN labels start at lower dosage.
Let me
titration regime.
let me read the entire quote then. Joint Appendix 627, the titration study was relatively small, but supports the proposed dose titration scheme. Patients who are naive to ACE inhibitors, ARBs, or on low doses should use a lower starting dose, not
lower starting dose.
Not
that lower starting dose.
I think that's
They just on the MSN label, they start with they have a lower starting dose, do they not?
Not for patients who are ARB naive. That is nowhere on the label, including in section 5.
Generic. That's how you start starting dose. It's not qualified, is it?
But this is the close enough problem, I think, Judge Millett.
No, it's not. Where does it say titration step doses? Where does it say, but not for those folks?
I don't think it needs to say, but not for those
Okay, so
folks.
for everybody, the starting dose is lower than the second dose, which is lower than the final dose for everybody. So your thing that they should have a lower starting dose is fully satisfied on this label.
No, I don't think it is, Judge Millett. I think we might be talking about two different things. What the lower starting dose was that was directed, not recommended, but directed in the Entresto label, is that you have the starting dose when you're working with a population that is vulnerable to ACE or ARB drugs. That's the distinction. I don't think it's an answer to say there's a reference to up titration elsewhere in the label. There are no further questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, counsel. The case is submitted.
Procedures of the administrative proceedings helps establish this point. First, the AJ ruled on the merits of Mr. Morter's reasonable accommodation claim. It decided that although Mr. Morter was entitled to a reasonable accommodation, he was not necessarily entitled to one of his choosing. The agency implemented this order. On appeal, the EEOC reversed and vacated the judgment in part for two reasons. First, because in addition to raising a reasonable accommodation claim, the EEOC recognized that Mr. Morter's complaint had raised a disparate treatment claim, and the agency needed to conduct factual investigation on that matter. Second, it found that the record was inadequately developed with respect to why Mr. Morter was no longer permitted to work at SOCOM, given that he had been there for years without having successfully completed a polygraph examination.
In the informal discrimination complaint, which I think was in June of 2014, and then again in the formal discrimination complaint, which I think was in July 2014, what's the best sentence that you can point to and say, here it is. Here is Mr. Morter requesting an accommodation?
To directly answer your question with one sentence, I would point the court to JA 232. At the bottom of the page, it begins, in addition, CP, which is Mr. Morter, provided that he believes he is being discriminated against due to a mental disability that essentially invalidates measurements obtained through the repetitive. JA 232, apologies, and JA 233.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
an accommodation claim.
That's correct, Judge Millett. That Mr. Morter was making clear to the agency that he was requesting to be accommodated per DoD policy for his inability to complete the polygraph examination procedures. And again, just to remind the court that the purpose of the exhaustion doctrine is to give the agency sufficient notice of the claim and the opportunity to investigate that claim and resolve the matter internally. Here, this was more than satisfied because Mr. Morter raised the claim in his complaints, but also because the AJ and EEOC recognized that that claim was there.
And his formal complaint, when he says, on page 229, the corrective action he's seeking is either return to work there or another position within the local commuting area. You read that also as a reasonable accommodation request?
That's correct, Your Honor.
So both the informal and formal are requesting relief, not damages or anything like that. It's an adjustment.
Correct. At the time, Mr. Morter was requesting relief to be exempted, postponed, or a deferment of the polygraph examinations, which again is consistent with DoD policy, which recognizes that polygraph examinations are a supplement to and not a substitute for other investigative procedures.
I think maybe the government says that Mr. Morter was not asking accommodation. Instead, he was requesting certain remedies in light of the discrimination that had occurred against him. What do you say to that distinction?
To that distinction, I would just, if I'm understanding your question correctly, it's that the Rehabilitation Act requires the agency to make reasonable accommodations for individuals. And when Mr. Morter was asking to be relieved of the discrimination against him, part of that was to be given a reasonable accommodation by the agency. Moving to the disparate treatment.
If you'd been the victim of discriminatory treatment, would the remedy generally be you get a job somewhere else? I wouldn't think if it's discriminatory treatment, you would get your own job back, whereas he said,
yes, Your Honor.
Give me a job and another job in the area.
Yes, Your Honor. And the record is clear that Mr. Morter could still do his job. He was very good at his job. He was simply unable to take to successfully complete polygraph examinations. And moving to the disparate.
So I guess I don't mean to interrupt you on this, but as we get into disparate treatment, I'm trying to understand the disability here. So it sounds like from what you just said, and I think this is consistent with the record, that I think someone said it was a situational anxiety, that his anxiety, I mean, he was doing just fine until this whole polygraph process started. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's accurate.
He didn't have any sort of disabling anxiety disorder before that. It was a polygraph processing that sort of set this all off. Is that right?
The evidence seems to suggest that, yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So if his disability is sort of a situational anxiety that pertains to having to take polygraph examinations and then all the sort of ensuing hubbub that comes around that and failing or not failing, that would have inconclusive ones. I get this hasn't been argued, so if it's fine, you can just say it wasn't argued. I'm just curious as to why this is a qualifying disability, because I don't know what major life activity it affects. Is taking a polygraph exam a major life activity?
The major life activity, I believe, would be being able to work. And
he can work. He just can't take a polygraph exam. That's the whole point, is he can do his job just fine. He doesn't need any accommodations for doing his job. He just wants an accommodation for not taking a polygraph exam. Normally, you know, the relevant disabilities that affect major life activities mean I have a wheelchair, I need a door with a wider office for my work every day. I'm just curious. And again, it hasn't been raised, so you could just say,
I do
it's not
think
raised, and so the government didn't raise it, so they forfeited it. I was just curious as to how this was affecting a major life, why taking a polygraph is a major life activity.
I think my answer would be the government has not raised this argument, and so I do not have an answer for you. And I see my time has expired. May I continue?
Yes, you wanted to talk about disparate treatment.
Yes, the disparate treatment argument. A reasonable jury could infer from the totality of the evidence that Mr. Morter was discriminated against on the basis of his disability. I think here a reasonable jury could find particularly compelling the causal nexus. And
when did he first inform the agency of his anxiety disorder?
The formal disclosure of the situational anxiety disorder occurred in November of 2013 when he met with Dr. Sutho. There he was directed to meet with an agency psychologist to determine why he was unable to complete the polygraph examinations.
Right,
There,
he didn't find a qualifying disability. He found that, in fact, ordinary polygraph processes, Dr. Suthu at least didn't diagnose him with anxiety, situational anxiety disorder.
Dr. Sutho did recognize Dr. McGee's previous anxiety diagnosis, but ultimately determined that the symptoms of Mr. Morter's situational anxiety was, quote, probably easily attenuated by.
Right. So the first time that Mr. Morter informed the agency of a diagnosis, because Dr. Suthu was not signing off on that, was when? Did he submit the McGee diagnosis in October 2013 to the agency?
In November of 2013, during this meeting with Dr. Sutho, he provided documentation. And again, Dr. Sutho was an agency psychologist, so this information and previous diagnoses were sent on to other officials at DIA.
We know when they were sent on to other officials at DIA.
When they were sent on, the report was signed as December 4th, I believe. It was early December that Dr. Sutho's report is dated as. And I do believe that because the agency had directed
But does that report that went to the agency say he has an anxiety disorder that's a qualifying disability relevant to taking polygraph exams? Did that Dr. Sutho report say that?
No,
Dr. saying that.
Dr. Sutho's report did not say it. But
so when's the first time the agency was given a diagnosis? I mean, the McGee thing's like a line. It's not much to it. A diagnosis that said he has a qualifying disability of anxiety disorder that affects his ability to take polygraph exams.
this would be in August of 2014. And this was from Dr. Tucio's report. Mr. Morter was taken to a 5th polygraph examination in August and was unable to complete that. However, following this examination, he was emotionally distraught, so distraught that DIA required him to immediately go to a psychologist. They accompanied him to this appointment with Dr. Tucio, where the doctor observed that Mr. Morter was hyperventilating, shaking, tearful, at times on the verge of a panic attack. And it's just 2 weeks after DIA observes these severe physical manifestations of Mr. Morter's now anxiety and PTSD that Mr. Norton reassigns Mr. Morter to a different
But they
position.
first proposed that reassignment in February 2014 before they'd been notified of a qualifying disability. That's when they made the initial recommendation to reassign. So when the initial decision to reassign is made before they have any knowledge of a qualifying disability, how could a reasonable jury conclude that the decision to reassign was based on his qualifying disability?
Well, Your Honor, a reasonable jury could interpret the evidence differently and take the disclosure that occurred in November as DIA having knowledge of Mr. Morter's disability. That would make the initial reassignment recommendation by the panel in February to have been made with notice of Mr. Morter's disability.
That requires, so he hadn't submitted anything to the agency, and Dr. Suthu said, not an issue. But we have to find in that notice that was enough to make them engage in contextual decision-making, even back in February 2014, before they had an official diagnosis from him.
Well,
it's a little hard to rely on Dr. Suthu because he just did not make that diagnosis.
That's correct, but Dr. McGee did make that diagnosis. And again, Mr. Morter provided Dr. McGee's diagnosis and documentation to Dr. Suthu in the agency. From this evidence, a reasonable jury could find that DIA knew Mr. Morter had situational anxiety disorder. a reasonable jury could also infer pretext from the fact that Mr. Norton did not actually think Mr. Morter posed a threat to national security. It's clear from the record that at no time did Mr. Morter have his security clearance revoked. And
Well, it was revoked. It was just reinstated.
I don't think so, Your Honor. I think Mr. Morter retained his security clearance at all times. For example, in January of 2014, Karen McCord, the chief of the Central Adjudication Facility, made a favorable SCI determination clearance. And it's our understanding that you cannot have a SCI designation without also having a top secret security clearance. The government has also agreed with us and the district court below that Mr. Morter did not have his security clearance revoked. And this is at JA 346, where the government says it is not in dispute that plaintiff did not have his security clearance revoked.
Not revoked, but maybe not revoked, but they continue to press the issue. They continue to, they're concerned that he can't pass a polygraph. Make him take it again and again until he does.
Your Honor.
And when he can't, they say, you know, there's some degree of risk here. We're not going to go all the way to pulling a clearance, but we're not going to impose this risk on a different agency. What's wrong with that?
Your Honor, a reasonable jury could find that DIA was not actually concerned that Mr. Morter was unable to pass the polygraph examinations. Again, although they required him to take more polygraph examinations, they didn't contemplate a reassignment until after the situational anxiety was disclosed, and they didn't actually reassign him until after the anxiety and PTSD diagnoses were disclosed. And I would also point out that there are other employees at DIA, including Mr. Morter's direct supervisor. Again, I mentioned Karen McCord and a senior adjudication officer who reaffirmed Mr. Morter's judgment, reliability, trustworthiness. And this was also in light of the fact that he was unable to pass the polygraph examinations. It is important to recognize.
So you had the agency he was working at, SOCOM, which is incredibly sensitive information, incredibly important and secretive military information. And that client said, we can't have someone here who's a vulnerability. We have a zero margin of error at SOCOM. We can't have him. And so DIA had no ability to force him on SOCOM. And he's not arguing that SOCOM was discriminated against him because of his disability or disputing that an agency of that level of sensitivity has to have sort of a zero tolerance rule. So he was going to have to be reassigned. That's just sort of undisputed on the record. He could not continue to work at SOCOM. So given that, and given that he doesn't dispute that he could still work at SOCOM when the client agency refused to have him on board, what is the discrimination in reassigning him? Is it the particular reassignment to DC?
Well, Your Honor, DIA, who I agree was the ultimate decision maker here, did have another option, which was to follow its own policy and exempt or postpone Mr. Morter from taking the polygraph examinations until he was emotionally, physically.
Fine, but he couldn't go back to SOCOM in that time period. There just doesn't seem to be any, and if I misunderstood, please let me know. I didn't understand there to be any argument that he had a right when there was this vulnerability, at least this potential risk, to continue his job at SOCOM. And so he was going to have to be reassigned somewhere. Is there any dispute about that?
I think there is a dispute about that. Mr. Morter did not need to be reassigned because
outside. So he could, his argument is I should have been allowed to continue working at SOCOM.
In the SOCOM facilities in Florida. That's correct.
But SOCOM had said, and DIA says, we can't force an employee, he's a civilian employee, we can't force that on a military unit that will not take somebody. And it's hard to think of anything more sensible than SOCOM not taking on someone who has any risk at all. The costs are way too high to the military and national security. So if he couldn't go back to that job, and if I misunderstood it, is he arguing that SOCOM discriminated against him because of his disability or DIA?
Our claim is that DIA discriminated against Mr. Morter, and I
Okay.
think the
So then
problem.
what was DIA supposed to do? They couldn't send him to SOCOM, so they had to give him another job. Is that correct?
At the point in time where we are making this decision, that's correct. But I think it's important to back up a little bit and consider the fact that Mr. Morter asked for a reasonable accommodation. A reasonable accommodation that would give no one in DOD reason to believe that Mr. Morter posed a threat or risk, a concern to national security.
Wait, it's a reasonable accommodation to ask people to think a different way about him?
No, Your Honor, the reasonable accommodation was to exempt Mr. Morter from taking the polygraph examinations. Mr. Morter
Okay,
was
but then
not.
He can't do jobs for which polygraph examinations are required.
Again, DOD recognizes.
Definitely a reassignment to a new job.
DOD recognizes that there are individuals who will not be able to take polygraph examinations because they are medically, psychologically, or emotionally unfit. And this is from regulation, from policy, DOD instruction 2H. Mr. Morter was one of those individuals. Had he not been subject to the consequences of an inability to complete the polygraph examination, there is no evidence in the record to suggest that Mr. Morter posed a risk to national security. And again, this is particularly important to emphasize.
They weren't going to affirmatively find he was a risk, but he was definitely a vulnerability.
I don't think Mr. Morter, a reasonable jury
That's
could
what they
find.
found, that he was a vulnerability. A reasonable jury couldn't find that someone who, I couldn't even keep track of how many polygraphs he did, a half dozen or more, and was unable to get a positive result on any of them.
There were.
And had been violating rules by doing research on how to game the polygraph test.
There were a total of 5 polygraph examinations. None of these polygraph examinations measured Mr. Morter's risk. They measured his anxiety. And the researching into polygraph examinations, as the record demonstrates, is a symptom of Mr. Morter's anxiety. He was an overly self-conscious person. And this research, the disclosures, the memos were all out of concern that he was not being truthful to DIA, which he very much wanted to be. A reasonable jury could find, in light of all the evidence, that Mr. Morter was discriminated against on the basis of his
And what
disability.
exactly is the reasonable accommodation he wants? Not to take a polygraph exam, but what about his job? I mean, not taking a polygraph exam doesn't help because he can't work at SOCOM. And so what job accommodation did he want? Stop taking polygraphs and let me work where?
To remain in his position, Your Honor.
At SOCOM.
At SOCOM, correct. If he did not have to take.
Is it a reasonable accommodation to say, I want to continue working as someone who refuses for national security reasons to let me work there? Is that a reasonable accommodation?
It is when the national security justification was pretextual.
You think SOCOM's decision, which is not involved in all of this stuff, was pretextual? I had thought the whole case was about DIA, and it's all these DIA officials. We don't have military generals here from SOCOM explaining their decision-making. This isn't a record about SOCOM's decision-making, it's about DIA's, right, which is placing people in SOCOM and presumably other locations. And they said SOCOM refuses to take him until he can pass a polygraph. And we can't, policy matter, we can't force SOCOM to take somebody who hasn't passed a polygraph. So it just feels to me like his accommodation had to be another job. Right?
If there is a dispute about the reasonableness of an accommodation, that is a question on the merits of the reasonable accommodation claim. As this court has recognized last year in Ali v. Reagan, the reasonableness of an accommodation is typically a question for a jury to resolve.
Does he have to propose something that would be reasonable? That's available or no?
No, he does not have to make the proposal that's reasonable. The obligation is to provide the accommodation. And again, I think this is a matter for factual dispute that a jury should be given the opportunity to resolve. Thank you.
Can I ask about, do you happen to have the district court opinion? JA 400.
Yes.
That's page 10 of it, which is what my question's about. The second half of that page,
Sorry, which page are you on, 10?
it's page 10 of the opinion, and I think it's 400 of the JA.
Yes.
Here, an explicit charge of failure to accommodate is absent from Morter's EEO complaint, as is any factual allegation that could be construed as a request for accommodation. I know you disagree with that. We talked about that already a little bit. Further, the notice of partial acceptance, which details the charges that the DIA chose to investigate, shows that the agency understood Morter's complaint to allege solely discrimination on the basis of mental disability, anxiety order arising from 3 incidents, and then it lists the 3 incidents. My question is about the next 2 sentences, and especially the last sentence coming up. There is no evidence in the record that plaintiff ever objected to this narrow characterization of his claims, nor does he allege in his opposition that he did. I wondered if there's anything in his district court opposition that you could point to where he objects to this narrow characterization of his claims.
Mr. Morter does not object to the narrow characterization of these claims, and that's because his reasonable accommodation claim is itself incorporated into these characterizations by the notice of partial acceptance. So the factual allegations that Mr. Morter alleges was summarily the continued reliance on polygraph examinations, despite knowing that it conflicted with his disability and the reassignment that occurred from this. This is, and just to remind the court that Mr. Morter was proceeding pro se as he filed these, and his complaints are to be construed liberally. But
I'm not blaming you.
yes, he was not required to object to the characterization because even that characterization includes his claims. If there are no further questions.
Thank you very much. We used up all your time, but we'll give you a couple minutes.
Good morning, Your Honors. Assistant U.S. Attorney Stephen DeGennaro on behalf of the government. Your Honors, the heart of this case is that Mr. Morter repeatedly failed the exact same portions of his counterscope intelligence polygraph examination and admitted to conducting research into those polygraph examinations after initially denying conducting that research. This caused leadership within his duty station at Special Operations Command to lose trust in him, and they restricted his access to their classified systems and workstations. In response, DIA realigned Mr. Morter to a position in DIA's headquarters, as DIA had done with other employees who did not have disabilities. When Mr. Morter initiated EEO proceedings, he complained that his reassignment was discriminatory because of his disability. He did not include in his formal complaints that he had requested an accommodation from DIA, nor did he indicate that the agency had denied any such request. For those reasons, I will respectfully submit that the decision below should be affirmed. Now, I want to first start with
You have never disputed that this affects polygraph anxiety disorder, situational anxiety disorder affects a major life activity. So you accept that he's qualified, otherwise qualified individual with a disability.
Your Honor, we pressed several arguments below about the merits. We're solely up here on the basis of the failure to exhaust portion.
You can always argue alternative grounds for affirmance, but did you argue below that it was not a qualifying disability because it didn't, or relevant disability?
Your Honor, we did argue.
Major life activity?
Your Honor, we did argue that he was not an otherwise qualified individual below. We also did argue below that there was no request for an accommodation that was made here. So there are additional
You didn't raise
grounds.
a major life activity question below.
I do not believe that the government did, Your Honor.
Okay.
I want to first start with 2 points with respect to the request for accommodation. Judge Walker, you had asked for my friend's best sentence within the formal complaint for the EEO counsel report that would support an idea that there was a request for an accommodation. We depart from amicus from Mr. Morter and don't believe that that sentence is sufficient to put the agency on notice that it needs to conduct an investigation to a reasonable accommodation claim. There is no statement that Mr. Morter had requested an accommodation of somebody from DIA. There's no statement that would indicate that he had requested or that he had described what that accommodation is, nor is there any factual statement that
Why
suggests.
isn't suspend the pending reassignment until the polygraph issue is resolved? Is that not a request for an accommodation?
Judge Millett, that the statement as to remedies, that can also be read as requesting retroactive reinstatement, which is of course a remedy that can be awarded in the
Until the
case.
polygraph issue is resolved. You need to work something out here. That's not an accommodation?
That is not a request for accommodation as we read it. And
How do you read it?
I read that
It's
as
not saying suspend it forever, never make me do another one again.
again, Your Honor, I read that as a request for a
How?
remedy.
Well, that's what a reasonable accommodation is. It's a remedy. You have to show that you qualify for your disability. And what I want is this accommodation. And then when it's denied, people argue that that was, if they think it was improperly denied, then it's a form of discrimination known as, failure to provide a reasonable accommodation. But your argument was he didn't ask for a reasonable accommodation. And I'm pointing you to number 2 and telling me how a temporary suspension until an issue is resolved is anything other than a request for an accommodation.
Your Honor, our position is that that is a remedy that is equally applicable to disparate treatment
Equally
claims.
to both means it raises both. You have to show that, which my eyes can't read it that way. You would have to show this is for a pro se, clearly requesting only relief for disparate treatment and not an accommodation while we work out how to deal with this disability.
Your Honor, counsel for, or amicus counsel for Mr. Morter had pointed to, or referenced the case Ellie versus Regan. That individual, the employee in that case was also pro se, was able to sufficiently put the
That's
agency
not
on
our
notice.
test. We don't say, well, if one pro se somewhere was able to do something, we will read everything that every other pro se does in the strictest light possible. This is a temporary request here. This is not permanent. This is suspend something until a polygraph issue is resolved. That's not permanent relief, which is what you get for disparate treatment. That's work with me.
Yes, I understand, Your
That's the
Honor.
essence of a reasonable accommodation. I don't understand how you could read it as anything otherwise.
Well, Your Honor, again, the request for an accommodation needs to be made. And the test from this district
Okay,
is that.
we have it. And I'm not making this up. The administrative judge read it as just a reasonable accommodation claim, addressed the reasonable accommodation claim. It went up to the EEOC and they didn't say there's no reasonable accommodation claim here. They said, yeah, there is. But you know what? There's also a disparate treatment claim. So go back and also address disparate treatment. Now, if you take that sentence, you take what the administrative judge did, what the EEOC did and said, and sent them back to do. Tell me how you put all that together to say nobody was on notice that he was asking for a reasonable accommodation.
Well, again, Your Honor, I think the fact that the details in the formal complaint, aside from the remedy language that you point to, in the EEOC counsel report, focus solely on the fact that Mr. Morter is saying that he's being subjected to differential treatment because of his disability. With respect to the administrative judge,
I'm sorry, I don't understand that again. What are you saying?
That when you look at the EEOC counsel report that Mr. Morter
Yes,
attached
that's
to
what
his
I'm
formal
reading
complaint.
from.
Yes, but what is absent from that EEOC counsel report are any indications that witnesses were asked, what do you know about the request that Mr. Morter has made? Who responded to that request for an accommodation? Why was it denied? Those are factual details that would be
So who was
present.
supposed to ask those things?
The EEOC counsel report would be investigating that claim had they believed that Mr. Morter's formal complaint had put the agency on sufficient notice of the existence of that claim. And again, while there's not,
Maybe that's a failure on his part, but that doesn't mean it's a failure on Mr. Morter's part. I mean, there's a problem with the EEOC counselor's work. That doesn't mean that he didn't do it because the administrative judge and the EEOC, again, the administrative judge thought it was just reasonable accommodation. You can't make any case, even with a represented party, but certainly with a pro se, where it's raised there in words to me that sound entirely accommodative. And the administrative judge does a whole decision on reasonable accommodation. And it goes up to the EOC and they say, okay, they don't say, what are you talking about reasonable accommodation? They say, yeah, but you forgot disparate treatment.
Well, Your Honor, first point as to the administrative
Any
judge,
case that has said that's insufficient for a pro se.
I do not believe that there's been any decision that has weighed in one way or the other,
Have
whether
you
that
got any
suffices.
case where the agency, two levels of agency addressed a reasonable accommodation claim, and yet a court has held that a pro se did not raise a reasonable accommodation claim? And there is language right there in their formal, informal complaint that seeks accommodation.
Your Honor, I am not aware of any decision that
We'd be
addresses
making new
one way or
law
the
for
other.
pro ses here. You can't find any case where we've read a pro se application with this level of stringency and closed our eyes to how the experts on the ground, the administrative judge and the EEOC, viewed it.
Your Honor, I don't believe a new test needs to be rendered in this case. I think
Okay,
that
first time, I'm not aware of any case either where the language is right there. It's not remedial damages for disparate treatment. It's not completely put me back where I am. It's put me in a different, either suspend this thing or in its formal complaint, give me a job somewhere in the local commuting area. Right? Those are accommodations and nothing else.
Yeah,
And it's fully addressed by the agency process at 2 levels, 2 times.
well, two things. First, Your Honor, while acknowledging the fact that the court has the discretion to consider arguments that were raised for the first time on appeal, our position is that the arguments about the administrative judge and the EEOC decision are forfeited because Mr. Morter did not press that below.
Wait. Did he argue below that he had exhausted his claim?
He argued below that he had raised that claim
That he
in
had
documents like the
exhausted
notice
his
of
complaint.
appeal.
Right. And we have pretty clear precedent that says a new argument in support of a claim that was preserved below is not a waiver issue. It's entirely permissible. Appellate lawyers do it all the time, come up with new and better arguments for claims raised below. He argued, it's in his complaint, and he argued to the district court, I made this claim and it was exhausted. He was a pro se. He didn't know that he was supposed to cite a couple pages in the record to point the district court to. But it was in his complaint. He made the argument. So he's not making a new argument here. He's pointing to additional pages in the record.
Well, then our
Does the
second,
government want to live by that standard for its arguments on appeal?
Your Honor, I would not want to get ahead of the Solicitor General on that point.
No, the government, I'm sure the government does not. And so we aren't going to apply a different standard. You wouldn't ask us to apply a different standard of forfeiture to a pro se than we would to the United States government, would you?
Again, so
Would you apply the same one, at least the same one?
I think Your Honor is articulating a point about the fairness of
Should
allowing.
we apply that? No, I'm asking you about the legal standard. Should we apply at least the same legal standard for preservation of issues, but advancing some new arguments in support of them on appeal to pro ses that we do to the United States government and other represented parties?
Again, Your Honor, I would not want to get ahead of the Solicitor General.
What, you can't answer that question?
Your Honor, I acknowledge that pro se litigants shouldn't be held to a more stringent standard than represented parties to include the United States government.
So our case
But our
is that say
additional,
we make new arguments in support of claims raised below. He gets the benefit of that too.
yes, Your Honor, but that ties in with our second point about whether this had been properly teed up for investigation. Is the report of investigation, which we included at the beginning of our supplemental appendix, shows that the focus of that investigation that followed from this formal complaint was solely of one of differential treatment and not of a reasonable accommodation. I read the
document he created?
Sorry, Your Honor?
Is that a document he created?
No, Your Honor, it's the report of investigation that the agency had created when it followed. It took the allegations that he put them sufficiently on notice about in his formal complaint, as many other federal sector employees who engage in the EEO process do without representative counsel. And they understood that claim to be one of disparate treatment and not one of reasonable accommodation.
Is the failure to provide a reasonable accommodation as a matter of law a form of disparate treatment?
Your Honor, I believe we cited cases in our brief that discuss from other courts of appeals that discuss that those are different types of disability discrimination, that differential
but-
treatment and
They're both forms of disability discrimination. They're both forms of differential treatment. Because the whole point is I'm otherwise qualified, and yet you're treating me differently than other people who are also qualified for the job but don't have a disability.
well, Your Honor, I would
Not accommodating me with this reasonable accommodation. It's just like religious discrimination under Title VII, right? That it's still considered disparate treatment when you fail to make an accommodation that you reasonably can make.
well, Your Honor, I would gently push back on the idea that those are coextensive claims. In the case of a disparate treatment claim, there is discussion about whether the impermissible factor is being taken into account in the personnel action. In the context of a reasonable accommodation claim, the fact that the employee has a disability is being considered, and the merits of those
It's
claims
taken
are
into account, and the question is whether we can accommodate it. They both take them into account. The question is whether we tried an accommodation or not.
well, the key factual dispute and disparate treatment claim is whether that impermissible factor was considered in the employment action versus in the accommodation. You're litigating whether the reasonableness of the accommodation that was being made to account for that
It's
disability.
not whether it was considered, it's whether in disparate treatment is whether it was sort of the causal reason for the adverse action that resulted. It's considered. And both of them, you can't not. So it's just a question of causal connection for disparate treatment or failure to accommodate. I don't see what the point is, what the difference is. To say that they looked at it this way, I mean, they were aware. You all gave them a reasonable accommodation. From your perspective, by reassigning, you didn't fire them. You reassigned them to DC. You said, this is the accommodation that we can do to address your vulnerability. Right? That was your accommodation. You didn't fire them. You didn't say we don't want you working here with your disability. You said the best way to deal with your vulnerability, the vulnerability that results from your inability to take polygraphs, is we got to reassign you to someplace where that's not a vulnerability or can be mitigated by other means, correct?
Your Honor,
I offered him an accommodation.
I don't know that I would characterize the evidence as saying it was providing him an accommodation. I think what the evidence shows in this case, and you touched on this with your question on the disparate treatment claim with the other side, is that it's not in dispute that SOCOM no longer wanted him in their facility, and DIA as his employer had to determine how they were going to respond to that. And the way they mitigated the risk associated with that persistent failure of the polygraph examination is that they said, we're going to bring you back to headquarters where we
Keeping
can.
you on board, we're going to give you a job that lets you keep working with your disability, but addresses the vulnerability concern.
Again, I think, Your Honor, that is something that does not reflect that the agency
not
was
an
thinking of as a
accommodation?
response to an accommodation. No, because again, that
Wow,
we don't believe
okay.
that this was a
Wow.
request for an
Giving
accommodation.
someone a different job that they can do consistent with their disability, the government doesn't believe that's the type of accommodation.
No, Your Honor, we're saying that on this record, in this case, we don't believe that the evidence supports the.
So on the record, in this case, giving someone a job, didn't fire them, that is consistent with their disability, allows them to continue to work consistent with their disability. In this case, it wasn't an accommodation. But if you did it for someone else, it might be an accommodation. Is that what you just said? You said on this record?
No, so on this record, Your Honor, I believe that the
Was it
evidence
not an
shows.
accommodation on this record?
Because again, I don't believe, Your Honor, that the evidence supports the inference that there was a request to be accommodated made of anybody within DIA. And
Maybe it was a really good agency that was proactive, didn't want to discriminate based on disability, wanted to keep this long-term employee on board with all his skills and experience if they could, but they had to find a position that was consistent with the anxiety disorder that prevented him from taking polygraphs, or at least taking them in a way that could operate successfully to evaluate the risk that he posed. And so the agency said, I think you would be trumpeting this. The agency said, this is the best we can do. disability, I would have thought y'all would say we did exactly what we're supposed to do here.
Yeah, again, I think
Your position?
I think our position is that this case fits within Park versus Howard University and some of the cases that
Your
were
position
cited.
isn't that the agency did exactly what the law expects it to do in this context.
That is your position. That has to be, you're saying we did everything right. That's what you're saying.
Yes, Judge Walker, of course, our position is that there's no discrimination here. It's more of, I just wanted to push back on the notion that the way that the agency chose to mitigate the risk associated with the polygraph examination, I don't believe that that fits within accommodation as that word is used in the Rehabilitation Act. This is merely a decision by a national security apparatus to help mitigate a potential
We had
vulnerability.
affirmatively asked, can you assign me somewhere? This polygraph. Thank you for giving me 5 different tries here and lots of time and space between them. It's not working. Can you reassign me somewhere where the risk issue is mitigated so that I can keep working? I've been here a long time. Obviously want to retire and I've got a lot of skills and benefits. Can you reassign me somewhere? Would you understand that as a request for an accommodation?
If Mr. Morter had indeed asked,
If he had asked for that, would you consider it a request for accommodation? Yes.
yes, Your Honor.
Can something be an accommodation if it's the agency's idea, even if the party didn't ask for it?
Something may be an accommodation, a reasonable
All the
accommodation.
time.
Yes.
All the time. Okay.
Can I ask, assume that we think that Mr. Morter did exhaust his accommodation claim. I'm not saying we do or we don't. Could we then reach the merits of the accommodation claim and say it's not meritorious?
Yes, Your Honor. This court has the discretion to affirm on any basis that's found in the record, and Judge Millett suggested the qualified activity as one. We'd also press below that there was no indication that he had actually requested an accommodation to be excused from these polygraph examinations. And finally, the fact that there's evidence in the record to support that Mr. Morter was required to pass these polygraph examinations. SOCOM no longer wanted him in their facility. The only reasonable accommodation that could be offered was this reassignment to DIA headquarters where they can more effectively mitigate the risk associated with his polygraph examination. So yes, Your Honor, there are additional grounds to support affirmance on the accommodation claim if you were to decide that it had been in fact exhausted.
Is there any evidence from you that there wasn't anything in the area? I just don't know DIA's structure down in Florida. So the SOCOM's out. But there wasn't, did he ask or identify, or was the agency aware of anything that, I think his concern is he needed to stay in Florida. It's gonna be too hard to move.
Yes, Your Honor.
Is that an open record question, or is it just, there's sort of what DIA does down there is so common, nothing else? I have no idea.
So in addition to, so the place where Mr. Morter worked is an Air Force base where there's SOCOM spaces and US CENTCOM spaces. And one of the things that Mr. Norton did right before affirming the decision to reassign him was to check with CENTCOM, see if whether they would be willing to monitor Mr. Morter to make sure that he didn't present a security vulnerability. That would not necessitate that he move out of the Tampa area. And when they checked, CENTCOM said that they didn't want to bear that risk. So
I'm sorry, who asked that? He did, or someone in the agency asked?
someone within DIA had requested.
So they checked for an accommodation. Okay. And so those are the only sort of 2 options down there, and both of them are obviously incredibly sensitive operations. So this isn't going to work for us. Is that what you're telling me?
That's correct, Your
Is
Honor.
that
That's
in
what
the
the evidence.
where is it in the record?
The CENTCOM, there's reference to it on page, I believe it's JA 333. Yes, it's at JA 333 where it's summarizing the steps that, so it starts, it's 2-page email starting on 332 and going on to page 333 where.
Which document is that? I'm trying to figure out.
This is an email that Mr. Morter had received in response to a FOIA request.
Final reassignment email, is that it?
Yes.
Okay,
yes,
got
right.
it.
Again, in there, that's where there's the discussion that they had received his notice to appeal. They conducted the 5th polygraph examination where, again, in that instance, he successfully completed the sabotage, espionage, and terrorism portions, and it got hung up on the classified info and the foreign contacts part for a 5th time. They conducted an interview to see if the interview was able to work through the issues that Mr. Morter had.
Hey, check, 1, 2, 3. Check 1, 2, 3. Hello, hello. Sherry. Hey, Ron. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Guys, trust me, just switch me. Just so that you're going to switch me.
How much have we?
Hey, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hello, hello, hello.
Sherry, you next one. Okay, all right, you're good.
everybody. Good-looking group of people, huh? Congratulations. Well, thank you very much, everybody. This is a very important day. It's a day that we're delighted to swear in Dr. Mehmet Oz as the next administrator of the Centers for Medicine and Medicaid Services, which is a big deal. Congratulations to Dr. Oz and his beautiful wife, Lisa, and their friends and family on this really incredible achievement. Come a long way. It's amazing. Dr. Oz comes to this position as one of the nation's most talented and beloved medical professionals. He graduated from Harvard University. Ah, Harvard. Well, how convenient. Should we talk about Harvard? Before obtaining his MD at the University of Pennsylvania School of Medicine, a great one. And really some amazing education while also earning an MBA from the wonderful Wharton School of Business. He completed his medical residency at the world-renowned New York Presbyterian Columbia University Medical Center. Dr. Oz then had a sterling medical career in which he became an internationally acclaimed heart and lung surgeon, highly respected. He served as director of the Cardiovascular Institute and integrative medicine program at New York Presbyterian, and as a longtime professor at Columbia University's College of Physicians and Surgeons. Boy, oh boy, Doctor, I thought he just did a show. I only know the show. You know why I know the show? Because he said, I'm a little overweight. I should lose some weight. I did a show, and that's what I got out of it. That was not good. But I'm looking at all of this other. This is very impressive. Dr. Oz authored more than 400 contributions to academic and scientific publications and holds several patents for technologies that revolutionize cardiovascular surgery. And Dr. Oz later translated his experience into an extraordinarily successful television career, making him one of the most trusted voices on healthcare. And he also got very high ratings. I can tell you that. He did great with the television thing. As CMS Administrator, Dr. Oz will work tirelessly to strengthen and protect Medicare for our nation's seniors and Medicaid for the needy. Just as I promised, there will be no cuts. We're not going to have any cuts. We're going to have only help. Dr. Oz will work to improve the quality of care for decades to come, and he'll ensure that criminals, fraudsters, and illegal aliens are not permitted to rob America's seniors. They are trying, but they're not going to get away with it. He will also work alongside Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. I've heard of him. He's a pretty famous guy. He's doing a great job too, to address the crisis of chronic illness and to make America healthy again. So I want to just thank Dr. Oz, and because this is a big commitment he's making. He has a lot of options, and this is a big, big commitment. And I want to congratulate you and your family on really an amazing life. And I think this is going to be by far the most important part of an already incredible life. So thank you very much. God bless you. Congratulations. Wow. What a job, huh? Yeah. Are you ready, Bobby? Sure. Let's do it. You put your hand on the Bible, your left hand, and raise your right hand. And repeat after me. I, Mehmet Oz, do solemnly swear
I, Mehmet Oz, do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
and that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties of the office on which I am about to enter.
discharge the duties of the office upon I'm about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Brad.
I've got to start off by thanking three people. Mr. President, thank you very much. God bless you for leading our nation, but also courageously leading the MAHA movement, really earnestly in your heart wanting to get America to be healthy again, and for giving me an opportunity to help with that mission. Secretary Kennedy has been leading the charge at Health and Human Services. A dear friend, like a brother, has done unbelievably courageous work because he's curious and he's started answering a lot of important questions. And I will treasure for the rest of my days your trust in me to help you with this progress. Thank you. And of course, Lisa, the family, but Lisa in particular, who's had an uncanny ability to identify opportunities and to always keep a clear North Star to keep our family grounded. God bless you, my beautiful one. Let me start with a simple premise. Every great society, everyone, has an opportunity to take care of its most vulnerable and treasures that opportunity. And we're great people, so we will do the same. As we enter the main building, the Humphreys building, where Health and Human Services is located, there's a placard of Hubert Humphrey, and it says that it's a moral opportunity, a moral obligation of government to take care of people in the dawn of their life, the kids, in the twilight of their life, the elderly, the mature, the seniors, and those in the shadows of life, those struggling with disabilities. We want to provide America with access to great care. We want to save the public health insurance programs of this country. That's what President Trump asked me to do when he took this position to administer the programs at CMS. Now, if we're going to do that, we've got to be honest with each other. And a physician, President Trump has to always do that, right? We've got to share news, sort of presidents, that folks don't want to hear, but it's important for our well-being. So I'm going to give you 4 bullet points to remember. Bullet point number 1, and they're all numbered in order for a reason. Medicaid is the #1 budget item for many states, and it is crowding out education, other important social programs. The states are having a big problem, and that's with the federal government paying most of the bill. Item number 2, healthcare expenditures are increasing at 2% higher than the economy is growing. And because of that, we spend more than 2 times per person on healthcare than any other country on the planet, and we're not getting value for that. Because number 3 is that we are in America experiencing an unfortunate problem, which is medical errors are the number 3 cause of death. Did you know that, Mr. President? It's surprising with that much money invested, we're still having problems. And number 4, our life expectancy, despite all this investment, is continuing to slip back. We're now more than 4 years shorter in our life expectancy than countries that we used to be equal to. But I am optimistic. Why? Because we control our destiny. Because at its very core, we have a generational opportunity, a unique ability to save the healthcare system because we control all the big pieces. America is too great for small dreams. So I've got some big ideas that I'd like to share that we've worked through with my staff who are cordoned off over there. And there's a lot of us. We've got almost more than 6,000 people at CMS working on this and 40,000 contractors helping. So we've got a lot of people. What are we going to do? First, we're going to reduce chronic disease. How do you do that? 70% of the healthcare expenditures of this country are driven by chronic disease. And it is your patriotic duty, I'll say it again, the patriotic duty of all Americans to take care of themselves, because it's important for serving in the military, but it's also important because healthy people don't consume healthcare resources. The best way to reduce drug spending is to use less drugs because you don't need them because you're healthy. And it feels a lot better as well. The President and Secretary Kennedy have been pushing the MAHA agenda because it makes it easier for people to do the right thing, especially the mothers of this great land, because they're the ones who really get caught with this responsibility. They're the ones deciding for their kids. They're the ones we want to empower. And curiosity, which is the key word here, truly asking questions you want the answers to, will allow the MAHA movement to thrive. The next big thing we want to focus on is modernizing Medicare and Medicaid. That's how Americans will get the care that they want, need, and deserve. Need to empower patients and providers, both the doctors and the patients both have to be equipped with better tools. And the president is showing that he actually does love and cherish Medicare with all these executive orders, like the one on transparency, sir, that really helps us by making sure people are equipped with information. So you shine a light in the dark shadows where so much of the problems happen with the healthcare system. And remember, the most expensive care is bad quality care. That's what we want to stamp on. And finally, we want to crush fraud, waste, and abuse. This is stunning to me. I've got a message for all the bad guys from me, the secretary, and the president. We are going to stop people from stealing from our most vulnerable, from stealing with the taxpayers of America, or honestly trying to support these programs. And we're going to be able to do it in quite a few ways. We are coming for you. I'll give you a couple examples. Mr. President, these are ones that you may want to use in some of your future conversations. Almost 250,000 people, American citizens, were fraudulently enrolled without their knowledge in exchange programs by brokers who were unscrupulous, stealing from the U.S. government by pretending these people were on programs they never told them about. Tens of millions of dollars, Mr. President, are being spent on illegal immigrants receiving Medicaid in California, and they're pushing the bill to us. Should we stop that? I think so. That will not continue. We're spending about $1 billion on Medicaid programs for dual state eligible patients, which means you live in one state, but the system thinks you're another state, or maybe a third state. And we're paying all 3 states for services you're not getting because you don't live in 3 states all at once. And finally, and this one really bothers me, there are states who are using Medicaid dollars for people who are vulnerable are being used for non-medical purposes. For example, public labor unions are getting childcare through some of this money. That doesn't make sense to me. Housekeeping, I wish I could get that for my home. There's a big problem with student loan repayments taking place with Medicaid dollars. That's not where it should be used. And we are paying for DEI programs. I could go on, but these are all programs, Mr. President, that we have created a war room at CMS to go after, to catch the fraud in real time before the money leaves the federal coffers. So we have the money to reinvest in healthcare to make it even stronger than it's been before. Together, we're going to make the care better. We're going to make the outcomes improve, and we're going to make sure that America can actually be the healthiest country that could ever possibly be. We'll make America healthy again. God bless you both, sir.
Any questions? Okay.
Mr. President, Rubio said.
Wait, easy. Go ahead.
Secretary Rubio said that the U.S. will have to figure out whether a deal can be done between Russia and Ukraine in a matter of days, or you will just move on.
Yeah, very short.
How many days is that?
No specific number of days, but quickly, we want to get it done. We're talking about here, people dying. We're talking about over there, people are dying also, like on average, 2,500 young people, soldiers. They're not from America. They're not from anywhere else other than Ukraine and Russia. But we want to save these lives. So it's 2,500 a week are being killed in battle. It's a vicious battle with the best equipment, the best everything, and it is brutal. 2,500 young people a week. Some of them not so young, actually. They're getting older. They're getting older by the month. But 2,500 a week, and we're going to get it stopped ideally. Now, if for some reason one of the two parties makes it very difficult, we're just going to say you're foolish, you're fools, you're horrible people, and we're going to just take a pass. But hopefully we won't have to do that. And Marco is right in saying it. We want to see it end. Think of it. Every day, a lot of people are being killed as we talk about, as they play games. So we're not gonna take that, and we'll see. I think we have a good chance of solving the problem, however.
Are you prepared to walk away completely from these efforts and these talks?
Well, I don't want to say that, but we want to see it end. We want to see it end, yeah.
Is Vladimir Putin stalling in your view, Mr. President?
I hope not. I'm gonna let you know about that soon if he is, but I hope not. He's got a big force out there, big force. It's a war that should have never happened. It would have never happened if I was president. That's a war, and it didn't happen for 4 years. That's a war that should have never happened. October 7th, Israel would have never happened. Iran was broke. And now we'll see what happens with Iran. We have a lot of them out there. We have a lot of things that we're working on right now that shouldn't have happened. None of it. Ukraine would have never happened with Russia. October 7th would have never happened, so you wouldn't have had all the problems in the Middle East. The Afghanistan embarrassment, probably the most embarrassing day in the history of our country, would have never happened. Inflation would have never happened. By the way, prices are down. Groceries are down. Eggs, which you hit me so hard, I'll never forget the first week in office, they were screaming at me about eggs. I said, what's going on with eggs? They were doubling and tripling. I said, I just got here. They were up like double, triple, and you couldn't get any. They said, you won't have eggs for Easter. Well, you can have all the eggs you want. I'll tell you, Brooke Rollins, Secretary of Agriculture, did a great job. And the egg prices are down 87%. But nobody talks about that. You can have all the eggs you want. We have too many eggs. In fact, if anything, the prices are getting too low.
Mr. President.
So I just want to let you know, prices are down. Gasoline yesterday in 3 states hit $1.98 a gallon. And it looks like it's at a level that it hasn't seen since my days, my 4 years. So it's about I'd say maybe, I think we're going to be averaging $2.25 very soon. So I just want to let you know though, because I keep hearing about prices, inflation, prices are coming down, not going up. Only the fake news says they're going up. The only thing that's even are interest rates. And if we had a Fed chairman that understood what he was doing, interest rates would be coming down too. He should bring them down. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, what do you need to see from both sides in order to keep negotiations going? What do you want to see from Russia and Ukraine?
I have to see, my whole life has been one big negotiation, and I know when people are playing us, and I know when they're not, and I have to see an enthusiasm to want to end it. And I think I see that enthusiasm. I think I see it from both sides.
Do you think Russia's
But you're going to
playing
know
you?
soon.
Do you think Russia's playing you?
No, nobody's playing me. I'm trying to help. You know, this was Biden's war, by the way. By me getting involved, you know, they'll say, oh, it's Trump. This is not Trump's war. This is Biden. This is a war that should have never happened. Okay, think of it. Those cities are crushed and crashed, and all those beautiful steeples, the most beautiful in the world, actually considered the most beautiful in the world. Most of them are now smashed to smithereens, as they say, and lying on the ground in a million pieces. Those towns are crushed, the whole place. It's so horrible. And millions of people are dead, far more than you think. That's one thing you're going to get out of this war. You're going to find out that your estimates are far lower than, it's far worse than people think. Nobody's playing anybody. We are going to see if we can get it done. I think we have a really good chance of getting it done. And it's coming to a head right now.
If you continue to support Ukraine militarily, if you do decide to move on and take a pass, Mr. President, would you then continue to support Ukraine militarily?
Well, I'm not going to say that because I think we're going to get it done.
There's a group of Venezuelan men down in Texas who have been alerted that they are soon going to be deported under the Alien Enemies Act. Have you authorized that operation,
I
and
don't know
where are they
about
going
the
to go?
group you're talking about, but if they're bad people, I would certainly authorize it. Yeah. You know, I won an election in a landslide. We won all 7 swing states. We won by millions of votes. We won 2,750 districts to 505 districts. 2,750 to 50. That's why the map, when you look at it, is all red. And one of the biggest reason, I think the biggest single reason, actually, I'd like to say it's because of this, because I think they're going to come up with things that are incredible. But probably the biggest reason was because of the border and because of illegal immigration. And the people of this country want those people out. Because what Biden did, and I don't know if he did it, I'm not even sure he knows what the hell he was doing, but what his people did, representing him, was allow millions and millions of people from jails, from prisons all over the world, people from mental institutions and insane asylums, gang members, drug dealers, pouring into our place. And you know what? Our people voted for me to get them out. They want them out. They want them out. And we've done a hell of a job. And by the way, Ecuador and various places, but El Salvador, we've been helped by a lot of other states where they're helping us, actually. Because you couldn't, look, what this man was thinking when they allowed open borders and people to come in, if you look at Venezuela, their crime is down by 72%. You know why? They took all their criminals off the street. They took all their prisoners from jail. They took murders. 11,088 murderers were released into our country. Bad things are going to happen. Bad things. And we're getting them out. And that's why I was elected. A judge wasn't elected to do that. I was elected to do that. And we're doing it in record fashion. We have the safest border, the most secure border we've ever had. See the Declaration of Independence? You should all read that before you leave. That's the real deal. You should all read it before you leave. Yeah.
Mr. President, photos have emerged of Senator Van Hollen sipping what appears to be
margaritas with Abrego Garcia down in El Salvador. Do you encourage other Democrats to fly down to El Salvador to meet with this illegal alien who's an accused wife beater?
I like this guy. See, now this is the kind of reporter we like. There aren't enough of them. We got to get some more of them. But no, I appreciate that question. No, look, he's a fake. I know him. I know them all. They're all fake. And they have no interest in that prisoner. That prisoner's record is unbelievably bad. If you would go into the room, you might, if you would, Caroline, maybe go into the room and see if you can find that little slip. I wrote some things down. I don't know why you'd want to keep him, but we got a little biography of him.
Did you help set up that?
Not a very innocent guy.
Did you help set up that
on the
meeting,
IRS?
sir?
Mr. President, in the spirit of Easter Sunday and it
While
being
we're on
Good
the
Friday.
subject, right?
Yes, of course.
So you're talking about Abrego Garcia, is that the one? Yeah. Is an illegal alien MS-13 gang member and foreign terrorist. This comes out of the State Department and very legitimate sources. I mean, I assume I'm just giving you what they handed to me, but this was supposed to be certified stuff. In 2019, Garcia was issued a deportation order. 2 separate judges affirmed Garcia was a member of MS-13, which is a gang that may be even worse than Tren de Aragua. It may be worse. They kill people with knives because it's more painful. Very famous for the knifing and killing of 2 young 16-year-old girls walking to school one day, and they sliced them up into little pieces and killed them. That's MS-13. And 2 separate judges affirmed Garcia was a member of MS-13. When Garcia was originally arrested, he was wearing a sweatshirt with rolls of money pouring out, an MS-13 gang symbol that he was driving with 2 other known violent MS-13 gang members, 2 of the most violent members that we know of in the MS-13 gang of thugs. In 2022, Garcia was stopped by the Tennessee Highway Patrol, who was found to be transporting 7 people from Texas to Maryland, and he had no driver's license. He was driving violently. In 2020 and 2021, Garcia's wife filed for a protective order from him and said he was violent and abusive and really scary, including allegations that he punched and scratched her on the eye, left her bleeding after throwing her laptop on the floor at her, ripped her shirt, and ripped off her shorts. He then grabbed her arm, leaving very severe marks. Garcia's wife also wrote in court, "At this point, I am afraid to be close to him. I just don't want to be close. I have multiple photos and videos, how violent he can be, and all of the bruises that he's left on me." She just couldn't get anywhere near him. This is the man that the Democrats are wanting us to fly back from El Salvador to be a happily ensconced member of the USA family. Isn't it a shame? And by the way, I've been hit pretty hard by fake shows, fake news, MSDNC in particular, where they talk about how evil I am, that this man would be thrown out of our country. This man is according to certified statements that we get, is a very violent person. And they want this man to be brought back into our country where he can be free and to stay as a happily Maryland, they call him the Maryland man. He's a Maryland father. No, this is a violent person. Who they don't talk about is that wonderful angel mom who lost her daughter, who had 5 beautiful children, and she was killed violently. And, she spoke, and she spoke unbelievably. I saw it. And the fake news didn't pick it up. She spoke. She was in tears. She's devastated. Her life is, essentially, she's told me her life is like over. But there was I think no stories. Isn't that true? No stories. Yes, 0 stories. It was the most emotional thing. Everybody that watched it, they couldn't believe it. The fake news refused to put it up. So it's very sad. And yet they talk about this guy like he's an angel. See the angel up there? They think he's like that, like a little angel.
Do you encourage other Democrats to visit?
Would you be open to
That's
letting
no
Iran?
impact the way she let it No impact. It's just like unbalanced. Would you do it? Go ahead. What I would
Sir,
do.
on Iran, would you be open to letting Iran
that.
keep some kind of civil nuclear program?
No
Or would
impact
the entire
whatsoever.
program need to be dismantled?
I'm for stopping Iran very simply from having a nuclear weapon. They can't have a nuclear
So
weapon.
the
I
entire
want
program
Iran
dismantled?
to be great and prosperous and terrific. I stopped them once they were broke and they didn't have any money for Hamas. They didn't have any money for Hezbollah. There wouldn't have been a October 7th disaster. They were broke. They had no money and they weren't spending it to terrorist organizations because they had none. When Biden came in, he took all the sanctions off. China wasn't allowed to buy. I said, if you buy, because they're their biggest customer, I said, you buy 1 barrel of oil, just 1 barrel of oil from Iran, and you can't do business in the United States. And by the way, we have nice conversations going with China just to intercede, it's like really very good. But
Have you spoken with Xi?
with Iran, they can't have a nuclear weapon. And if they have a nuclear weapon, you'll all be very unhappy. You'll all be very unhappy.
Have you
'Cause
spoken
your
with
life,
Xi?
your
Who
life,
is leading
your
those
life
trade
will be in
talks?
great danger. Yeah.
Mr. President.
Yeah.
Press out. Everybody out.
You want that?
You guys leave, everybody else.
You leaving everything?
We'll drop it. Yeah, drop the cameras. We'll leave.
Now's the perfect time to secure your home and your loved ones. Get a free ADT Smart Home Security System valued at $1,200 from ADT authorized provider Safe Streets. Plus, get a Google Nest doorbell camera at no cost and a $200 Visa gift card from Safe Streets, the most trusted name in home security with more than 106,000 4.9-star Trustpilot reviews. Visit getsafestreets.com/Badlands or call 925-529-6541. That's 925-529-6541 to speak to a representative today. $99 customer installation charge and purchase of new monitoring service required for the termination fee.
It's over, right? Did they shut the door?
You got to take your fingers out.
Are y'all on board?
We took our cameras out.
Mine is not on board.
Obviously, incredibly sensitive operations. So this isn't going to work for us. Is that what you're telling me?
That's correct, Your
Is
Honor.
that
That's
in
what
the
the
record
evidence.
that's sent, where is it in the record?
The
About
CENTCOM, there's reference to it on page, I believe it's JA 333. Yes, it's a JA 333 where it's summarizing the steps so it starts, it's 2-page email starting on 332 and going on to page 333
Sorry,
where
which document is that? I'm trying to figure out.
this is an email that Mr. Morter had received in response to a FOIA request.
Final reassignment email, is that it?
Yes.
Okay,
yes,
got
right.
it.
Again, in there, that's where there's the discussion that they had received his notice to appeal.
Mhm.
They conducted the 5th polygraph examination where, again, in that instance, he successfully completed the sabotage, espionage, and terrorism portions, and it got hung up on the classified info and the foreign contacts part for a 5th time. They conducted an interview to see if the interview was able to work through the issues that Mr. Morter had with the polygraph. Then they also asked whether somebody in CENTCOM would be able to host him for a position there, and the answer was no. I see that I've gone well over my time, Your Honors.
That's my fault, I think.
So for the reasons that we've stated here and for in our brief, we'd respectfully request that this court affirm the judgment below.
All right, Ms. Floyd, we will give you 2 minutes for rebuttal.
I have 2 points on rebuttal, Your Honor, one with regard to the reasonable accommodation claim and one with the disparate treatment claim. As to the reasonableness of the accommodation, this court has held, and I'm quoting here from Ali v. Reagan, that deciding the reasonableness of a given accommodation not uncommonly involves context-based decisions ill-suited for summary judgment. Here, it is in dispute whether Mr. Morter's accommodation that was provided was a reasonable one. Again, the agency DOD instruction allows for the postponement and exemption of polygraph examination procedures, and that is what Mr. Morter asked for.
Well, so not uncommonly is not the same as never, and this was a summary judgment decision. So did he come forward at summary judgment with evidence that would create disputed question, material fact about the existence of an available alternative position for him in Florida, a DIA, same DIA location in Florida?
He did not come forward with a different location, but
Or different job, did I identify something that he could do consistent with their need to address the vulnerability that he posed?
the accommodation, again, this is likely not the answer that you're looking for, but the accommodation was to be deferred or exempted from the polygraph examination procedures, which would allow him
Keep
to.
working in these sensitive places.
Exactly. And I do
He
recognize
didn't have
that,
another one. He wasn't aware of some other job there that he could, because.
that's correct.
I'm forgetting now if it's formal or informal complaint says, or assign me to somewhere else in the metro area.
No, he does not ask for that. And my second point is that as you mentioned, these are incredibly sensitive positions. And DIA knew this, and this was the case for the 2 years that Mr. Morter remained in his position, despite still being unable to complete the polygraph examinations procedures. During that time, DOD followed his policy, which is that polygraph examinations are a supplement to, not a substitute for, other investigative procedures. It was not until the disclosure of his diagnosis that DIA decided reassignment was necessary. I have no further points. If you have any questions, Your Honors.
Okay, Ms. Floyd and Ms. Hashimoto, you were appointed by this court to represent Mr. Morter in this appeal, and the court is very grateful for your assistance. Case is submitted.
Used for export. Second, if these are two distinct facilities, the commission improperly concluded that the connector pipeline was not a Section 7 pipeline. And third, FERC violated NEPA because it improperly limited its alternatives analysis and its indirect effects analyses. Before I dive in, I'd like to provide a little bit of context. This project is a 157-mile, 48-inch pipeline designed solely for transporting all of the gas that it will carry. It will start at the Waha hub with no interconnections in Texas before it reaches the international border, where it will connect to a proposed pipeline in Mexico and ultimately transport gas to a proposed liquefied natural gas on the West Coast there. This is one single pipeline within the United States, yet the commission is only claiming jurisdiction over the 1,000 feet of the border. We think this is a legal error. I'd like to first start with FERC Section 3 jurisdiction. The question here is whether or not the Natural Gas Act prohibits FERC from exercising its jurisdiction beyond roughly that 1,000 feet at the border. Nothing in the Natural Gas Act, FERC's own implementing regulations of the Natural Gas Act, or the Department of Energy's delegation to FERC authorizes the approach that's taken here.
This all stems from the need for a Section 3 license to export.
Yes, Your Honor.
You don't think export has some connotation of what happens at the border?
I believe that
Or FERC couldn't view it that way?
I believe that in the language used in the Natural Gas Act and in FERC's regulation and in DOE's delegation, they're dividing the word facility that comes with the term export. So Section 3 of the Natural Gas Act, pretty limited language, and just says no person shall export any natural gas from the US. But FERC's regulations require Section 3 authorization for those applying to site, construct, or operate, quote, facilities which are to be used for export. But the delegation order from the Department of Energy gives FERC authority over three different things: the ability to approve or disapprove of the construction and operation of particular facilities, the site at which those facilities will be located, and when new facilities for export are to be constructed, the place of exit for export. So those are two specific things: the place of exit and
The
the
site and the place of export. To me, that has some connotation of the point at or near the border. And there's obviously gray area about, is it 1,000 feet? Is it, the high water mark of the Rio Grande or the low water mark? But we're talking about at or near the border, not what happens 100 miles upstream.
Yes.
They couldn't view it that way?
Well, Your Honor, FERC has long interpreted this Department of Energy delegation as giving FERC jurisdiction over the siting and the operation of the facilities necessary to accomplish an export. And just that 1,000 feet is not the only part of the facility that's necessary for export. The gas cannot get from the Waha hub to the border without the entirety of the pipeline. This pipeline's 157 miles long, but FERC is viewing it just as this 1,000-foot project, despite nothing in the record showing any rationale for that limitation aside from we've done it in the past. And this is
Why? I mean, speaking of that, though, I think FERC started doing this in 1989, almost without exception. They've got the zigzag case across the Canadian border, but putting that aside, for 30 years until Big Bend comes along. And even in Big Bend, it wasn't raised until it was too late. Why did it take 30 years to discover this very significant legal error?
Your Honor, I believe that the determination here is a fact-specific one. There are certain projects where if you look at, I think, Valley Crossing in South Texas, where there are other uses for the gas that's being transported there. That was another instance where there was a pipeline crossing the international border in South Texas, but it had other uses. It wasn't transporting all of the gas contained for export. There were other interconnects along the way, and that could be the case for other projects that have applied the same standard.
Do you agree? I think intervener said that your position in this case would upset years of precedent and billions of dollars of investment.
Your Honor, I believe that it would give a clear criteria for what counts as the facilities necessary for export. And for certain projects, if there's no other use aside from exporting everything within it, I believe that is all an export facility. But for projects where they are branching off with interconnects to supply gas to, say, a small West Texas town or other uses for it along the route, that would be another fact-specific decision there. And here, all the gas is for export. Yes, Your Honor.
And I'm not good at geography, but if you have this same pipeline, but it's double its length or whatever it takes, so it actually starts in Oklahoma and it goes Oklahoma across the border into Texas, but just directly to this export facility. So all it does is take gas from Oklahoma to this export facility. And I take it your position is the entire pipeline from Oklahoma to this export facility should be treated as the Section 3 facility. Is that correct?
Your Honor, yes. In that instance, if there's no other, they're going to build a pipeline that long for those uses because Section 3 is for the export of gas. But that's under the assumption that there are no other interconnects or uses along.
That was my hypothetical. That's all it is.
Yes.
And so your position would be the same, no matter how long this pipeline is. If it's from Canada, crosses the border there, comes all the way down the United States to this facility here, you're going to call that's all it's doing is straight in and out. You want that whole thing be subject to Section 3?
Your Honor, I believe that would be similar.
I'm sorry,
yeah.
Section 3, that's the, the Section 3 review or jurisdiction by FERC, correct?
Your Honor, I believe that that could be a combination of Section 7.
No, why? You said that it's an export facility. All it's doing, it's an export facility. And if I don't understand why it's any different. And take out Canada, so say it starts in Minnesota. I don't know where there's gas, but Minnesota, whatever, comes all the way down. And all it does, one pipeline all the way down to Mexico. You said this for Oklahoma across Texas, it's just all export facility.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm just making it longer. Does it change at some point?
I do not believe so, Your Honor.
Okay, so then you can't say,
Yeah,
then you can't throw Section 7 in here right now.
Yes.
That just seems like a really bad idea because you know how Section 3 reviews are. There's a presumption that they get approved, absent showing of adverse public interest. I mean, it is a strong presumption. It is much less, much more pro the pipeline or the export facility, much less demanding scrutiny and paperwork and showings than you have under Section 7. Correct?
Correct.
Something's in, my two hypotheticals are definitely interstate.
No.
But those things would not be subject to Section 7 regulation at all because they would all, under your theory, they would all be treated as the export facility. That's your position?
No, Your Honor, I believe
You
that.
just told me that was your position under my two hypotheticals.
I believe I misspoke and got a little turned around. I believe that in a hypothetical like that, at a certain point, a line would be drawn on what is necessary for export. But here,
wait, how would you do it under my hypothetical? Say, I've got my gas here. I make so much more money if I export it to Mexico. It's all going straight there. What's the line? I don't understand what your line is. I know your line, you want it to be more than was it 1,000 or 1,400 feet here? But what is your test? What is the test that we, FERC, whoever, are supposed to apply to decide when it stops being the export facility and starts being an interstate pipeline or something else? What is your test?
Your Honor, I believe the test would be something similar to what was applied in Alaska gas line. I know that was an LNG case, but the term facility there was defined as gas that was destined for, or that was transported for export and was not subject to Section 7 jurisdiction. And it would be a similar test.
Then you should have given a different answer to me about Oklahoma and Minnesota.
I believe I misspoke, Your Honor. I apologize.
So now essentially what you want is a rule that says if it's coming from an intra-state pipeline, and we have issues about that, but assume it qualifies as an intra-state pipeline, and all they're doing is taking Texas gas from wherever in Texas straight down to the border. Then it's the whole pipeline.
Yes, Your Honor.
But if it crosses a state line, but it's doing the exact same thing, it's just an inch into Oklahoma, it's no longer an export facility.
Yes, Your Honor.
And the rationale for that, I mean, I know you say that's what you want, but I'm still understanding what in the statutory text precedent or anything would allow this type, requires FERC to draw the line that you want rather than the one they drew.
Your Honor, I believe that would be very similar to the pipelines that attach to, say, liquefied natural gas terminals and supply gas to those as well, where some part of the project is Section 7 and some part is Section 3. But the facilities that are just for the export, so that have no other purposes, that are not going, those would be Section 3.
But you just said that's not the test you want. I mean, that was the first answer, that if they're just for export, but you're saying if it crosses a state line, but it's still just for export, that's not the test. This is why I'm really confused, because I should think that Sierra Club would, I don't mean to speak to your client, would prefer Section 7 regulation to Section 3.
Yes, Your Honor, I believe that.
And so how far out you want to draw the, I mean, we don't just go, well, I like that more than that. There needs to be some, for us at least, some sort of legal basis for saying that FERC had to define the export facility longer than it did in this case. And your answer is, well, let's look at LNG, and we say if it's just for export there through the LNG terminal, that's good enough. But then you don't like that answer here, so I still don't know what your test is.
Your Honor, I may be talking back some of what I previously said. I got a little turned around. But I believe that the test would be the facility is necessary, and then when it crosses state lines, it is interstate.
So your test is just interstate things. If it's interstate, the whole darn thing is. And if it's interstate, how much is?
Pardon?
If it's interstate, how much is the export facility and how much is subject to, is this, is a Section 7 facility?
Yes. The facilities that are like the language
See,
used.
Section 7, you're going to have to include some of this.
Mr. Hassett, you wrote in your 2021 book that firing Jerome Powell during the president's first term would savage the reputation of the Federal Reserve Board as an objective and independent manager of the nation's money supply. The credibility of the dollar would have been compromised. The stock market might have crashed. Do you stand by that assessment?
I think that at that time, the market was in a completely different place. And, I was referring to the legal analysis that we had back then. And if there's new legal analysis that says something different, then it would be a different market response as well.
Do you think it'll be a problem to fire it now? The U.S. team and China, President Trump says, are communicating in talks on a potential deal. Can you discuss any more of what that looks like?
Can't discuss it.
Or just anything that might progress from that?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't have anything.
So do you think firing?
Another question then, right? It's no fair if you ask me a question that I
Can you? I know you mentioned that there was something about 15 or potentially 20 deals on the table the last time we checked in. Do you have an update on that number?
It's more than 15 now that I asked Jameson here yesterday to give me the readout. And the deal on the table is specifically, like people have listed here are the things we're willing to do. And they're really big steps forward for the American worker.
And going off of my colleague's question, do you think firing Jay Powell is an option now in a way that it wasn't before?
The president and his team will continue to study that matter.
But what exactly do you think would happen in the market?
And Trump actually spoken?
Excuse me?
Has President Trump and President Xi Jinping spoken?
I don't have any data on China right now.
Has China reached out?
I guess not anything data on China. We could keep going, but no.
You mentioned there's more than 15 deals on the table.
Sir, Jordan Conrad's from Gateway Pundit. I have two questions. So firstly, President Trump has brought in over $21 billion in revenue, facing criticism from the media for that number not being higher. Do you expect that number to increase? And how does that number 21 billion compare to previous administrations?
Well, what's going to happen is that revenue is going to go up a lot, and revenue is going to go up a lot from the tariff revenue, from the people who continue to send stuff to the U.S. But when we create jobs in the U.S., that's also going to increase tax revenue by a lot. If you think about imports in the U.S., it's about 16% of GDP. At 14 to 60%, it's let's say 85% is domestic production. And so as stuff moves on shore domestically, then you could create a lot more revenue that you get from the tariff. And so in the end, we're really bullish on revenue and really bullish on tariff revenue. And as stuff onshores, which is happening way faster than I expected, that there's going to be a lot more tax revenue as well.
On taxes,
And secondly, sir.
on taxes, as far as Congress is concerned, there's complaints right now that certain staffers are pushing the president to make sure that the top rate so that the lapses and goes up to 40% again. Can you talk about that? Because there are small businesses, non-trade organizations are saying that simply is not going to work.
The thing I got to say is that the tax policy of the president is going to be the decision of the president, and the president has advisors that say, well, here are all of the options that you can consider. President Trump is almost always in the fairway when I'm watching his golf game, but on tax policy, he's in the weeds. And he's going to make the decision about what he does, nobody else.
Yeah, we're talking about 90 trade organizations that are saying that will purchase.
The president has not made an announcement about this policy, and when he does, that's what people should start sending letters about it.
When do you anticipate that he will make the decision on that?
Well, the hope is that the tax bill will be passed, by the summer, early summer, and so things will move very, very quickly. We've had meetings with the so-called Big Six over and over again since it began, and we expect probably to finalize the president's thoughts on the tax agenda, at least first thoughts, opening salvos by sometime next week.
A question on Meloni meeting?
So I think one of the things that irritated the president here was Powell's remarks on inflation. We heard a similar message yesterday from the head of the IMF, who said that next week when they release their forecast, they're going to be notable markdowns in terms of growth, but also notable markups in terms of inflation. Can you walk us through, from your point of view, what the tariff impact will be on inflation and how long or short-lived it is?
I'd like to, please don't interrupt, you had a question, but that will come over. What I'd like to do is just think of the policy rather than the personalities. And the policy of this Federal Reserve was to raise rates the minute President Trump was elected last time, to say that the supply-side tax cuts were going to be inflationary, even though supply-side tax cuts can give growth without inflation, to not go out there on TV and at IMF meetings and warn about the terrible inflation from the obvious runaway spending from Joe Biden. And the obvious runaway spending from Joe Biden was textbook inflationary, and we didn't see anybody warning about that. And then they cut rates right ahead of the election. And so if you think that it's unacceptable for President Trump to be frustrated with the policy history of the Fed, then I think that you gotta some explaining to do. And so I think that, we'll see what the record is. But right now what we're seeing is that the tariffs are onshoring activity at a remarkable rate, that capital spending is moving towards an all-time high, that the jobs numbers were way better than we expected, maybe about 70,000 or 80,000 jobs higher than we expected last month. And so President Trump's policies are working. And meanwhile, inflation numbers have been going down. And so against that backdrop, to have everybody who refused to warn about the runaway spending, out there saying, "Oh, this is going to be a catastrophe for inflation because of tariffs," means that people need to improve their models and improve their messaging. With that, I'd like to keep going.
A question on the Meloni meeting? Any chance of lifting sanctions against Russia? Is that being discussed?
The pipeline in Texas so that you cross the state lines.
Yes,
So
sir.
how far in? What's the test?
Usually there's additional infrastructure in those locations where you could draw a line, such as compressor stations or meter stations or something like that. In this instance,
I don't understand. They're all exclusively for export. I don't understand why that makes a difference. I mean, if you just want a rule that says if it's just an intrastate pipeline, then the whole darn thing has to be part of the export facility. But if it's an interstate one, it happens to be, let's imagine the interstate one here it's in Texas, but it's right at the border. But if you add another foot, so it's in Oklahoma, then we have a whole different test for the export facility. I think that's what you're telling me.
Yes, Your Honor.
And I don't understand the legal basis for that.
Here, it's the fact that nothing in the Natural Gas Act nor in FERC's regulations specific to the Natural Gas Act give them authority to divide it into two separate projects. We're just talking about the portion at the border. And I know that there are instances where they could fully
You're the one that wants to divide it into Section 7 and Section 3 if it crosses the state line.
Yes, Your Honor.
Why can't, I'm sorry, do you have?
No.
Why can't FERC take seriously third possibility, which is state regulation? This thing won't be unregulated. There's a Railroad Commission of Texas, which on FERC's view will handle this. And the interstate, Section 7 part of this takes that seriously, and crossing a state line is very significant. And if it crosses a state line, it's interstate and FERC controls it. But if it's within Texas, the state gets to control it. And that's the scheme. Why can't they sort of just think of it the same way in the export context? What's crossing the border is FERC's business, and what's inside inside the state of Texas is the Railroad Commission's business.
Your Honor, I believe that it's just a coherent standard of review for a single project. So how FERC looks at the environmental harms of a project, how FERC notifies landowners, how FERC assesses environmental harms is different than what the Railroad Commission does. So breaking a project into two gives two different forms of environmental review, public notice, and the like. But here, FERC has failed to coherently.
I mean, it breaks projects according to orders. And that's, maybe not a modern way of thinking about it, but this is a pre-1937 scheme. That's the way things were set up then.
Well, one of the issues here, Your Honor, is that FERC has failed to coherently explain the legal framework that it's applying here. It offered one explanation in the authorization order of the Saguaro project, and now offers a differing explanation before this court in briefing. And both of which, like we've discussed earlier, there's past actions where FERC has extended its Section 3 jurisdiction. So FERC's authorization order originally takes the position that FERC could never assert jurisdiction beyond that 1,000 feet at the border, and now says that this jurisdictional approach is something they're able to do under the terms and conditions they're able to set. But as we discussed earlier, FERC has extended its jurisdiction for export pipelines, such as in San Diego Gas and Electric, and as in those Section 3 LNG cases. And the question is whether or not FERC needs to engage in a fact-specific determination on whether or not an individual border crossing pipeline is more like those LNG cases where it's attached or San Diego, but nothing in the record provides a coherent standard for FERC's position. And FERC's decision here rests on this error, and we believe it's appropriate to remand for FERC to decide whether to exercise authority that they denied that they had. So,
you're pretty sharply distinguishing between this threshold question of authority and whether FERC should exercise it or not. I mean, can't we just sort of look at what they've done over 30 years, as Judge Walker says? They have a nod to federalism concerns. I mean, it's pretty clear whether you call it a lack of authority or a declination, deciding not to exercise authority. That's what they've been doing. That's what they're going to do.
Your Honor, we just believe that FERC needs to explain the rationale it's using and why it's deciding to separate this project into differing projects. Moving on
Your
to.
position is if this had been from Oklahoma, it would have been perfectly appropriate, maybe even required, for FERC to have severed off the export facility and then treated 155 miles under Section 7. In my hypothetical, interstate. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So you don't have any problem with dividing the thing up?
Not whenever the same agency is viewing the project as a whole. They can look
completely very, very different regulatory regimes under Section 3 and Section 7. So your whole argument, I think, is just it's perfectly rational to make the division that was made here, as long as we also get Section 7 jurisdiction. But if instead we're left with intrastate pipeline Texas jurisdiction, it's no longer rational and they need to have more explanation.
Sure. I know I'm over time, but is it all right if I move to?
Did you want to have another point you wanted to address?
I was going to address Section 7 and NEPA, but if you would like me to save my time.
Just give me 30 seconds on Section 7. Give me 30 seconds why this is controlled by Big Bend. I mean, intrastate goes up about 100 miles. The company says the upstream connection will be to an intrastate pipeline. They have in-state sources. Maybe there's some question about getting 311 authorizations in the future, and we said that's fine.
Your Honor.
Intrastate, not Section 7.
Yes. Your Honor, in Big Bend, one of the factors was the fact that pipeline ended near the Waha hub versus at the Waha hub, which is a source of interstate gas. They also mentioned the fact that there was abundant gas that they could supply into the Trans-Pecos pipeline, which is the pipeline in Big Bend. Here, they've identified The one pipeline they're going to connect to for sure is the West Tex pipeline, which we have identified gets interstate gas. And we raised that in our rehearing order and in comments that the West Tex system, which the West Tex pipeline connects to, gets gas from other states as well. And we believe that the commingling of gas makes this pipeline interstate. And I will.
Yeah, just any more questions? Were there any answers you were not able to give to our questions today that you would have been able to give if we were in sealed session, closed session?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honors. May it please the court, Jared Fish for the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. I'd like to start by making a few points on Section 3, move to Section 7, and answer any other questions about any other topics the panel has. The Commission reasonably found that it has jurisdiction only over the border facility at the United States-Mexico border. That determination is rooted in the statutory text. It's rooted in the Commission's regulations, in the Department of Energy's delegation order, and as you noted, Judge Walker, at least 30 years of precedent. First,
is that something we would assess for reasonableness post Loper Bright? It seems like there's a legal question. You either have jurisdiction or you don't.
Correct. I think it is a legal question that this court should decide in the first instance. De novo, yes, yes. So beginning with the statutory text, as you—
I actually want to get to something more specific, and that is, how did you define how much was the export facility here? It doesn't seem to be a consistent amount in cases. It seems to vary a fair amount.
Sometimes it varies a bit. We're talking about a few dozen feet here or there, 1,047 feet or 1,000 feet or 950 feet, with two exceptions, the intercity case from Minnesota and the San Diego gas case.
So how do you decide how much it is? It looks to me like you just took what Saguaro said. You just took their number.
Well,
same thing in Big Bend.
We need to draw an administrative line somewhere, Judge Millett.
And you need to draw a reasoned line as to how much is the export facility. And so if you can tell me what test it is that FERC uses to define how much of it is export facility. I mean, I get the thing that's connecting to Mexico, but you got to have some test for that. And I didn't see it in the decision. If I missed it, please tell me. I haven't seen any of the decisions. It seems to me that FERC just takes whatever the applicant is proposing as a definition, but I'm sure that wouldn't be what FERC is doing. I'm sure you've got a better answer than that.
Well, I have two responses, Judge Millett. First, as concerns this case, all Sierra Club is arguing the only issue in dispute is whether we were required to assert jurisdiction over the entire 157-mile pipeline. They don't quibble with how we drew 1,000 feet, whether it should have been 1,500 feet or 950 feet. They want all or
a lot
nothing.
happier if it had been 80 miles. Split the difference.
Well, that's not what they argue. They argue it had to be the whole
I'm
thing.
just asking you how you all make the decision. Or does FERC make an independent reasoned decision? Does it have some test it applies to define how much is the export facility?
The test that we use, and this is not directly responsible, but the test that we used is our precedent going back for 30 years. And I think it's important.
What is that test? Please tell me what that test is.
The test is something close to the border. I mean, when we're talking about Section 3, it can't be zero because there's some distance that a facility takes up at the border. But the statute, our regulations, the DOE's delegation order doesn't give us any principled basis or criteria to use to determine what that length is. So we've had to draw what is admittedly an administrative line, which generally, when we don't have any criteria to go on from a governing statute or regulation, we get great deference in drawing that administrative line.
And by the way, they did quibble with where the line was drawn. It's in their brief. But so tell me, you get discretion and you may have expertise in this area. So what's the test?
The test is our precedent. And
That's not telling me that our precedent is not a test. Precedent may apply a test. Okay. And so is it, and maybe there's something structural here. I don't know. Is there a building that's the export facility? Is there a particular change in the piping? Or do you just sort of, does this 1,000 foot just sort of in the middle of a pipe somewhere say, this, now we're export facility and the other rest of it is intrastate?
Right. I understand the frustration, Judge Millett, and I did inquire as to whether there is anything in the record that might elucidate whether there is a physical piece of equipment at 1,000 feet that could constitute a marker. Perhaps Counsel for Saguaro, which is building the project, might have a more specific answer. But we've,
So it's
I
just
think,
sort of an undifferentiated pipeline that at some point, presumably sort of right on the border connects with a Mexican pipeline?
correct.
I had a vision of like a building, okay?
Yeah.
Not even a building. So you're just
Well, and oftentimes
randomly dividing up the,
I
you are
don't think-
randomly dividing up the pipeline.
I don't think it's random, Judge Millett. I would say, 1,000 feet is about 0.2 miles. And 0.2 miles is, a rough approximation of what a facility might occupy, say, an LNG terminal or liquefaction facility.
Did FERC say that I'm sorry, did FERC say that somewhere?
No,
The
FERC
0.2?
did
No,
not say
you're
that.
saying that.
I'm saying that, but this is, I think it's also important to recognize here, this hasn't, our line drawing here hasn't been challenged in 30
It
years.
isn't.
We're going,
It's challenge in this case.
it's, yes.
Is there, in the LNG context, there's a whole facility and you can point to it and it's near the border. Is there anything here like that? Do you need a meter station maybe or anything associated with crossing the border? Or is it, as Judge Millett said, is it just that the pipe just continues from the US under the river, over the border, and it's one pipe and it eventually is in Mexico?
Here it's one pipe and eventually it's in Mexico. But, when we're talking about onshore facilities that actually have to liquefy natural gas to prepare it for send off and export by vessel, there is a very clearly demarcated physical,
So the
infrastructure.
1,000 foot, it's not roughly the edge of the river. It's just a nice round number, nice round and small number.
And to that point, Judge Katsas, I think it would be more.
1,093 wasn't all that round in Big Bend. Curious why that was 93 feet longer.
That's true, Your Honor. I think in this case where we are just drawing
What's the longest you've done for one of these?
I
That
think
is the export facility.
I think the intercity Minnesota case, but that's really
How
the
long was it
exception.
there? Remind me how long it was.
It was several miles. When by the time you looked at weaving in and out of Minnesota, it was several miles. I think it was 2.1 miles in San Diego. But I think those are the exceptions that really prove the point that
I
when
don't
Congress.
understand what point you're proving. So some places, I mean, the in and out one is a little potentially different, but 2 miles in San Diego, 1,093 in Big Bend, 1,000 here. Is the only difference what the petitioner asked for? Applicant asked for? Not the petitioner, yeah.
I can only say that it's consistent with what the petitioner asked for here. And I think it would be arbitrary for us to choose, say, 1,012 feet or 1,050 feet in a case where we have to draw an administrative line without criteria governing it.
I thought you said a few minutes ago that you draw a line that's close to the border. Now, close is not the most precise test imaginable, but I mean, it is as close as a standard of sorts. 1,000 feet, close. 500 miles, not close.
Right, Your Honor. And I think, when we're looking
2
at,
miles close?
it's certainly much farther
What about
away
San Diego.
in San Diego, but there,
I mean,
there,
it's a big
we-
difference.
Well,
If you imagine that at 1,000 feet, we're doing that because at 2,000 feet, there's wetlands or there's homes that are going to have to get bulldozed. Going to be a lot more consequences to recognizing that as within our jurisdiction. That would be problematic, wouldn't it? If sometimes it's 2 miles, but if it's going to cause too many regulatory issues, we'll make it 1,000 feet. I mean, it seems very troubling that FERC doesn't apparently have any tests for how much is the export facility.
Well, Your
And
Honor,
that's where all the gravamen of your argument is, export facility, section 3, rest we're going to sever off. But we're supposed to accept that argument without any understanding of how you all define what the export facility is in any reasoned and consistent manner.
Well, I would push back that we've been inconsistent. I think the fact that there are two exceptions, only two
You call them
exceptions,
exceptions, I don't know.
well, only two instances.
Why were
When we
they-
have 30
why were
years.
they exceptions? The
Uh,
reason that it was 2 miles, did they explain why that was longer there?
Well, in San Diego, the whole length of that pipeline was 2 miles. So you can see that FERC might be more willing to extend its jurisdiction over the full 2-mile length of that pipeline rather than a 155-mile pipeline. In Minnesota, the concern was that there would be no state
I
jurisdiction.
don't understand that rationale. Oh, if it's short, and not going to cause any difficulties, we'll do the whole thing. But if it's going to cause problems, we'll make it so short it doesn't cause problems.
Or we're going to act consistent with what we've decided before. I think it's important to remember here, Section 3 doesn't require us to assert jurisdiction over border facilities at all. All Section 3A says is we get to approve, well, DOE now gets to approve exports, and FERC and DOE may apply reasonable terms and conditions. And this court in 1974 in District Gas said, it took a pretty broad view of what terms and conditions means. And it said, okay, terms and conditions is broad enough to encompass facilities that are used for export. But that case itself involved an onshore LNG terminal, a self-contained facility.
Can I ask you about LNG? Do I have it right in the context of LNG, exporting LNG? Would FERC take the position that a 100-mile pipeline wholly within a state leading to an LNG terminal is part of the export facility?
Yes, and we have in Alaska Gas Line, and there's a very good reason for that.
Is there a difference in pipelines that lead into an LNG terminal?
There's a difference in the statute, and this is the critical point. LNG terminals are governed by Section 3E of the natural gas.
Right, which says the pipeline, it's excluded if it's subject to Section 7 jurisdiction.
It says that, but it also says that our authority over LNG terminals covers all natural gas facilities located onshore or in state waters that are used to transport natural gas. That's where we get our authority to regulate pipelines that are part of an LNG terminal that could be up to 800 miles long, as in Alaska Gas Line. The point here is Congress.
Here is facilities used for export. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, so I mean, whether through that provision or by negative implication of the pipeline exclusion, at least if the mechanism of export is LNG, it seems like the 100-mile long intrastate pipeline is part of the export facility.
Because Congress expressly said so in Section 3E, and the court, of course, presumes that where Congress includes language in one provision but omits it in another, that relative
Critical
inclusion
distinct language for you is
the fact that Section 3A, which we all agree we're under here, only says that we get to apply terms and conditions to exports, whereas Congress was explicit in Section 3E that we may assert jurisdiction over pipelines that deliver gas to LNG terminals.
terms and conditions. You have, your position is that a term and condition includes some portion of the pipeline. That's what your position in this case. For 30 years, you have spread that language to say it includes some portion of the pipeline used for transportation of gas for export.
Some portion, but
Some portion, okay, so you
you're-
have the authority to cover some portion. Is there anything in the statutory language that says that has to be a different length of pipeline than we use for LNG?
Yes, because in Section 717, which is Section 1 of the Natural Gas Act, Congress spoke specifically to our jurisdiction over pipelines. And Congress said, we regulate only interstate pipelines, and we regulate no other pipelines. We don't regulate pipelines located wholly within one state. And so if we were to interpret Section 3.
Unless it's transporting LNG.
Unless it's transporting LNG,
Okay,
but we're
but
not in that provision.
I understand you're not, but I'm trying to understand how you read the language in 3A to let you regulate up to 2 miles of pipeline, but no more. You definitely get to regulate the pipeline carrying the gas for export under 3A, correct? For some length.
For some length.
Okay.
Because this court in district gas says it. Yeah,
Were we making it up or were we interpreting the statute?
you're interpreting the
Thank you.
statute.
All right, so you get to regulate the pipeline delivering gas for export, some length of it. And there's nothing in 3A, comparing the language to 3E, that says it has to be close to the border.
Well, I think, Your Honor, the court.
Or 2 miles is okay, but 5 miles is not.
I think it's.
That's why I was asking you what FERC's test is.
Right, I understand. If I could come at this from a different angle, the courts read the statutes as a whole. Congress spoke specifically to our regulation of pipelines in section 717, and it said, we don't get to regulate intrastate pipelines. So if we were to interpret section 3A, which uses a vague, ambiguous term like terms and conditions, to completely eviscerate that line in section 717 that says we don't get to regulate.
You wouldn't be completely eviscerating it. You would be applying it to only those pipelines that are used for export within the state. That's not evisceration there any more than it is for LNG pipelines. And it doesn't eviscerate it to do it for 2 miles. Would it eviscerate it to do it for 5 miles?
But Judge Millett, what is the limiting principle?
Eviscerate it to do, your position is it doesn't eviscerate that protection to regulate them for 2 miles. That's the commission's position.
Well,
yes?
That's what we decided in San Diego.
Is that your position?
That's not my position in this case. That hasn't been our position in virtually every case. I don't know that the issue.
Are you disavowing? Oh, has the commission sort of confessed error and said that was wrong to do 2 miles there?
I'm not confessing error, Judge
So
Millett,
that's still your precedent. And I'm just telling, on what basis? You can't say that 3A says we can't regulate pipelines at all. If FERC had said, read that to say, oh, we can't do anything, maybe the connection pipeline to Mexico or whatever joint or something goes in there to connect the two, maybe that we can regulate because that's the actual export point. But your whole point, you said there's some big textual distinction here, and yet that textual distinction does not exclude regulation of a portion of an intrastate pipeline.
It does. That's correct, because when it comes to looking at what terms and conditions are attendant to exports, the action of allowing exports.
But the whole thing is for export. That's why it doesn't make. I wish FERC had a test, and then we could say they have expertise or something. But if the entire thing is one pipeline, and there's no meters, there's no facilities, there's no buildings, all you've got is a connection to Mexico, I guess, at some point, Mexican pipeline at some point. Then there seems to be, and I see nothing in the statutory text that is answering this question that says 2 miles is okay, or even 1,000 feet is okay, but 3 miles is, 4 miles isn't. That would be totally blowing up this interstate pipeline exception. You're regulating intrastate pipeline in this very case, just not the whole thing.
Right, because this court has drawn a balance between our authority over exports under Section 3A and well, yes, in intercity we did. We said that was a unique. We used the word unique.
Canada one.
Yeah, unique,
yes.
and also.
I'm putting that aside. That's why I'm talking about the San Diego one.
But we also said that there would be no state jurisdiction there. And in San Diego, I think that case actually supports our ultimate determination here that we can't regulate. I know this isn't precisely your question, but we can't regulate the entire connector pipeline or even several miles because we disclaimed jurisdiction over the to be constructed intrastate pipeline to which that 2.1 mile spurt segment interconnected. So I think, the fact that we said in one case,
Right,
okay,
there's
2
an
miles,
interconnection there. That's a break point. You don't have that here.
not that I'm aware of that there's a breakpoint. The breakpoint
Times have you done it at about 1,000?
many times, dating back to Michigan Consolidated Gas in 1989, where we said we only get to regulate facilities that are close to the border, perhaps before then. But in Valley Crossing case,
So the reason given there was it 1,000 feet there?
I don't know that we specified. No, I'm not sure if it was exactly
This is a
1,000
weird
feet.
thing, right? Because it's always a different length. If you were just like either a physical facility, right? If you have a new interconnection or building or a meter or something, and otherwise we'll do 1,000 feet, that would be consistency.
I understand. And
2,000 here.
and
As I look at them, and I could be, you have access to a lot more than I do. It wasn't the same number all the time. That's the thing that struck me as quite odd.
it wasn't the same number all the time. That's correct. And here we chose a round number. I see that I'm out of time. I'm happy to address.
On the Section 7 issue, so do you guys have more on this? On the Section 7 issue, it seems to me that there's very unclear that they've got, this is unlike Big Bend, because there's no finding that there's sufficient intrastate Texas gas.
I
to fill the
disagree.
capacity of this. They talk about, here's 8 other facilities. But they don't say that those have available capacity. Normally what FERC says is there's evidence that those have available capacity. Maybe you got a contract, but if you don't have that, there's evidence those have available capacity. Was there any evidence that there was available capacity to fill or come close to filling this pipeline?
Yes, Saguaro's representations that it was proposing to build a header system that would, this is JA 398, that would aggregate the gas from those 8 upstream sources. And those 8 upstream sources could supply 5 billion cubic feet of gas.
Those 8 may well have the capacity to provide that amount of gas. Is there any evidence to think that gas is not already contracted to other pipelines?
Don't they have
to show that that's available for us to pick up, to get?
Well, what they have to
that there's
show,
gas that's not being shipped that we will pick up?
I don't know of any case or FERC precedent that requires that showing. What is required is a showing.
Turned out that all 8 of them were already contracted to other facilities. Would this be a reasoned decision by FERC? There's sufficient capacity available?
If there, well, first of all, the test with respect for Section 7, determining whether the pipeline is Section 7 jurisdictional or not, is whether it's only going to transport non-NGA jurisdictional gas, not how much of that gas it's actually going to transport. And also, we're on the substantial.
Is that how your 4-part test reads?
Whether there are.
What's the 3rd prong of your 4-part test?
Whether there are ample sources of intrastate gas.
Ample sources. Is ample sources more than 20%, 7% of a very wide diameter pipeline?
Well, I'd say, first of all, there's no minimum volume that needs to be satisfied upon commencing surface service for an intrastate pipeline. That's never been the inquiry. And second,
you have to show that you've got an incredibly wide diameter pipeline here. It says it's going to take only intrastate gas down to the border. That's what it's designed to do. And yet there's no evidence in the record that there's available gas, and this is on a particular route, this pipeline, that there is available Texas gas to fill 50% of this pipeline, 60, 70%. Is that correct?
I don't think that's right, Your Honor. First, we're on the.
Why is just identifying a source of gas without showing that it's available for them? That that's shippers there that need this pipeline or need some pipeline to ship with. You said if those 8 are at full capacity or fully contracted out already, would that be a reasoned decision? Would that satisfy the 3rd prong?
If there were no capacity or no volume available to serve the pipeline, and there was evidence of that, then perhaps. But again, we're on a substantial evidence standard. The question is whether there's more than a
Substantial evidence means that
scintilla.
there is some available capacity for this pipeline to use that is intrastate. And 27% is sufficient? That doesn't how I read the third prong of your test, because the third prong of your test is let's make sure that this is really going to be transporting intrastate gas, which means you've got to show that more than a quarter of this pipeline is going to be filled with intrastate gas.
Well, first of all, Saguaro has made representations that they are going to transport intrastate gas, and they can make that
They make
representation.
representations.
Well,
what's the evidence? A representation is not evidence.
We've treated those representations as evidence, and they're binding. They're binding on Saguaro. First, Saguaro is an affiliate of Westex. They have the same parent company. They can determine
Westex
what.
is the source of the 27%. It's these other 8 companies that they're not affiliated with. They apparently have they haven't claimed they have contracts with.
Well, there's something I could say in the sealed portion that would inform that a bit. If Saguaro were not actually going to transport intrastate gas upon commencement of service, we would know that. There are ways for us to enforce that representation. Pipelines that carry Section 311 gas need to file Form 549D with the Commission. Those forms identify the receipt and delivery points of all gas, including interstate transported gas, on those Section 311 pipelines. So if Saguaro, upon commencing service, isn't transporting any gas,
No, they'll do 27% intrastate, and then the rest, full capacity or 80 or 90% capacity, is going to be interstate. What happens then?
well, no, if it was interstate, then we would probably bring an enforcement action, because that would be breaking its representation. But even
said
if
it's going to have, let's assume they got their 27%.
right.
And then it's easier for me to say 73%, but if you don't want to say 100% capacity, whatever, ratchet it down a bit. But if the rest of it turns out to be interstate, what happens?
Well, if it eventually turns out to be interstate, after Saguaro has already secured Section 311 authorization to carry, and I want to be careful.
You're telling me the form here to get 311 authorization. If it turns out that initially, all right, so for the first day, they trickle out their 27%. The first week, they trickle out their 27%, and they go, yeah, we're losing massive amounts of money here. And so from here on out, so initially, they did their 27%. But then they don't have any more interstate gas, because it turns out that's already obligated somewhere else, shipping somewhere else. So then after that, they do 73% or whatever lower percentage you want. Everything else they do after that is interstate. And that's the record they present you and say, hey, we'd love a little 311 authorization here. What happens?
So I have a couple responses to that. First, as far as the statute is concerned, Judge Millett, that's not a problem. There is no requirement that an intrastate pipeline, upon commencing service, fill its pipeline or have no intention of transporting NGA jurisdictional gas in the future. That is just fine. The only requirement is that the pipeline establish itself as an intrastate pipeline, i.e. transport only non-jurisdictional gas. It doesn't matter if it's 10% of the capacity, 50% or 100%. The only requirement is that it's not FERC jurisdictional, and to determine that, the only question the court has to answer is whether all of that gas is non-NGA jurisdictional itself upon commencing service. But there's nothing in our precedent, in the statute, or this court's cases that require a
And then
pipeline.
you just give a 311 certificate after that.
And I'm not going to presume what the commission would do, but there's that is consistent with Congress's
argument that we got in Big Bend from FERC, which was that they monitor this. If it turns out to be a ruse, and in fact this thing is really an interstate one, it's just got a little tickle of interstate, that there can be a show cause order, that they could then regulate it under Section 7, they could go back, they could impose NEPA requirements. This is a very different argument than we got from FERC in the Big Bend case, which wasn't like, as long as they do it for a week, that's all fine. And they are out of Section 7 altogether, even though after the first week of operation, everything they're doing is interstate gas.
Well, Your Honor, that would be something that we would look at upon Saguaro's if they were to application
You just
for
said it's
Section
fine.
311.
The statute says it's fine.
There's nothing in the statute there's nothing in the statute that says a pipeline is not an intrastate pipeline that avoids our jurisdiction if at some point in the future, a week, a month, whatever, it actually intends to transport interstate gas. It's a different question on whether we would approve a Section 311 application if it turns out that we discover that Saguaro was just building this pipeline as a ruse to transport interstate gas. That's a separate inquiry, and that could be debated, and that could be litigated. But I think it's important to zoom out. The court can decide the Section 7 issue on one basis, and it's a basis that Sierra Club doesn't dispute. And that's our interpretation of Section 601 of the Natural Gas Policy Act. And this is why it doesn't matter if any of the gas that is transported on the connector pipeline is interstate or intrastate, so long as it's all 311 gas, which we know that it is, because there are no connections to interstate pipelines on the connector pipeline. That is Section 601 A2B, which provides that a pipeline that is otherwise a natural gas pipeline, and only natural gas pipelines are subject to Section 7, is not such a pipeline by reason of or with respect to the transportation of Section 311 gas. And here, the only—
They already be given a 311 certificate?
No, Saguaro hasn't, but the only reason why Saguaro could be a natural gas pipeline is by reason of the upstream 311 transportation of interstate gas.
That's the concern we just had. Because that same thing could be a ruse. Could show that all along this was intended. And I'm not maligning any particular company here. I'm just raising generic hypothetical points here, but the same things we did in the Big Bend argument. And that is that if it turns out they actually don't have enough intrastate gas to justify this pipeline, especially at this diameter, and never had it. They haven't shown you unused capacity is waiting to be shipped. No showing of that. And a week after, a day after, an hour after the pipeline opens up initially, they shift to all interstate gas. Your argument that this is all fine.
No.
Now, that they don't challenge this, that it's non-jurisdictional because it's Section 311, it's not much comfort.
Well, respectfully, Your Honor, I think we're talking past each other because there are two, not all interstate source gas is Section 7 jurisdictional gas. So the point that I'm making is Saguaro would not even need Section 311 authorization to ship any of the interstate source gas that is upstream from the connector pipeline, because all of that gas is covered by Section 311. And Section 601 A2B of the Natural Gas Policy Act says if you
Have
would
they shown
be—
that they have that, there's capacity for them to do for that? But that's what their intent to do is?
Well, yeah, that's the only gas available. It's the connections to West Tex and the other eight potential sources of
I
gas.
thought the other 8 potential sources of gas were Texas gas. You're telling me it's not Texas gas, it's 311 gas?
Well, again, I could add a little more information in the sealed portion to that question. But certainly—
So I'm sorry, we don't know on the public record what the source of those 8 reference companies' gas is.
We know that they provide intrastate transportation.
You know what percentage of their gas is intrastate?
So they're intrastate pipelines. I don't know what percent is interstate or intrastate, but my bottom line point is it doesn't matter. This would be a very different case, if the connector pipeline itself connected to a Section 7 jurisdictional interstate pipeline. Then it would matter for jurisdictional purposes whether the connector pipeline was receiving any of that NGA jurisdictional gas upon commencing service. Because if it was, then no way could it be considered an intrastate pipeline. It would have to be a Section 7 jurisdictional pipeline. But here, and in cases where there are interconnections with Section 7 pipelines, Permian Highway, Valley Crossing, where we have found that is not sufficient to take it out of the zone of intrastate pipelines, because there still has to be some showing that the pipeline is going to take gas from those interstate pipelines. Here, we don't even have that. It's undisputed that every interconnection is with an intrastate pipeline. And so because Saguaro is not a natural gas company, because the only reason because the only reason it would be is by reason of Section 311 transported gas, then it's necessarily an intrastate pipeline upon commencing service.
You can finish the sentence.
That's
Would it be accurate to say in this case, as we said in Big Bend, this is not a case where the only realistic or even primary use of interstate pipeline is to provide Section 311 service?
Yes,
Okay.
that is.
What's your best support for saying yes?
There's the 777 million cubic feet per day capacity of West Tex, and there's 5 billion cubic feet per day that's available from the other 8 sources. And we know that all of that, if any of that gas
is available to this pipeline, or it just has gas that somebody's shipping.
Well, I think, I hate to come back to the substantial evidence standard, but I think it is significant.
Substantial evidence that it is available for this pipeline.
The fact that Saguaro is preparing building a header system to aggregate that gas. Yeah, I think that is evidence that Saguaro is. I mean, if they're misrepresenting that and they actually have no plans to build, then that's certainly something that we would take into consideration if Saguaro ever sought 311 authorization. I mean, or we might bring an enforcement action. But I think respectfully what Your Honor are potentially asking for here is more than the evidence that was required in Big Bend. And under the substantial evidence standard, I think we have more than shown that there's substantial.
The evidence in Big Bend was that there was sufficient intrastate gas.
And I would say,
intrastate.
I don't think there was actually an inquiry there whether any of that intrastate gas was already contracted for or not contracted for. I mean,
it was already in operation by the time we had argued. They gave us the volumes of how much intrastate gas, 70–80%, they've been transporting.
Yeah.
So that's a lot more substantial evidence than we have here.
It might be more in that sense, but I don't think that's just positive.
This is not the same substantial evidence record as Big Bend. All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're from Saguaro. I hope I'm saying it right, Saguaro? Oh, I'm sorry, Counsel, did you want to go into closed session or do you feel like you said enough? Do you feel like you need to go into closed session?
I think it would be helpful for.
All right.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jeremy Marwell. Good afternoon, Your Honor. Jeremy Marwell for interveners, including Saguaro Connector Pipeline. Saguaro, like a W. I would like to touch on both the Section 7 and Section 3 issues. If it's not too jarring, maybe start with Section 3. Talk about the test, the statute, and some of the practicalities that the court was asking about. At paragraph 23 of the rehearing order at JA 415, the commission did say that it has consistently said that when a company constructs a pipeline to import or export volumes of natural gas, quote, only a small segment of the pipeline close to the border is deemed to be the import or export facility for which Section 3 authorization is necessary. So that may not be mathematical, but I think it is a test. The argument that petitioners have advanced in this court, and I think the thing that you need to address, and perhaps the only thing you need to address, is whether that also extends to 155 miles upstream intrastate. And I think that is clearly wrong as a matter of text, context, structure, and history. Happy to talk about the details of the statute, but I think the difference between 3A and 3E, the fact that 3E talks about the words facilities and transportation, 3A is only import-export. The whole structure of the Natural Gas Act is predicated on preserving state role over intrastate pipelines. And I would say, Judge Millett, with regard to your question, what if there was something at 1,400 feet or some sensitive resource? And the petitioners did not make that argument in this court that there was something I think the court's interpretation in district gas, which really inferred from the reference to import and export in 3A, the authority over facilities, and we're taking district gas as we find it. I think that understands that there has to be some discretion in the commission to draw these lines with respect to the facilities. And of course, district gas was an import terminal, so there was a fence line, and that was the fight. Everybody
A lot
understood.
easier then.
It was. But of course, Congress also acted in 2005 to add Section 3E to the Natural Gas Act to clarify the commission's authority. And I think the key point is just, I think it would be inconsistent with the structure of the Gas Act to infer, to sort of extend district gas 155 miles upstream. And so I think
Is it that they lack the power, or that the commission may have the power under the words of 3A to decide how far up it should go? And thus far, it has done this kind of hard to get my fingers on, but something under the concept of close enough for government work or something.
so. I think post Loper, we think the court should say what the best reading of this statute is, and we think the best reading in the specific context of these border crossing pipelines, putting aside LNG, is that the commission's authority is limited to a short segment of pipeline at the border, the segment that effectuates the international export. And I think that's
The
consistent.
segment that effectuates, so that's going to be like a foot.
Well, maybe I can give some.
Isn't that
I'm
what would
sorry.
effectuate the export? It would be where you connect to Mexico? Until then,
So,
it's
I
not
mean,
effectuated.
I guess I would concede that the language in district gas and in paragraph 23 of the hearing order is not mathematical, 1,000 feet and not 1,001. There are many of these projects, including the one in Big Bend and cited in the commission's brief. Sometimes there is a meter station close to the border. Sometimes there is some other physical thing. I don't think the record in this case shows that that's 1,000 feet. I mean, the applicants try to propose something that is consistent with the commission's precedent in the hope that the commission will apply its precedent consistently. One other observation, our upstream pipeline here is regulated by the state of Texas as an intrastate pipeline. It's actually a gas utility, which is a term of art. You could see that in the record. I think it's at JA 180. And that means we have an obligation to serve all comers, right? It's sort of step above common carrier. And so if folks come along the pipeline and ask for service, that may happen. So I think that just underscores Texas's
Do you have
role.
affirmative representation that Texas will regulate this? Because petitioners have said that it won't be regulated because Texas will treat it as an export facility. And so is there something affirmative in the record that says Texas will regulate the 155 mile?
Yes, the permits we have gotten from Texas confirming that this is. So if you look at JA 189 and at JA 190, that is permit to operate a pipeline in Texas from the Texas Railroad Commission. If I understood petitioner's arguments, Judge Millett, it was more that they disagree with the way that Texas regulates the pipeline.
Totally different question.
Yes, which I think is a different question. And of course, what you say about Section 3 here is going to apply in Texas and everywhere else we have a border, both at the Canadian and Mexican border. So I don't think it should wax or wane with the degree of stringency that a particular state chooses to operate. I mean, that is sort of implicit in Congress having chosen to reserve authority to the states. On San Diego, I don't think there was any evidence in the commission's decision that the 2.1 was litigated. So I take the point that, we want consistency, but sort of a drive-by jurisdictional ruling, if you don't mind the mixing of metaphors there. And petitioners did not raise San Diego in their rehearing request at all. So I think if there's a sort of failure of explanation concern, I don't think they preserve that on rehearing. So if there are no other
We have
questions.
to decide something de novo. Just trying to ask if they have an informative argument is not something I think someone else can waive from us.
I understand. I think the language that the commission used in the rehearing order that I quoted to you is probably capacious enough to encompass that. And if there are specific cases on specific facts where, somebody comes and says, look, there's a really sensitive resource at 100 and 1,500 feet or whatever, I mean, the commission can grapple with that.
before you move on to section
Yes.
7, is that where you were going to go?
I was, yes.
Can you expand on the statement in your brief that Sierra Club's position would upset billions of dollars investment?
Yes. So, I mean, if you look at a map of Texas, there are border crossing facilities all along scattered along the southern border. And all of them are served. We're talking about border crossing pipelines, not LNG terminals. And all of them are served by upstream pipelines. I think what Sierra Club is trying to do here is upset the regulatory status of those upstream pipelines, investment decisions, customers who are being served by those upstream pipelines, the role of the state of Texas in regulating all of those pipelines. And there's a reason this case looks like Big Bend. We can talk about how similar or not. But, you know, investment is made in reliance on the standards and the approach that the commission gives. And this is a system that relies on private parties to invest and build pipelines. So the 30-year stability of that regime, I think, is something the court could consider even post-Loper. I mean, the concept of reliance and consistency in an agency position, I think, weighs in its favor, even if you don't think, as we do, that you can do it just based on the text. As to whether this is the upstream is an interstate pipeline, won't surprise you. We think this is very similar to Big Bend. Maybe one important distinction to start, Judge Millett, with your question about the 27%, and is it really a ruse? Are we really going to be flowing Section 311 gas? Everything coming onto this pipeline, if we build it the way we told FERC we're going to, which is our intention, all 8 of those sources that are in the sealed map at JA 174 are intrastate pipelines. If we were to, in the future, interconnect directly to an interstate pipeline, which I think what we had in Big Bend, then we would need Section 311 authority. But even as petitioners concede, we haven't said we're going to do that. What we want to build is the thing we told FERC, the thing that's shown on that map. Anything coming off those intrastate pipelines is not a basis to trigger Section 7. So in a way, it doesn't matter how much comes off West Tex versus one of the other pipes that sources directly from Texas.
Well, what evidence is there? Because again, we had the evidence, we had the evidence in Big Bend. Very strong evidence that they were doing intrastate gas. And here it's very strange. I haven't seen cases like this where they go, well, here's whether it's company suppliers or other pipelines, we'll just say 8 suppliers here that we can hook up, that we could hook up with without any evidence that in fact they have capacity to offer. Any evidence that they have capacity to offer that would be remotely sufficient given the size of this. I mean, you have a great big pipeline here. You must have thought you're going to be doing a large volume of something. So where is there substantial evidence that there's available capacity intrastate to run this pipeline, to make it economically viable?
I'm sorry. I get it. So I would tick through the things the court said in Big Bend. First, the entire upstream is going to be physically in Texas. Second, we told the commission we were going to flow molecules produced in Texas. Third, the commission interrogated that, asked us about it. The same evidence, by the way.
Can I ask you something?
Yes.
Just you use molecules and that gives me flashbacks to chemistry and stuff that I didn't understand. So did you tell them that you will be transporting gas produced in Texas?
Yes.
Is that what Texas source gas means?
Yes.
As opposed to interstate gas that's sitting in an intrastate pipeline in Texas, which is what FERC was suggesting it might be.
Yes.
You just said molecules in Texas, and I'm like, okay,
Yes,
that sounds like it's coming out of the ground in Texas.
It is, and I want to try to be clear about that. We made that representation to the commission. That is our intent. In support of that representation, we gave them the sealed map, which has the names and capacity figures of the 8 intrastate facilities. Some of those flow 311 gas, as FERC is well aware, because any pipeline that wants to flow 311 gas has to ask FERC, and they issue an order. So West Tex. Others of those do not have 311 capacity. We gave an example of that in our brief. It's sealed, but you have it. And that means every molecule is coming from the state of Texas. And so what we told them, number one, this is the first ground, everything's coming from Texas. That's, I think, exactly the representation that you had in Big Bend.
Mhm.
Um,
Is it
the sep-
available to you all? Where's the evidence of that? What,
So-
you could point to, and it turns out they already have contracts with some other pipeline.
I understand. So remember, we're a pipeline. We provide transportation service, right? It is up to our customer, who is also an intervener here and on the brief, the principal customer, to source the gas, the physical molecules, and to arrange the capacity to get it to our facility, right? We just provide it from the facilities that you see on that map down to the border. That's our job. And I guess right up to the border. So what you have in the record is support from our customer who is intending to take the gas down to Mexico, liquefy it, and send it abroad, that this is a facility they're going to use. And we gave them 8 different options. Remember, capacity on pipelines also can come and go. I mean, you might think of it in the context of a pipe going to a local distribution company domestically, where they know we're always going to have, a certain degree of need. But here we are in the same region of Texas that we were in Big Bend, near the Waha region, the hub, the pricing hub. It is proximate to one of the most prolific production regions in Texas. The commission knows that. They are the expert pipeline agency. And when we tell them the names of those pipelines and the physical capacities of those pipelines, they understand that it is a way to interrogate our submission to them.
Available capacity?
Yes, and I think if you...
It's just weird that no one ever used that adjective. It's quite striking.
I understand. I mean, this may not be comforting to you, but one way to think about it is, I mean, if we can't flow the pipeline at 100%, that's a commercial risk the company's willing to take. We're going to invest this because we have a customer who wants to pay us to use it. If it turned out to be a bust, obviously that risk is on us. But the key representation, and I hesitate to draw the analogy, but I think it is important to remember that what FERC does in the Section 7 context, when you're reviewing FERC's action for an interstate pipeline, and I know you've had many of these cases, is looking at, the precedent agreements, and is it 50%, is it 75%? That is not the regulation that FERC does under Section 3, because Congress, as you said at the beginning of the argument, created a statutory presumption in favor of export. So it is a lighter-handed regulation. And maybe your instinct is that if this were a Section 7 case, you would demand more proof, of available capacity or whatever. But here we have the information we gave FERC plus the submissions from our customer in the record saying that, yes, this is something we want and we're going to use. And I think under the substantial evidence standard, at least as the court articulated in Big Bend, that easily passes the test.
Any other questions?
You had been ticking through some similarities with Big Bend. Did you end up getting to all those similarities?
Sorry,
No. An answer.
By molecule.
Thank you. So I think I said it, but one similarity is that we submitted information about connections with intrastate pipelines. Judge Millett, in Big Bend, footnote 25 of FERC's rehearing order, so that was the Trans-Pecos rehearing order, talked about information that the applicant had submitted there. It is reproduced at JA 253 to 264 of this court's joint appendix in Big Bend, which is available to you. And you'll see that it is a list of intrastate pipeline connections and physical information about those connections. That's not something that the court specifically referenced in its opinion, but I think it is an important similarity. I think that was all. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry.
Nope, all good.
All right, thank you. We're going to give you a rebuttal, but it may make sense. You didn't have to do one thing closed session. Do you have more, or you said sufficient? Because you pointed us to stuff, we have the materials.
I would be happy to, if the court has questions about the sealed chart at JA 174, which is the chart I've been referring to repeatedly, including the numbers and the specific details, I'd be happy to talk about them. But I think the key point is it's very similar to what you had in Big Bend. All of them are intrastate. And the fact that some of them are 311 is not legally relevant. It's not a ground to assert Section 7 jurisdiction. That's the Commission's Westar precedent, which I think goes very carefully through the text.
No, you don't need to say any more.
I'm sorry. Only if the court had questions about
Okay.
JA 174.
All right, so does the government still wish to go into sealed?
I
session?
agree with that. If the court has questions, but based on Mr. Marwell's presentation, I don't have anything that's
You have anything you want to ask in civil question? You have anything you want to ask in civil session? Cancel that. You may come up and have 2 minutes of rebuttal.
I'd like to start with the Section 3 argument. They admit that they have Section 3A jurisdiction. The only question in this case is how far up the pipeline that jurisdiction goes. This is based on the premise that the connector pipeline is a separate project, but nothing divides the facility. As I mentioned, there are no interconnects. And as FERC and interveners have said, as FERC identifies, the end of that 1,000 feet is just a point along the pipeline, and that's at JA016. And interveners state that this limitation is due to the Natural Gas Act and not any, quote, factual or operational distinctions. I'd also like to point to 18 CFR 153.5, which is FERC's regulations for the Natural Gas Act and who should apply for Section 3. A points to any person proposing to site, construct, or operate facilities which are to be used for export. The word border does not come in until Section B, which is any person applying under paragraph A of this section to construct facilities at the border. And that's for the presidential authorization, which is a separate and distinct thing that projects built at the border need to do. This drawing of the line at 1,000 feet has no basis. As we pointed out in our rehearing request, why is this 1,000 feet? Why is it not a mile, 10 miles? What is the distinction there? And it's just inconsistent with their own authority extending jurisdiction on the other pipelines as we discussed. I'd also like to point out that the DOE delegation order is not limited to the border as we previously discussed. It's for domestic facilities, the construction and operation, siting, and for the border location. And they are just misstating it as if number 1 and 2 don't apply to export facilities, and means and, not or. It's supposed to be all of these things. I see that I am running out of time. So for these reasons, we believe that this order should be vacated and sent back to FERC.
All right, thank you. Thank you to all counsel. The case is submitted.
The last 4 years have put so much stress on American family finances. Help end the stress now and celebrate the golden age with President Trump by diversifying with gold and silver. Remember President Trump's first term? Gold increased by 55%. Don't wait. Diversify your hard-earned assets and buy your gold from Goldco. Now, with no purchase minimums. Goldco has been established as a top-rated precious metals company and a leader in the gold industry, providing white glove treatment for over 10 years. Their buyback guarantee assures you that if your situation changes, they will repurchase your metals at the best price, providing you with peace of mind. You may even qualify for up to 10% back on bonus silver. Visit badlandsgold.com to claim your free information and instantsilver.com/badlands to see how much free silver you can get. Find out the relationship between gold, silver, Trump, and you with the free report focused on Trump and your financial future. That's badlandsgold.com and instantsilver.com/badlands to take control of your financial destiny.
The committee will come to order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare recess at any time. Welcome to today's hearing entitled DeepSeek, a Deep Dive. So we'll start out by opening with a 5-minute statement from myself. I'd like to welcome everybody to our first Research and Technology Subcommittee hearing. I look forward to engaging with our distinguished panel of witnesses on what to me is a critically important topic. It's clear that artificial intelligence will have a profound transformative effect on our country. My experience leading the bipartisan AI task force last year strengthened my belief that maintaining American leadership in AI development and deployment is not only an economic imperative, but also a national security requirement that affects every sector of our economy and our society. As we examine the implication of DeepSeek's recent AI models, our nation is at a critical juncture in the global artificial intelligence landscape. The introduction of DeepSeek represents a concerning milestone. It's the first non-American reasoning AI model. This capability, pioneered by American companies, is now being replicated by a company directly influenced by the Chinese Communist Party. This development should raise concerns for all of us. We must consider what's at risk. Americans and people worldwide are increasingly sharing their private and personal data with AI systems. The deployment of DeepSeek provides the CCP with a backdoor to this sensitive information. This risk will only grow as we enter the era of agentic AI, where AI systems will actively book our travel, manage our finances, analyze our health records, and handle other sensitive personal affairs on our behalf. We cannot allow DeepSeek and other CCP-controlled entities access to this information. However, there's also a silver lining in this situation. DeepSeek reportedly distilled their models from OpenAI systems, demonstrating that Chinese AI development remains reliant on our innovations. Furthermore, despite the claim that DeepSeek R1 achieves similar results to American models at a lower cost, Google recently announced its open-weight Gemma 3 model, which reportedly achieves 98% of DeepSeek's R1's performance for just 3% of the cost. American ingenuity continues to lead the way, but we cannot take our continued leadership for granted. Open-weight models underpin much of the AI and technology infrastructure worldwide, including here in the United States. If we allow China to surpass us in open-weight models, we risk ceding leadership in global AI infrastructure to the CCP. It's crucial that we understand the capabilities of these models, the CCP goals they could propagate, and their potential vulnerabilities in order to encourage the adoption of American models over those developed in China. This is precisely why the federal government and American industry must collaborate to ensure continued American leadership in the development of AI standards. If the United States does not set these standards, then China will. China's approach to AI development has also raised serious ethical and security concerns, especially relating to the prevention of harmful applications of AI. For example, according to an evaluation by Anthropic, DeepSeek's model was found to be the least effective at blocking information about bioweapons amongst all the models that they tested. While Chinese AI has so-called safeguards against providing information about Tiananmen Square and the Uyghurs, it lacks safeguards against actual malicious uses of AI. We must ensure that Chinese AI, which operates under these flawed standards, does not come to dominate the global market. The United States must take the lead in developing the most advanced AI systems while also fostering a light-touch governance model that safeguards against malicious use while simultaneously encouraging innovation. We cannot afford to stifle our innovators with burdensome regulations when competitors like China are racing ahead with fewer constraints. Promoting innovation in AI development is the key to maintaining American leadership in this field. To support this, I, along with some of the people on our committee here, have introduced the Create AI Act again in this Congress, which establishes the National Artificial Intelligence Research Resource. This will provide researchers and developers across the computational and data resources they need to create competitive American AI systems that embody our values rather than those of the CCP. I'd like to thank our witnesses for being here today. I look forward to your testimony and to having a productive discussion on this critically important topic. So I'll yield back the balance of my time. I now recognize the ranking member, the representative from Michigan, for her opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman Obernolte, someone I like to recognize as a friend, actually, and someone who I've gotten to know over my years in Congress, over his years in Congress, and particularly in his leadership role last term in the Congress, running the Artificial Intelligence Task Force. And now here he sits in a chair that I was once privileged to sit in as the chairman of the Research and Technology Subcommittee, hosting and bringing together our first subcommittee hearing of the 119th session of Congress, a deep dive into what we call DeepSeek, which is a brand of artificial intelligence that has been developed by the Chinese Communist Party, CCP. And I'm explaining that because we have an incredible group of teenagers in the audience here who hail from the great state, arguably the best state in the Union, Michigan. We have reverends from Detroit, rabbi from West Bloomfield, and students who represent the incredible Black Jewish Student Alliance that the Anti-Defamation League of America has brought together. So it is certainly very significant to have them in this hearing and paying witness during this important moment in time as we seek to answer the questions of what is our vision for this nation. Where there is no vision, the people perish. And I'll give you this, that we are certainly seeing a vision right now from the current administration. And it doesn't appear to me as though it is the most successful approach to winning the future as it pertains to the China competition. And I say that with respect, but it is very clear now that the United States has a real competitor in artificial intelligence. And so the fact that we're having this hearing to deep dive into what the Chinese Communist Party is doing with artificial intelligence is very important. I sit on the China Competition Committee. That's another committee that I sit on, and we are grappling with this. And my friends, we recognize that here we are in the year 2025, the quarter century mark that we have now hit as a civilization, as a society, and we are looking to the year 2050 very squarely. And to say that to the teenagers in the room, you know, you will be well into your career when we are at the mid-century mark. And our goal must be that the rules-based order of the world needs to continue to be led by open, free market, capitalist democracies. And so as we look to strengthen the breadth of the democracy, this beautiful country that Mr. Obernolte and I both love, we must do so through the pursuit of science, technology, research, and development. And it is not to make anyone who I respect in this room and on this committee and the leadership that is brought by the chairman. We have a problem on our hands when we are firing scientists. We have a problem on our hands when we are squeezing out our scientific research agencies that pay for themselves over and over and over again. What do I mean by that? Yes, we take what we call taxpayer money, the money that our hardworking parents give to the Treasury of the United States, and we as members of Congress allocate to go into something like the National Science Foundation, something like the National Institute of Standards and Technologies, that has a sub-agency focused on artificial intelligence and how we, as the United States of America, can set the rules for the road. So as the chairman just articulated, as we are looking at artificial intelligence to potentially start dictating more of our life, and that might be helpful because there are a lot of things that we have to deal with. Booking tickets, you were saying, sir, making appointments, managing, I don't know, all the likes that you get or groceries you need to buy. There's a lot of, we're producing more data by the second than at any point in civilization. And Mr. Fist is nodding because he knows what I'm talking about. I was working in an IoT research lab before I got to Congress, my friends. You know, the industrial Internet of Things, and that was a decade ago. So our teenagers weren't even teenagers then. And the point is that this AI could really help us. It could help advance society. It could help us advance healthcare outcomes. To students in the room, it can make you better and bolder and more productive and more successful in the future. We've spent a lot of time in this 21st century ushering in fantastic technologies, smartphones and cars that you can call from a device on your hand and all of that. We don't want to be afraid of technology, but we want to be careful that it is our rules, our development of innovation as the United States of America that is pushing forward how we embrace this technology. And I say that with respect to anyone in the world working on this. But one thing we know with the Chinese Communist Party is they're oppressive. Not the people are great, the people are fine, but the party is squishing their own people, and that's a challenge. So I think we'll hear a little bit about this today. Chairman's got his gavel because I'm over my 5 minutes, and with that, I'll yield back. Thank you, good sir.
I thank our ranking member. I'll now recognize the chairman of the full committee, the representative from Texas, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman Obernolte, for convening today's hearing. I also want to thank our expert panel of witnesses. Thank you all for being here. Looking forward to your testimony and your participation. Today's discussion presents us with a critical opportunity to examine the impact of DeepSeek's artificial intelligence models on America's technological leadership, innovation ecosystem, and our national security. DeepSeek serves as a significant wake-up call. And on the day of President Trump's second inauguration, this Chinese-owned company released its R1 model, which quickly surpassed ChatGPT to become the top-rated free application in U.S. app stores. The Chinese Communist Party presents a formidable and growing strategic challenge to our technological leadership. We know the CCP is aggressively pursuing plans to dominate next-generation technology, including through the theft of our research, innovations, and our sensitive data. Supporting DeepSeek is part of this plan. In fact, several U.S. government agencies, such as NASA, the U.S. Navy, have banned DeepSeek on federal devices because of its serious data privacy concerns. The emergence of DeepSeek is particularly troubling given reports that it developed these models using American advanced semiconductor chips, including ones that the Department of Commerce had banned from being sold to Chinese entities. However, what's more alarming is that without U.S. leadership and open weight models, DeepSeek could become the foundation for global AI applications that promote CCP values and potentially contain hidden vulnerabilities. And if the United States cedes leadership in AI to the CCP, we risk not only our economic future, but also our national security. The development and deployment of critical technologies such as AI, quantum, and advanced semiconductors could be compromised by the values of the CCP, resulting in a failure to uphold American ideals of fairness and transparency. But let's be clear, we cannot surpass China by imitating its approach. We must build systems that promote coordination and cooperation across the entire U.S. science and technology enterprise, both public and private, while leveraging the benefits of the free market. We should continue to follow the recipe for success that has led to American leadership in other emerging technologies, such as information technology, quantum, biotech, space, and energy. This includes tearing down government barriers to private sector innovation, lowering taxes, protecting private property, reducing energy costs, and leveraging standards and best practices rather than aggressive regulations and market corrupting subsidies. America's strength has always been our innovative spirit, our entrepreneurial drive, and our commitment to individual liberty. The Trump administration acknowledged this fundamental truth in a January executive order, which stated that the policy of the United States is to sustain and enhance America's global AI dominance in order to promote human flourishing, economic competitiveness, and our national security. This approach underscores the significance of American leadership without unnecessary government intervention. We've already seen progress in this direction with the announcement of the Stargate project and the proliferation of little tech investments by the private sector. These trends build upon the substantial advantage we have as a nation. We have robust capital markets, innovative companies, cutting-edge research institutions, and bountiful natural resources that fuel our emerging technology enterprise. But DeepSeek is a reminder that we must be vigilant and never take our leadership for granted. Evaluating the capabilities of Chinese models is critical to understanding the competitive landscape, maintaining our technological advantage, and assessing the risks they pose to national security. And how we respond to challenges like DeepSeek will determine whether the United States continues to lead in the world in AI or whether we allow the CCP to overtake us. I look forward to hearing from you witnesses today about DeepSeek's models and how the U.S. public and private sectors can accelerate American AI leadership into the future. And with that, I'll yield back, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Chairman Babin. I now recognize the ranking member of the full committee, my colleague from California, for her opening statement.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member, for this hearing. I look forward to a productive discussion about our country's progress in artificial intelligence. In the last Congress, the Science Committee developed several good bipartisan bills seeking to advance the nation in AI. We understood that our leadership was threatened even then, and today the threat is plain as day for all to see. 2 months ago, the release of the B3 and R1 AI models by the Chinese firm DeepSeek caused many Americans to awaken to the realization that we can't take our leadership in emerging technologies for granted. Securing our research and applying targeted export controls are necessary, but they're insufficient steps to ensuring American leadership in AI. To win the AI race, we have to realize our potential by enabling and supporting scientific advancement through the infrastructure, institutions, and most importantly, the people who truly drive American innovation. Put another way, we need both a defensive strategy and an offensive strategy. Now, the Science Committee is responsible for supporting and overseeing non-defense federal AI R&D. One key agency under our purview is the National Science Foundation, which focuses on advancing the fundamental science of AI. As of last year, NSF was on track to spend about $750 million on AI-related research. To understand how this funding contributes to AI advancements, consider the funding of PhD student Andrew Barto, whose work in computational reinforcement learning laid the foundations for modern AI. Earlier this year, Dr. Barto received the prestigious Turing Award for his contributions. His early work was NSF funded, as has been so much of the early research enabling today's AI breakthroughs. The NSF AI Institutes program, a $500 million investment, connects over 500 funded and collaborative institutions across the United States to form the nation's largest AI research ecosystem. I'm very excited by the work of the AI Institute for Next Generation Food Systems at UC Davis. The people, institutions, and infrastructure supported by NSF, the Department of Energy, NIST, and so many more federal science agencies form the backbone of American scientific leadership. I have to say, it's unfortunate that our nation's great scientific minds are now facing an environment of uncertainty, distrust, and reduced funding. President Trump, with his Musk Doge hackers, are wreaking havoc on our scientific enterprise, not just endangering our ability to lead in AI in so many critical fields, but I think actively sabotaging our leadership. I'll name just a few of these setbacks. The Trump administration has fired thousands of government professionals in critical technology roles. These talented individuals are now being recruited by other countries, including China. They've terminated countless active research and education training camps, and we anticipate further substantial cuts in the FY 2026 budget request. They've deported graduate students for exercising First Amendment rights, effectively broadcasting to foreign students and scientists to stay away. In the weeks leading up to this hearing, universities across the country have significantly reduced incoming PhD student admissions because of funding uncertainty. Who among the next aspiring students turned away might have been our next Andrew Barton? We'll never know. Just 2 weeks ago, I think this is quite chilling, a scientific journal found that 75% of PhD students polled were considering leaving the United States. When asked where they'd go, one response captures the grave concern that we should consider today: anywhere that supports science. If we seek to be global leaders in AI, we have to collectively wake up to the reality of the harm that is being done under our watch, the harm being done to the science enterprise in the United States. I hope that the U.S. still has time to reverse course on our worst impulses and win the AI race. I look forward to having this discussion today about paths forward. And I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ranking Member Lofgren. We'll now go to witness testimony. Our first witness today is Mr. Adam Thier. Mr. Thier is Senior Fellow for the Technology and Innovation Team at the R Street Institute. He previously spent 12 years as a Senior Fellow at the Mercatus Center at George Mason University. He also previously served as the President of the Progress and Freedom Foundation. Mr. Thier, you're recognized for 5 minutes for your testimony.
Thank you. Chairman Obernolte, Ranking Member Stevens, and members of the subcommittee. Thank you for the invitation to participate in this important hearing. My name is Adam Thier, and I'm a Senior Fellow at the R Street Institute, where I focus on emerging technology issues. Related to this hearing, I recently released a 3-part R Street series entitled Ramifications of China's DeepSeek Moment, and I have appended those essays to my written testimony. I'll begin with an admission. I am as stunned as just as all as you are about how fast China has caught up with America in artificial intelligence. In fact, in testimony just 10 months ago before the Joint Economic Committee, I noted how lucky America was that our AI innovators were firmly in the driver's seat and not yet having to worry about China surprising us with a powerful new AI system that might represent a modern Sputnik moment. And then in late January of this year, my worst fears came true when that AI Sputnik moment happened with DeepSeek's January 20th launch of its open source R1 model. It sent shockwaves for tech markets and policy circles alike, and rightly so. DeepSeek's model competes favorably with leading American models and at a lower cost. President Trump and many other policymakers have referred to it as a, quote, wake-up call for our nation. But what happened next was equally stunning. Just days after DeepSeek's R1 launch, Alibaba, another Chinese tech giant, announced the most powerful version yet of its Qwen model, which outperformed R1. DeepSeek responded by announcing it would release an even more capable version of its model. Chinese tech giant Tencent Holdings then launched its T1 model that outperformed both of those models and some American models. Finally, Manus AI, a Chinese startup, launched a powerful new general AI agent. All of this happened in less than 2 months. Perhaps these developments should not have surprised us. After all, the Chinese Communist Party has made its imperial ambitions clear with its stated goal to become, quote, the world's primary AI innovation center by 2030, and the CCP uses aggressive forms of innovation mercantilism in pursuit of that goal. The House Select Committee on Strategic Competition between the U.S. and the Chinese Communist Party has highlighted how, quote, the CCP has pursued a multi-decade campaign of economic aggression against the United States and its allies, quote. More problematically, the CCP is engaged in a concerted effort to export digital authoritarianism through its Digital Silk Road effort meant to spread influence through global investment. Experts now speak of a China-led, quote, authoritarian tech offensive and the rise of, quote, an AI axis of autocratic states looking to advance their control agendas through technology. I believe there are 3 lessons from the DeepSeek moment. First, China clearly understands that AI is the most important general purpose and dual-use technology of our era. AI is essential to both widespread economic development and national security goals. Second, China understands that AI is also the most important information technology of modern times, and that it has profound potential to influence cultural values and speech policies globally. Third, China understands that rapid diffusion of AI both drives these objectives in many ways. China is flooding the market with nimble but very effective AI systems, just as they have previously used low-cost, rapid response strategies to gain greater market share globally in other sectors. These are the reasons why House Energy and Commerce Committee Chairman Brett Guthrie recently argued that China's rapid ascendancy in advanced computation, quote, really is an existential threat to our country and the world. If America is going to win the so-called AI Cold War, we need to understand that traditional containment strategies won't work. We're not going to bottle up all Chinese AI advances with analog era controls, and costly and poorly targeted industrial policy gimmicks won't help much either. We won't beat China by copying China. Instead, America must race ahead and stay in the cutting edge of the technological frontier to win. We must re-embrace the core advantages in this fight with China that we've always had: freedom, the freedom to innovate, invest, speak, learn, and grow using advanced technological systems. In the 1990s, we did this with a flexible governance approach that helped America dominate the digital revolution, and we can do it again in a bipartisan fashion. Here's a very quick checklist of the pro-freedom technology agenda that we need to advance AI opportunity in America. We must embrace open source AI innovation and let it blossom. Ensure diverse energy markets for AI. Win the talent war by attracting the world's best and brightest scientists and engineers. Ensure balanced copyright and data privacy policies. Craft a national framework that preempts and puts a moratorium on the confusing patchwork of now almost 1,000 state and local AI proposals pending today. require federal agencies to review their existing policies to determine how they might hamper AI, ensure agencies have the resources and training needed to address novel AI issues, and of course, defend the importance of free speech in the algorithmic age. This opportunity-oriented AI agenda is the way to beat China. We must not allow fear-based policies to impede American AI development and diffusion, or else China wins. Thank you for holding this hearing, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Thier. Our next witness is Mr. Gregory Allen. Mr. Allen is the director of the Wadhwani AI Center at the Center for Strategic and International Studies. He previously served as the director of strategy and policy at the Department of Defense Joint Artificial Intelligence Center. He also previously served as the head of the market analysis and competitive strategy at Blue Origin. Mr. Allen, you are recognized for 5 minutes for your testimony.
Mr. Chair, Ranking Member, distinguished members of the committee, thank you so much for the opportunity to be with you here today. DeepSeek is an important milestone in China's progress in artificial intelligence, but this progress did not come out of nowhere. For one thing, if you were to go to the leading AI conferences around the world where top researchers meet, it was utterly routine, even 5 years ago, for Chinese researchers to win the top paper awards, to present research results that are impressive to all of their peers in their field. China's progress in AI has been incredibly impressive and incredibly steady for the better part of a decade at this point. And they really do recognize it as the most transformative technology of our age for both economic and military power. In DeepSeek's case specifically, this is a firm that is descended from a high-frequency trading firm. It actually comes out of the finance industry. And if you've heard about the Michael Lewis book, Flash Boys, you will know that these types of companies are obsessed with their computing infrastructure. They build their own data centers. They come up with every potential advantage they can because they are chasing nanosecond level advantages in beating the market in executing these trades. Well, these computational infrastructure advantages are a critical reason why DeepSeek had the technical talent pool and the technical infrastructure needed to achieve what it did with its V3 and R1 models, which are broadly equivalent to the global state of the art circa mid-2024. So in December of 2024, they are achieving what American companies had achieved in mid-2024. But I think an important question here is, where might they be if U.S. policy had been different? And here I'm speaking specifically about the Biden administration's export controls on advanced computer chips. And it is actually the case that the CEO of DeepSeek in a mid-2024 interview said that the #1 challenge facing his company was American export controls. Not getting high quality talent, not getting access to more money. The #1 challenge facing his company was American export controls. As a previous Chinese government think tank paper put it over a year or several years ago, without AI chips, there's no AI. And this is the situation that we've tried to face the Chinese government by restricting their access to chips. Now, right now, NVIDIA, which is the leading global provider of advanced AI chips, their growth as a company is supply constrained, not demand constrained. If TSMC, their preferred manufacturer for chips, could make more chips, they would be selling more chips. For every chip that comes off that assembly line, there are 5 people who would love to buy that chip. And what we said with those export controls is that we're not going to allow those advanced chips to go to China, where we know they will directly advance the party's agenda for economic and military power. Right now, the most advanced computing cluster in the world is the Colossus supercomputing cluster run by xAI in Memphis. It has 200,000 H100 chips. This is an incredibly beefy supercomputer. If we did not have these export controls over the past few years, I think it is entirely plausible that the largest supercomputing cluster for AI in the world would be in China right now. But what are we going to do in the future? I would say export controls depend upon 3 critical factors: authority, capacity, and will. What we have right now are really good authorities. Between the IEPA law that's very, very old and the more recent law that's passed, the US federal government and specifically the executive branch, if they want to put in place export controls, they generally have legal means to do it. In terms of will, I think here is where the Biden administration fell short. To give you just one example, in December 2024, the Biden administration implemented export controls on high bandwidth memory chips. These are critical input goods to NVIDIA AI chips and everybody else's AI chips. In fact, about half of the dollar value of an NVIDIA chip is these HBM input chips. Well, that export control was telegraphed in July and then implemented in December. So what do you think Huawei did in those interceding 6 months? They amassed a multi-year stockpile of those chips. And this is why I say the administration fell short in terms of will. And the final issue is about capacity. Are we actually giving the government agencies that are responsible for administering these export controls the staff, the money, and the enabling technology that they need to successfully implement these controls? And I would say no. This agency's budget has gone down in inflation-adjusted terms since Russia's invasion of Ukraine, since these Chinese export controls. Their job has gotten massively harder, and the resources to support them have dwindled. I believe there's no more powerful return on investment opportunity available anywhere in U.S. national security than strengthening our export controls enforcement and administration capacity. And with that, I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. Our next witness is Dr. Julia Stoyanovich. Dr. Stoyanovich is the Institute Associate Professor of Computer Science and Engineering, Associate Professor of Data Science, and Director of the Center for Responsible AI at New York University. She is a recipient of the Presidential Early Career Award for Scientists and Engineers, awarded by nomination from the National Science Foundation, and a senior member of the Association for Computing Machinery. Dr. Stoyanovich, you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Chairman Babin, Ranking Member Lofgren, Subcommittee Chairman Obernolte, Subcommittee Ranking Member Stevens, and other members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on the national security and technological implications of DeepSeek. In a few short months, what was once unthinkable has become a cliche, and we have already heard this cliche today, but I'll repeat it once again, but with correct pronunciation. We are in a Sputnik moment. Okay? The rapid rise, technical openness, and competitive performance of DeepSeek have challenged the long-standing assumption that the US would retain its global leadership in AI by default. DeepSeek's latest models rival top US systems while requiring fewer resources to build, reshaping global expectations around efficiency and access, and signaling a risk of falling behind for the United States in this strategically vital domain. This demands bold federal action, sustained investment, coherent policy direction, and a commitment to open, high-impact research that serves the public interest. US leadership in AI is not just about innovation. It's about protecting our economic resilience, national security, and global influence. Let me turn to how DeepSeek compares to American models in terms of accessibility, transparency, and security. Technically, DeepSeek and US-based models share the same developmental structure: pre-training, fine-tuning, and alignment. However, DeepSeek emphasizes efficiency, openness in technical reporting, and specialization in domains like code and math. Its transparency, particularly in publishing the model architecture, training methodology, as well as evaluation benchmarks, meets or exceeds that of any US-based vendor. That level of transparency matters. It allows researchers to understand how models are built, assess safety claims, and replicate results. It lowers barriers to entry and fosters inclusive innovation across academia, startups, and public institutions. But transparency is often misunderstood. Releasing model weights alone is not enough. While weights tell us how a model processes its input, they do not reveal why it behaves the way it does, what it has learned, or what knowledge it's missing. That insight comes from data transparency, knowledge of the datasets used in training, which can reveal risks related to accuracy, bias, privacy, and security. Today, neither DeepSeek nor leading US vendors provide adequate data transparency, and this limits meaningful evaluation and raises concerns about accountability and misuse. And this brings me to the core issue, and that is data governance and national security. DeepSeek's privacy policy indicates that user data, including prompts, device information, and IP addresses, is stored on servers in China. There is no public documentation about whether user inputs are retained, reused, or subject to opt-out. And this creates a serious vulnerability. US citizen and enterprise data could be repurposed under the jurisdiction of a strategic competitor. And this is not just a matter of consumer privacy. As LLMs become embedded in productivity tools, enterprise systems, and education platforms, how user data is collected and managed becomes strategically vital. If widely used models capture data from US engineers or regulators, they could expose sensitive coding practices, priorities, or strategies. Stored abroad, such data presents not only a privacy risk, but a loss of data sovereignty. Unlike accidental leaks, this surveillance could be deliberate, engineered with no visible trace to the user, and without enforceable protections or transparency, we can't reliably detect or prevent it. To be clear, DeepSeek's opacity is not unique. US companies also vary in their practices, with limited transparency on how data is stored or reused. In short, no major provider offers appropriate transparency today, but none operate under the same legal obligations or pose the same jurisdictional risks as DeepSeek. It's important to emphasize that data governance and transparency are not in conflict. They are mutually reinforcing. Strong data governance establishes the policies and safeguards that protect sensitive information, while transparency ensures that those protections can be evaluated, verified, and improved. Without transparency, we can't check whether data is being handled in accordance with legal and ethical standards. Conversely, transparency without governance can expose data to misuse. Together, they form the foundation for responsible AI. Transparency enables oversight, and governance ensures accountability. So what should the US do? I have 3 recommendations. The first is to foster an open research environment to close the strategic gap. And this includes robust funding for fundamental AI science, public datasets, model development, and compute access. The National AI Research Resource is essential here, providing academic institutions with data, compute, and training that is necessary for us to compete. Federal support for the National Science Foundation and other agencies is vital for sustaining and advancing our research and skilled AI workforce. My second recommendation is to incentivize transparency across the AI lifecycle. And I can elaborate on this during questions. And my third is to establish a strong data protection regime. The US must lead not only in AI performance, but in responsible, privacy-preserving AI infrastructure. And there are many examples that we can learn from, but we have to develop our own models here. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Dr. Stoyanovich. Our final witness is Mr. Tim Fist. Mr. Fist is the Director of Emerging Technology at the Institute for Progress. He is also a Senior Adjunct Fellow at the Center for New American Security. Mr. Fist, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Chairman Obernolte, Ranking Member Stevens, and other members of the subcommittee, thank you and good morning. And today I'm going to be talking about responding to the DeepSeek moment through the lens of both state capacity and R&D. My organization, IFP, focuses on accelerating scientific progress and innovation, so I see this as a suitable lens. And I'll start by noting that many of my fellow witnesses have described the DeepSeek moment as both a Sputnik and a Sputnik moment. And while I think this comparison is powerful, I also think that it is somewhat incomplete. And I think the particular ways that it is incomplete can help inform us about what lessons to take away. So I'm going to cover the 3 lessons that I see as most important. Lesson number 1, to win against China in open source AI, we need to secure every layer of the tech stack. So if we look at the rocket technologies behind Sputnik, they were closed. We couldn't use them. In contrast, DeepSeek's AI models and applications are freely available to the whole world. So not only can they use them against us, we can use them against us. So what are the actual risks here? Well, you know, the DeepSeek app has already shown a tendency to spread CCP propaganda, But if we were only worried about communist chatbots, we probably wouldn't be here today. The bigger risks that are on the horizon come from this new paradigm in AI known as agents. You can think of agents as AI models designed to operate autonomously, completing tasks by themselves. Research shows that these models can have backdoors. So you could have your software engineer agent happily programming away, and then suddenly when a trigger condition is met, like if it is deployed in the networks of an American organization, suddenly it can start outputting insecure code. And crucially, these kinds of backdoors are currently impossible to detect. And this may not seem like a big deal now, but it will be a big deal when we want to use AI not just to give us cooking recipes, but also to write all our code, manage our health and energy systems, conduct scientific research, and make military decisions. This world is fast approaching, and in some fields like software, it's actually already here. And the way that we outcompete China in this world, where everyone wants to deploy AI agents, but everyone is worried about the vulnerabilities they create, is not just to have the best AI, but also the most secure AI and the most reliable AI. For example, investing in AI interpretability research could help us detect backdoors, but also understand the capabilities of Chinese models and make our own models more reliable. And we need security not just at the software layer, but also at the hardware layer. If the foundation of American science and industry is going to be built on AI, we also need to ensure that the computer chips and the data centers that our models are running on can't easily be sabotaged. Federal R&D can and should be used to accelerate the build out of this secure and reliable AI technology stack. This work could be supported through NIST and the national labs. In my written testimony, I provide specific examples of projects and funding mechanisms. Lesson 2, we need a better alarm system. In the Sputnik case, the Soviets blew right past us. Their rockets had 50 times the payload capacity of our own. In AI, DeepSeek's models still lag behind American models. This means that we actually still have time to prepare for more significant breakthroughs from China. But AI is moving fast, and actually our initial reaction to DeepSeek was based on their analysis of their own capabilities rather than our own. Next time it needs to be different. We need a team of technical experts within the federal government to help the government see what's coming and respond proactively with things like export controls. This team should be collecting data from industry as well as the intelligence community and analyzing the capabilities of Chinese models and chips before they come out. NIST could be a great home for this team, and it's good at hiring technical talent, and it already has the trust of industry. But NIST normally works on things like standards and guidelines rather than rapid analysis. This could be solved by giving NIST, ideally the AI Safety Institute at NIST, a clear tasking. Final lesson 3, we need a faster engine. Unlike Sputnik, DeepSeek was built using American technologies. As my colleague Greg has mentioned, this gives us leverage in the form of export controls. And indeed, DeepSeek's founder said it best, the only thing holding them back is access to American chips. But it's not just enough to slow down their R&D engine. We also need to speed up our engine. We need to ensure that American developers are building the world's best open source models, not just for chatbots, but also for AI used in science, robotics, and manufacturing. In my written testimony, I talk about cost-efficient ways we could support open source using prize competitions at NIST, combined with model and dataset hosting on the National AI Research Resource. A faster engine also means making sure that we have enough electricity to support the next generation of cutting-edge models. The demands of AI development are already straining America's electricity infrastructure. First, we need to reduce timelines for environmental permitting. Then we need to help developers take on the technical risks that are involved in rapidly building new power plants, which should include natural gas, geothermal, and small modular reactors. One idea currently being pursued by the Department of Energy is making federal lands available for building power plants and data centers. The Department of Energy should complement this with research into technologies like rapid construction of modular data centers, carbon capture for natural gas, and mechanisms for quickly scaling up nuclear supply chains. I'll conclude my remarks there, and I look forward to the discussion.
Well, thank you, Mr. Fist, and thank you to all of our witnesses. We'll move now to questions and answers from members of our committee, and I'll lead off by recognizing myself for 5 minutes. Mr. Thier, thank you very much for your testimony. You had mentioned, you gave a pretty comprehensive list of the ways that we need to act to ensure continued American leadership in AI development. And one of the things that you mentioned that caught my attention was the nearly 1,000 pending bills in state legislatures across the country on the topic of AI regulation. Could you talk a little bit more about why you think that that's a threat and what you think that we in Congress need to do about that?
Absolutely. So, Mr. Chairman, I know this has been a priority of yours, and in the House AI Task Force report, this was something that was highlighted specifically both in the section on federal-state relations, but also in the section on small business, where the House AI Task Force bipartisan report basically made clear that the growing complexity of all of the differing definitions and regimes for AI regulation could eventually become a formidable barrier to new types of entry and the so-called rise of little tech or open source AI systems. I think that's a chronic problem when you have nearly 1,000, as of this morning, 958 state bills, or total AI bills, most of them being state, are pending. They haven't all passed yet, but a lot of activity. And again, a lot of different definitions of even how to define AI. If you're a small business person in this country and you are making an attempt to break into a marketplace, but you're confronted with that many different regulatory regimes and all that red tape, that is going to really set back your ability to become a leading edge competitor on the fly to compete with the things like DeepSeek and others that we see coming out of China. You know, for all of the restrictions that Chinese AI operators face, a lot of the smaller entrepreneurs have a lot of leeway to go out there and do things in a really flexible, nimble, low-cost fashion.
So how should we in Congress respond to that?
I think you've teed up the idea, Mr. Chairman, in the past of some sort of preemption. This is squarely interstate algorithmic commerce and speech we're talking about with a lot of this stuff. And we in the 1990s had a bipartisan agreement with this Congress, which was Republican at the time, and the Clinton-Gore administration to have a national framework be part of our Telecommunications Act of 1996, and then our 1997 Framework for Global Electronic Commerce, and then even a moratorium we had a year after that with the Internet Tax Freedom Act of 1998. That was a really wonderful model. It established a national framework, said here are some, rules that we're going to set for the road about how it works. The whole process has now been inverted. The states are driving and Congress is waiting. Congress needs to step in and either set some clear guidelines for how the states should do these things, or, in my opinion, we should have a moratorium on aggressive forms of new AI regulation to make sure we don't shoot ourselves in the foot as this race with China gets underway.
Sure. Well, I mean, obviously, I very much agree with you. We had a whole chapter on preemption in the AI task force report. But one of the points that we make is we can't preempt something with nothing, which means that we need to get busy in enacting some of the recommendations in that report to create a comprehensive framework for AI governance at the federal level. And then I think we'll have the moral authority to preempt what the states are doing and to set what the guardrails are, because there'll be a role for them as well. I want to thank you very much for that. Dr. Stoyanovich, you mentioned the importance of the National AI Research Resource. And obviously, I'm going to give you the shameless opportunity to plug our bill here. We've been trying to codify NAIR. I was pretty disappointed that we couldn't get that across the finish line, especially with as a legacy to our colleague, Representative Ashe from California last year. We're trying again this year. Why is getting this done so important?
Thank you for this really important question. I am a big proponent of the NAIR because I see a lot of enthusiasm for the resource in the research community in terms of both our increased access to research compute, to data sets, as well as potentially to some training mechanisms that the NAIR will provide. And I use the NAIR also in my own research, and it has enabled me and my group to do things that we could not have done, specifically on assessing large language models like the ones that we're talking about today. It's absolutely crucial for us to make sure that the NAIR exists and that it's developed at the full scale. The NSF has been running it in pilot, and they have been doing an amazing job considering the limited resources that they have had. But we need to really have access to the NAIR at full capacity. And I think that it's important for us to think also about how small and medium-sized businesses can benefit from the NAIR, and furthermore, how we can strengthen its role as a resource for training and upskilling and reskilling, in addition to its primary role, which would be to support academic research. In short, we simply cannot compete against China if we don't have a resource like the NAIR. And there's a lot of enthusiasm in the community.
Well, thank you. We'll continue to push on that. Hopefully we could get that across the finish line this year. I have about a dozen other questions, but I'm going to set a good example as the leader and wrap it up because I see my time's expired. I'll now recognize Ranking Member Stevens for 5 minutes for her questions.
Thank you. Another exciting and thrilling hearing. Mr. Allen, can you just talk to me about where you work? What is this Center for Strategic International Studies in this Wadawani Center that you run? Go ahead.
Yes, the Center for Strategic and International Studies is a think tank based in Washington, D.C.
Who funds them?
I believe about 10% of the funding comes from the U.S. government.
Okay.
And then another share comes from philanthropic, and then another share comes from corporate donors.
Okay. Okay. And then what's this Wadawani?
So CSIS includes, more than 35 separate programs that are organized into 4 departments. And the Wadawani AI Center is one of those programs. So at CSIS, there's a
Is that a person? Is Wadawani a person? Or?
Yes, and he is the anchor donor of our center. His name is Ramesh Wadhwani, and he is the founder of Symphony AI.
Okay.
He is one of the origins of AI research going back to Carnegie Mellon many decades ago. He's an American citizen, and this is part of him sort of giving back to his country. I should note that one of his many virtues is that he's one of very few Silicon Valley tech billionaires who doesn't make any money in China.
Yeah, well, that's exciting. And, maybe we can talk to him at some point. And I'm sure you talk to him a lot about your research, and you always want to be able to have people doing pure research and coming up with these ideas. Because you were saying that we were lacking the will, and that caught my attention. So how do you think that should have rolled out when we were putting those export controls on? Should we have made it closer to the date, like caught them by surprise a little bit
yes.
more?
I would describe the current approach that we have taken as there's an interagency debate. And the debate is, should we have a surprise attack or should we have no attack? And then they compromise on attack without the surprise, which is the worst of all the choices that you could have made. And we make that choice again and again and again.
Yeah.
So what I would say is that at this stage, there are costs to our export control policy. It's not fun to have an aggressive export control policy, but we are incurring all of the costs of a maximalist aggressive export control policy, and we are only incurring a fraction of the possible strategic benefits because of the way that we are going about
Because of the
executing.
rollout? Is that what you're saying? Because of the
Only
rollout?
one of the failure modes that I could have talked about. But yes.
Because we met with ARM over in
Mhm.
overseas. Actually, they got some people with Michigan there, but we were in the China committee, and we were with ARM, and ARM was really pushing on these export controls for some of their products that and some of the Chinese products that were going to go into our manufacturing or our AI, and they're saying they could still be observing if we allow these Chinese. It's not chip,
Sorry, just
but
to
it's-
clarify, you're saying ARM was in favor of the export control.
Yeah, they were.
Okay.
They wanted export, and I don't know if we ever did it. And it
Mhm.
caught my attention because they wanted to block CCP technologies from coming here because it was open source per se, and
Mhm.
it wasn't as high quality. And obviously, this stuff is quite complicated. I mean, I've spent a lot of time in the semiconductor space for a long time, and and I'm by no means a PhD expert, but I appreciated your articulation. And Mr. Fist, too, we want to talk to you about this AI Safety Institute. I don't know if you've heard about that with NIST, and what would the impact be on our ability to influence global standards if we were to stop participating in the international network for AI safety institutes?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Yeah, so what I will say is I think NIST is critical within the AI space. I think there's 2 roles that NIST and the AI Safety Institute can fulfill.
And they're low cost, by the way. They're
Yes.
critical, but they're low. We give them just a little drop, pennies on the dollar.
Indeed, yeah, and AI is only a small fraction of the work that NIST
Yeah.
is currently doing, as you know. But yeah, I see there being 2 key roles that NIST and the AI Safety Institute can play. One is this standard setting exercise, so sort of creating standards that allow technologies to be from AI to be integrated into the American economy, and influencing those global standards on the world stage is obviously important for creating an export market for those technologies too. So I really see it as a path to speeding up diffusion and adoption of US technologies, sort of built on good standards. The other is this role that I talked about in my testimony, which is we need some sort of capacity to measure and evaluate the capabilities of AI systems so we can do more proactive policy making. I think, DeepSeek unfortunately caught a lot of policymakers by surprise, but it's not like it should have been a surprise, as Greg mentioned earlier. You know, the research was available. We sort of had access to it.
Okay,
So, yeah,
thank you.
thank you.
Thank you so
Yeah.
much.
Okay, I'll now recognize the chairman of the full committee, Congressman Babin, for his questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate it. One of the challenges in public discussions around emerging AI companies like DeepSeek is separating fact from fiction. Mr. Thier, I wanted to ask you the first question. Did DeepSeek develop its models for just $5.6 million? Is that true?
That's what people believe. We don't know the exact numbers because, of course, they won't share them. But yes, that's the estimate people have put out there, 5 to 6.
But you can't verify that.
There's no way to verify
Yeah,
that.
right.
It's impossible.
And Mr. Allen, did DeepSeek use Chinese chips or did it use U.S. chips? We're hearing rumors there, either by acquiring them before export controls took effect or through evading those export controls.
Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind, I'd like to also address the previous question.
Sure.
The cost when you're doing drug discovery as a pharmaceutical company is not just the cost of the clinical trial that worked, it's the cost of all the clinical trials that didn't work, right? You're searching for what is the right drug. And that is the same with DeepSeek. That training run, that was for the training run on that AI model that worked, but you had to do a bunch of experiments that didn't work to find that one that did work. So I actually believe DeepSeek when they claim that the cost of training that AI model was $5.6 million. But was that the cost of their AI training infrastructure? No. Was that the cost of all the experiments that it took to lead to that success? No. I would estimate that was in the hundreds of millions or billions of dollars.
Okay. And then if you'll answer my question about the chips, how did they acquire them?
Yes. So the best reporting on this topic right now is that DeepSeek's AI infrastructure includes 10,000 H100 chips, 10,000 H800 chips, 30,000 H20 chips. And those are all American chips, but only one of them has always been illegal to export to China, and that is the H100. Now, this estimate, which comes from semi-analysis citing sources that they've talked to in China's supply chain, I find it to be a credible projection. However, I also believe it is credible that DeepSeek did train this specific model using the H800 chip, which was a chip that NVIDIA specifically crafted for the Chinese market as a way to evade US export controls by degrading one aspect of technical performance below the export control threshold. And this is another instance in which we took far too long to update our export controls in the face of new developments. So there was a year-long period in which it was legal to sell these very high-performing H800 chips. And DeepSeek bought a lot of those chips during the period in which it was able to do it. And just because you make something illegal to sell doesn't mean everything that you've already sold magically disappears. So when you look at DeepSeek's progress, you are really looking at the lagging impact of the poor design of the first tranche of Biden administration export controls and the year that it took them to update the technical performance specifications between October 2022 and October 2023. But as the CEO of DeepSeek has said, these export controls are still having a significant impact on his company, on the Chinese AI ecosystem. It could just be a much larger one if we were doing a better job.
Thank you. Mr. Fisk, does DeepSeek suppress information on certain topics? Can users trust that their data will be protected from foreign exploitation?
I haven't seen a super systematic analysis of this, but there have now been dozens of reports that it does seem to suppress information on things like Tiananmen Square, the Uyghur population, and other examples of classic CCP propaganda.
Okay, thank you. And then let's see, the Stanford Institute for Human-Centered Artificial Intelligence recently released their 2025 AI Index report, which indicated that private investment in U.S. AI was $109.1 billion in 24, more than 10 times the amount invested in China, $9.3 billion. Earlier this year, the Stargate project announced a $500 billion investment in American AI. Mr. Thureer, What is more important for U.S. leadership in AI, federal funding or a permissive environment that allows for private sector investment and innovation?
Yeah, we obviously need that private sector investment to be high, as you just reported, Congressman. And it basically, the number you cited there, what's even more exciting about that being 10x higher than what China's invested in terms of private AI investment, is that that's over a 10-year period, it was only 4x. We were averaging about 4 times as much as China. That's still great news, but last year it was almost 11 times as much, actually. So we need more of that. And what yields that kind of private sector investment is a more permissive, permissionless innovation type environment where we encourage innovators to go out and do bold things.
Exactly. Thank you. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields back. Ms. Lofgren, you're recognized.
Thank you very much. This has been a useful hearing, and I appreciate the testimony of all the witnesses. It's interesting, Mr. Thierer, you talked about the role of states, and it reminded me of the issue we had in the last Congress, where Congresswoman Ashe and I played a very active role in discouraging California from preempting in a way that would have been very adverse. And ultimately, we did succeed in getting California to back off. And it's worth noting that they have now come up with a framework that really matches the objections we made. So the states have a role to play, and we have a role to play to keep them from doing something that is adverse to innovation. I have a concern, I will say, about some of the way we have developed our export controls. I am for strong export controls on hardware and chip manufacturing in China, and I think the rollout has been lagging in some cases, and that is something we should deal with. I'm also concerned, however, that we are not currently engaged as a nation in multilateralism. And if we impose export controls with US only, and international companies have the capacity to sell to China the equivalent, we haven't really achieved what we're trying to do. And so, for example, I've just learned that ASML has just announced they're going to build a chip manufacturing in China for the first time. So, Mr. Allen, what should the U.S. be doing to support multilateral controls on China's access to chips and chip equipment?
Well, thank you so much for that question. And I think it's just worth pointing out the overriding logic is very obvious here. Why would you not sell them chips, but sell them the equipment they can use to make those chips by themselves, right? One without
Correct.
the other is a terrible, terrible strategy. And the challenge that we face is while the US is the overall leader in semiconductor manufacturing equipment by a large margin, we're also not alone up there at the top. And in particular, the Dutch and the Japanese industries are both quite strong, and other subcomponent players are also very strong, like Germany, which makes some critical technologies here. So the Biden administration pursued a multilateral approach very aggressively and at some cost. It takes time to make multilateralism work. There are options for going unilateral, such as the imposition of the foreign direct product rule, which basically takes advantage of the fact that, for example, some key components of ASML technologies are made in the United States. So you apply US export controls to that content of the machine. Or more recently, what the United States did is point out that all semiconductor manufacturing equipment, even Chinese semiconductor manufacturing equipment, includes inside it chips that were made using American semiconductor manufacturing equipment. So there are options.
But we have competitors for that as well.
Well, I think the key point is here is we can go the unilateral option, but that is incredibly imposing upon our allies. And they have to be willing to do that, because even for the things that only America sells, Japan usually has a company who could get into that business if they wanted to.
Correct.
And so if we impose export controls and our allies do not impose matching export controls, the cost of this strategy, the efficacy of this strategy, the cost goes way up, the efficacy goes way down.
Thank you very much. AI models improve with data, and access to diverse, high-quality data sets is a strategic advantage. If DeepSeek's models are collecting data from American users, this could serve as a pipeline for the Chinese to improve its AI capabilities. And I was very interested, Mr. Fisk, in your comments about the agents or backdoors. What technical countermeasures, if any, could be in place to prevent adversarial data access? And by the way, also the backdoor issue that you mentioned.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So a lot of the measures might just look like standard data privacy regulation that you might put in place, either at the levels of companies or individual jurisdictions. On the technical side, yeah, I think the key problem here is just actually understanding why these models behave the way that they do. So I mentioned AI interpretability research, which is essentially opening up the black box of an AI model's digital mind and peering inside and trying to develop a mechanistic understanding of why it does the things it does. I think this research is going to be critical, not just for detecting when an AI system developed by an adversary has a backdoor, but also for making our own models more reliable as well and sort of competing on global markets.
I'll just note that this committee on a bipartisan basis advanced quite a few important AI bills in the last Congress that were never put up for a vote on the floor. So I'm hoping that we have a better opportunity for our bipartisan approaches to actually become law in this Congress. And I yield back.
Representative Issa.
Thank you, Chairman. This will probably go to a couple of you, but Mr. Thayer, I'm going to start with you. It's fair to say that labor, knowledge, investment are the three things that you need to add to our current leadership position if we're going to stay where we are or even increase what was earlier described as now a sub-1-year lead. Is that correct?
That's exactly right, Congressman. And I'll just point back to the excellent work that this House AI Task Force did on this issue in its chapter on labor and STEM and education.
And Mr. Fisk, I'm going to ask you the other half of the question. When you talked about agents, and all of you were talking about it, when Sputnik went up, it was basically a piece this big that went beep, beep, beep. It was not a step ahead of us, but it was a wake-up call that the step was just behind us. Is that fair to say from a standpoint of history? And if so, then your comments on agents and espionage are the other two elements that I would have to put in addition to labor, knowledge, and investment. Is that fair?
I think that's fair, yes.
Okay, so from a standpoint of this Congress, this committee, and this administration, is it fair to say that we have to have a statement of long-term policy that our allies, including those that we would use BIS and other entities to keep from giving labor, knowledge? We can't stop investment with China, but we can certainly have something to do with the labor and the knowledge and the access to espionage.
Sorry, could you clarify the question?
Well, it's fair to say that we have to have a long-term strategy, and it has to be stated if we're going to achieve that, if you will, pull ahead of what, DeepSeek showed us is a Sputnik.
Yes, I very much agree.
Okay, Mr. Thayer, am I pronouncing that close enough? Okay. If what we need is, in fact, to beat China, and China has 1.2, 1.4 billion people, and 300,000 of them are currently studying in the US. In fact, do we need to look at our policy toward educating Chinese in no small portion in the curriculum that they take back to use against us in competition?
Well, I believe if brilliant people want to come here and study and work, that's wonderful for America. We did this with the Soviets. We brought their best and brightest here, gave them opportunity, and encouraged them to stay. I'd like to see that same policy for Chinese students.
You hit the major point that I was getting to.
Yeah.
Encouraged to stay has to be part of that policy, or we are simply helping 300,000 disproportionately
Absolutely.
STEM students take back with them both the overt knowledge and the covert knowledge that comes from being in our universities.
That's right.
From a standpoint of investment, we'll just assume that we're going to continue to have a lead in investment in the U.S. over China.
But I want to go back to one more item, and it really goes back to the agent's question. If we do not have a pure AI, do we in fact almost guarantee that one agent could over time invite in as many agents as necessary? In other words, if you're not completely pure, you are in fact infected, and just like any other malignancy, it only takes one to bring in the others. Is that fair to say about being, if you will, foreign agent free?
That's for me.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I wouldn't overstate the complexity of current AI systems. I think today's agents are fairly rudimentary. They can't really succeed at sort of tasks that require long-term planning. But if you sort of plot this out and look at the improvement of these systems over time, yes, you could have agents behaving as a advanced persistent threat living in computer networks and form sort of a much larger cyber risk than those today.
Okay, and lastly, with my remaining time, this committee and the other committee I serve on, Judiciary, and for that matter, a little bit of Energy and Commerce, we've been looking at this whole question of what can be ingested and how do you pay for it. Is it fair to say that I heard unilaterally from all of you, China doesn't give a shit? They simply take it all, including all of our data, and they pay nothing for it. Is that fair to say? And as a result, we need to have a strategy, regardless of being paid, that in fact ensures that all data is available to be ingested by our learning models to compete with China quickly.
So if I may respond. Yeah, it's not just China that doesn't give a shit. Our domestic models also ingest all of our data, and these are commercial models, and they don't tell us how they're using this data. So for us to be able to take the moral high ground and say that China shouldn't be doing things in a particular way, we have to start with our own, environment here.
Okay, and I'm closing by just saying, I don't think any kind of a regulation obeyed by us is going to be obeyed by China. So the idea that an agreement here is binding on China, in all fairness, I don't buy that. Mr. Thayer, I'll take that as a shaking your head yes. Thank you, Mr. Extra Time, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Representative Subramaniam.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I was looking at sort of the capabilities of DeepSeek and like many others, comparing them to tools that we have here in the US, like ChatGPT. And it was quite impressive. I think there's some strengths and some weaknesses, but overall, I was impressed by both the capabilities as well as the cost compared to the capabilities. And we've been talking a lot about an AI Cold War today. And I would just put the question to the panel as short as you can. Has China already passed us in this AI Cold War? And if not, how close are they? I'll go. Sorry, Mr. Thayer.
Well, I think obviously the race is tightened. I mean, 2 years ago, when we had 2.5 years ago, when we had the Chat GPT moment, that was the reverse Sputnik moment for China, right? That's when they were surprised and taken aback, and we were clearly sort of in the lead at that point. But before that time, we all thought China was in the lead. You read the books from like 2017 to about 2020, it was all about what China was doing. And now we've entered that era again where China is caught up, nimble, low-cost systems. They do this very effectively, especially with their utilization of open weight models.
Mm-hmm.
And so that is a very real legitimate neck-and-neck race. These were two prize fighters going at it. So this is why our policies we have to get it right now.
Mr. Allen.
I don't think it's fair to say that China is in the lead or that DeepSeek suggests that they are. It's more like U.S. model progress occurs a little bit more in a stair-step kind of a fashion than it does like an incredible hockey slope. And so they just sort of caught us on the flat part of the stair and caught up to where we were at the beginning of that upward step. And we are now about to take another leap with the NVIDIA Blackwell chips and also with GPT-5 and that sort of next generation of models. And our hope is that the export controls are going to prevent China from taking that next step up the stairs. It's also worth pointing out that DeepSeek's advantages in cost, performance per cost, those are all algorithmic and architectural in nature. There's no unique proprietary training data set. There's no specialized computer hardware that they have that's superior. And so 100% of those advantages, as Tim and I have been talking about for a while, are now available to U.S. companies to basically do the same thing.
Dr. Sayonovich.
I don't think it's to anybody's benefit to be engaging in a Cold War in this, because people figure out a way to do things differently, cheaper and better, right? I have no opinion in particular on export controls, but an anecdote here is that, how does one build rocket ships in Russia versus in the US? In Russia, they make all kinds of lots and lots of cheap parts. They try to put them in, they don't fit, they throw it out, they put in another. Right? In the US, we spend a lot of time on precisely building just the right part and a lot of money, right? So what's the right paradigm? It's somewhere in between. We want to make sure that the academic community, the small scale entrepreneurs are able to help us build an environment where it's not a stepwise function, where we have a lot of innovation, where we figure out how to do things better in a kind of a free environment, where we don't have to be either affiliated with a government entity or with a private company to be able to contribute to this work.
Thank you.
This is what distinguishes us in the US.
Thank you. Mr. Fisk.
Yeah, so just quickly, I would assess that we were approximately 6 months ahead in model capabilities and maybe 2 years ahead in hardware capabilities based on the most advanced chips that China currently has access to legally under export controls. And this, just to tease out a point that Greg made earlier, this is really important because if you can grow that hardware lead to more like five years, you're now leaning into trends like Moore's law and rapid design and hardware design improvements, such that that 5-year lead can be a real exponential lead over time. So I think this highlights the importance of export controls.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I agree with a lot of what was said. My concern is that some of our policies, especially in the past couple of months, are getting us to a point where not only is China catching up to us, but we're standing still or even moving backwards. We're talking about firing very capable AI experts in our federal agencies and cutting funding for research, much as the research was actually the basis for a lot of our innovations in AI as a country. And then we've talked a lot about export controls, but not a lot about how tariffs are actually going to make everything more expensive, including the infrastructure we need to improve our AI. And then, national security policies, privacy policies. We talked about a talent war. I'm concerned right now that a lot of the policies that are being put in place are going to hurt our ability to stay ahead. And I think we are neck and neck right now. So I appreciate you all being here today, but I hope that we shift and this administration shifts its priorities. Thank you.
A gentleman yields back. We'll hear next from the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Rouser. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. AI is just an absolutely fascinating subject to me. It's kind of like space. I think about space and I think about what's beyond space, what's beyond that. I mean, it's never ending. And AI has so much potential in so many ways. I just Googled a question, in fact, and with the help of AI, I get this answer. Approximately 54% of American adults read at or below a 6th grade level, meaning that nearly half of the adult population struggles with basic reading skills. Is there a role for AI here in the education process? And not only that, but we need talent in order to advance in this space. Have y'all given any thought to that? I'm just curious.
Yeah, may I? Okay, so I do really think that we need to step up our literacy efforts when it comes to basic reading and writing skills, but also when it comes to AI literacy. And this is a point where federal investment is crucial. We don't have large scale efforts right now that would help people understand what AI is, what it does, what happens to their data, etc. So this is a huge opportunity we're missing that is going to impact us today and in generations to come.
Well, I think there's a huge opportunity in healthcare too. You get one cure, you save trillions of dollars, certainly hundreds of billions of dollars, which obviously, has positive impact as it relates to our deficits and our debt.
Absolutely. Congressman, I have a multi-part series for the Arch Reed Institute called AI and Public Health Series, and it talks about all of the different types of amazing innovations that are coming about due to AI and machine learning, and then specifically cites the cost savings for our very expensive public health system, our health system more generally. And so I think that's what you're going to there is like we can find better efficiencies, but also better cures, help people live longer, healthier lives.
Yeah. Any other comment on that?
If I may, I just want to say that in both the health and in the education sphere, we should not assume that these benefits will occur if we just do nothing. I would sort of give an analogy here to smartphones in school, right? There is a way to use tablets or smartphones that is education enhancing. But if you just sort of let things go the way they will, kids will probably just watch TikTok all day and they will not be smarter at the end of the day. And I would say the same is probably true of AI. There are ways to use AI that will dramatically enhance the quality of education, but that's not an inherent feature of just throwing AI in there and assuming everything's going to go great. And in the same domain on healthcare, here I would say that the productivity improvements are so exciting, right? In terms of coming up with candidate molecules for drugs, in terms of identifying, possible disease pathways, that we sort of have to look at the rest of our health R&D regulatory ecosystem and basically say, what are going to be the bottlenecks? If we have a 10,000x improvement in productivity over here, but we still have the exact same bottlenecks we've always had over here, then that 10,000x productivity in candidate molecules is not going to lead to any faster pace of drug generation. So I'm saying is we should not assume that if we just let everything go, it's going to turn out fine. This actually requires action. And it's the same in the case of Sputnik, right? If we hadn't responded, the Soviets would have won the space race. It's not like it was our birthright to win. We had to work to win.
Yeah, and I think what you're getting to, you got to have the right regulatory framework. Going back to preemption, what are the key steps to making sure we have the right regulatory framework so that you have innovation, it's not stifled, but at the same time you have guardrails in place?
In 1997, I mentioned that the Clinton administration put forward the framework for global electronic commerce that many Republicans in Congress agreed with, which was a market-based, idea-driven, kind of opportunity-driven environment and ecosystem for the digital economy and the internet. And that worked wonders. You just look at the natural real-world experiment we've had over the last quarter century on either side of the Atlantic between us and Europe, and you ask yourself a simple question: name Europe's leading digital technology innovators today. It's silence. We just can't. There's only a few. And the reality is the household names in Europe are American companies. Why? Because we got the policy prerequisites of growth and opportunity right for the internet. We can do it again for AI.
If I may, I would just say my approach to the governance framework would be twofold. Number one is real regulation on the most worst case scenario type risks, right? We do not want AI making bioweapons not just within the reach of an evil genius, but within the reach of an evil moron. There, I want hard regulation. For everything else, I want probably more soft regulation. Basically, the government, like the AI Safety Institute, disseminating best practices, not draconian enforcing them, but making these resources available so that companies know what good governance looks like and have a lower cost to entry when it comes to implementing those types of maneuvers.
Very good. Thank you. My time's expired.
The gentleman yields back. We'll hear next from my colleague from California, Ms. Rivas. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Obernolte. Dr. Stoyanovich, one of the things that I've mentioned previously in this committee is the need for investment in our scientific and academic research ecosystem to fund the workforce and research for the future. The needed investments in our STEM education and workforce of the future is in opposition to what this administration has done, despite them touting the need for advancing the American AI industry. Instead of uplifting this work in the national interest, this administration has cut federal funding for research and fired science staff, implemented tariffs in a chaotic way that has sent the stock market into free fall, making it harder not just for families to buy goods, but for AI and tech companies to buy the materials to build and create the physical data centers needed to power this technology, and remove the previous administration's executive order on prioritizing AI safety, responsibility, and fairness. Dr. Stoyanovich, in our competition with China, can you discuss how these policies and actions taken around AI safety and responsibility will actually set us back instead of advancing the American AI industry?
Thank you for this question. And I'm glad that we get to think about how to advance our national competitiveness, not only with a kind of an isolationist lens, where we're trying to protect the assets that already exist, but with the lens of participating and helping build an environment of international cooperation where we can all benefit from the kinds of advances in academic research, in entrepreneurship, in data assets, and also in figuring out what the right balance should be between transparency and privacy protection and security. And of course, the United States is distinctive in its ability to create an inclusive academic environment where people come from all over the world and get to learn with essentially no strings attached and get to make the world better for everybody. And I think that to maintain our leadership strategically in this important field of AI, we need to reaffirm this commitment to academic research, to education, as well as to making sure that we bring everybody with us, that this impact is not only on academia, but also that we invest in K through 12 education, to include AI literacy as part of that conversation, and that we make sure that we also reach out to people who are adults today and lack some of that AI literacy. And this helps them change professions, adopt an environment that changes, but also it helps protect our national security interests because people are going to understand better what the impact is of the data that they're sharing, for example, and what are the risks.
Thank you for those comments. I agree with you, and I look forward to working with my colleagues to ensure that we are, we have a research ecosystem and investments in education at all levels that allow us to continue our leadership in AI throughout the world. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. We'll hear next from the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Baird. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, witnesses, for being here today. I always learn something when we have expert witnesses such as yourselves. I guess my first question goes to Mr. Thier. While protecting against foreign AI threats is crucial, excessive regulation or restrictive policies could slow down the U.S. innovation and put American companies at a disadvantage. So how can we strike the right balance between national security measures, ensuring that the AI innovation and entrepreneurship in the U.S. continue to thrive?
Well, thank you for that question, Congressman, and greetings from a fellow Hoosier. I think the answer to that question is we first need to step back and understand what the nightmare scenario looks like. And that would be if the Chinese systems like DeepSeek and their successors and its other competitors become global standards across the world, because they have created low-cost, nimble systems that, especially their open source systems, that ultimately spread through concerted efforts like their Digital Silk Road and the Belt and Road initiatives, where they're actually trying to lure many other countries, especially in the global South, into a desire to be partners with them. And that's part of that, AI axis that we talk about, the danger of that and the spread of their sort of control regime through technological systems. So American systems need to lead. We need to make sure that we're not shooting ourselves in the foot and that we become global standards, just as we did in the internet age. But now we've seen a turn. We see like Huawei and other companies, becoming more predominant in the hardware side of things and offering investments to these countries. We need to make sure our companies are there first, so we don't restrict them too much in what they want to do globally.
You always have a Hoosier welcome. So anyone else, anyone of the witnesses have a thought on that issue, on our national security?
Yeah, I do.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so I think the only way for us to win at this and to make sure that our national security is preserved and our competitive advantage is preserved is through openness. We need to make sure that we figure out how open models and open innovation can be supported in this country. And open doesn't mean we give away all our secrets and we give away all of our advantage. Openness means control, because we set the rules for how data is shared, for how data is used, for what is disclosed, for whether we know how the systems were checked for safety, for correctness. Openness is key, and this is our advantage versus China.
I can appreciate your thought there in terms of openness. It really stimulates innovation and knowledge from around the world. But on the other hand, it's difficult to control the data, how it gets out. And so that's a real challenge, I think.
It's not impossible. Research needs to be done on this. We need investment in research also, but it can be done.
So if we do the right research, maybe we can develop the techniques to control that data. Is that right?
Indeed.
Yep. So I want to go to Mr. Fist and Dr. Stefanovic. it is reported that DeepSeek produced some technical innovations in the development of their recent models. So what are those technical innovations, and how can the U.S. use those technical innovations to our advantage and continue to innovate technically?
Yeah, so I'll quickly answer that one. So yeah, a lot of the technical innovations from DeepSeek actually came out in the first model known as V3 that came out in December. And these were essentially a range of innovations that made it a lot cheaper to use computer chips to train the model to a particular level of capabilities. So that represented an increase in what we call algorithmic efficiency. They were able to make more efficient algorithms that could make better use of computer chips. Those techniques that they openly published are now being adopted by US labs and around the world to improve our own efficiency. And there's also techniques such as this that US labs are using as well. So in general, this is a race to develop better algorithms and adopt other algorithms quickly. The part where they're really behind is on the computer chips.
Yeah. And then the other thing that I would add is that we know a lot more about what DeepSeek has done in terms of innovation than we do about the leading US-based models. At the moment, people think that this mixture of experts approach, for example, that DeepSeek has used, that allows them actually to train more efficiently and to do faster inference, that everybody here also uses that, but there's no way for us to check this. So the biggest wake-up call, I think, for our local models here was that DeepSeek is able to achieve comparable performance to us, but in a more open model, right? And this is what's really making things happen here.
Thank you. And Mr. Allen, I didn't get to you, so I just say hello and say return. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. We'll hear next from the gentlewoman from Delaware, Ms. McBride. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is an honor to be on the subcommittee with you and with all of my colleagues. I will say it's an honor to be on here with Ranking Member Stevens, although I did take exception to her comment earlier that Michigan rather than Delaware is the best state in the union. And thank you so much to our witnesses. Mr. Chairman, you've brought us together today because the United States and the world was rattled by news of a new AI model released by Chinese startup DeepSeek. This new model puts into question whether the United States is properly investing in AI to ensure we continue to be at the forefront of innovation. It's important that as we grapple with that question, we recognize the central role the U.S. education institutions have in fostering innovation and growth, from researchers to students to career scientists, people who have dedicated themselves to producing groundbreaking research by harnessing the power of science and technology. I have met with students and faculty from Delaware who are concerned over the funding cuts and the instability the current administration has fostered through its policies. I've heard from private companies concerned about the devastation the defunding of our educational institutions will have on their ability to recruit and build a strong workforce. And I've heard from students, both those born here and those who are studying here, that the demonization of diversity implicitly and explicitly insults their qualifications, as though those two principles run in conflict. As a member of the Delaware State Senate, I was proud to advocate for funding that developed programming for young women and students of color interested in learning and refining their STEM skills. That workforce pipeline and the diversity within it is foundational for the U.S. to compete and lead. AI is the perfect example of a technology that benefits from diversity among those who are building and training it. It's critical that the U.S. continues to nurture young innovators and research from a variety of backgrounds to give U.S.-developed AI models range in input and output. Our country's diversity and the unique capacity for us to build a diverse tech workforce is not just of symbolic importance. It's a strategic advantage for our country. The U.S. can build tech that meets the needs of the world's diverse consumer base because we have the world's diversity here, but we need to seize on that asset. We undermine one of our competitive advantages when we demonize diversity, and we shoot ourselves in the foot when we defund educational institutions necessary to build that workforce and foster innovation. To continue this, we must fund our schools, we must fund research, we must support our innovators, and we must encourage curious minds of all backgrounds, both here at home and globally, to bolster our domestic education and workforce pipeline. It's unfortunate that the current administration seems not to share that belief. So my first question is for you, Dr. Stoyanowicz. You had touched on this a little bit before. Students from across the globe flock to the United States to learn from world-renowned experts housed at our educational institutions. Historically, we've encouraged competitive candidates to obtain their training here, and in return, they fuel research and bolster our workforce pipeline, keeping us competitive. I'm curious how recent actions and funding cuts to our educational institutions could affect that pipeline, and how our educational institutions outside of the United States seizing on what could be a vacuum here because of funding cuts or, frankly, a message that we're not welcoming.
Thank you very much for this question, and I absolutely agree with the statement that you made, that diversity is important, that being in an environment where you are judged on your abilities, your interests, rather than on the color of your skin or your gender, is what is conducive to creative thought, to research, and other types of creative thought. So, very bluntly, the current instability in terms of research funding is making it so that we are no longer able to recruit as many doctoral candidates as we would have in other years. My own lab and other labs have lost, in terms of yield, quite a number of people who prefer to stay in Europe, for example, and pursue their doctorate degrees there or to do their postdoctoral studies there. And Europe is going to benefit, Western Europe in particular, tremendously from this instability here. Many students who would have studied here are staying in Asia, are staying in China or in India. And this is going to have devastating impacts on generations of researchers, both in academia and in industry in the United States. So we really do need to rethink our priorities. We're shooting ourselves in the foot here.
Thank you. And perhaps because of that, unfortunately, in 20 years, many of the tech innovators' names that people know will not just be Americans anymore, but folks from other countries living and working in other countries. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. We will hear next from the gentlewoman from South Carolina. Ms. Biggs, you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for holding this important hearing, and thank you to the witnesses for being here today. So applications from Communist China have a history of collecting personal user data on a level that presents a national security risk. You only need to look at the scale of data collection from TikTok, and that Chinese companies are required to turn over personal data to the CCP at their request. DeepSeek's V3 and R1 models exemplify this risk, with DeepSeek overtaking American companies like OpenAI to be top-rated AI app on U.S. App Store. So to Mr. Thayer, does DeepSeek collect data beyond just the chat logs from its users? And does that data that's collected by DeepSeek present a clear threat to our citizens' privacy and our national security? And how can we mitigate that risk?
Thank you for the question, Congresswoman. We don't know the full extent of data collection on that side of things, but of course that danger is always very real. This is why some state governments and others have looked to make moves to stop DeepSeek from being utilized by government employees, and that's an understandable concern. But clearly, more study is needed on that important question.
Thank you. And to Mr. Allen, the United States currently maintains a global leadership role in AI. And we heard from Mr. Fitz a little bit about having the best AI and a secure AI and a faster engine. And thank you for that input. But Mr. Allen, what do you think the competition, we know it's intensifying and China's catching up quickly. What are your primary factors that you think have allowed the U.S. to maintain its lead this far, and where is China catching up to us the most rapidly?
Well, thank you so much for the question. I guess I should point out to begin that AI is a very broad umbrella term. So one can refer to AI really meaning large language models like ChatGPT, or one can refer to AI as an entire universe of computer science research that includes everything from the kind of computer vision that powers autonomous cars to speech recognition to AIs that play chess and defeat world chess champions. So there's this entire field of artificial intelligence. And the reality is that the US lead is strongest in large language models, which is exactly what DeepSeek did. DeepSeek came up with something that was near the world state of the art only 6 months after American companies had reached that sort of same level. And in other fields of AI, China is also incredibly strong. In autonomous cars, it is very much a neck and neck state of affairs, and there's a lot of advantages on the Chinese side. In computer vision and speech recognition, it is utterly routine for Chinese companies to have world-leading benchmark performance in these kinds of areas. And so across this entire universe of AI, really China is pursuing an all of the above strategy. America's #1 advantage in all of this has been the strength of our venture capital ecosystem, our ability to create great companies, our ability to enable creative destruction of slow and old companies to make way for new and better ones. But I would also point out that even these kind of advantages are downstream of US government action. So for example, while the vast majority of AI investment comes from the private sector, if you walk around OpenAI or you walk around Google and ask somebody who funded the research grant that put you through grad school, it's DARPA, it's the NSF, again and again and again. So even that private sector advantage, those are the plants that came from the seeds that the US federal government planted. And that's why I do share the sort of concerns that others have expressed about, are we continuing to plant the next generation of seeds? One final thing I'll say here is we've mentioned Sputnik maybe a dozen times on this, but nobody, and Sputnik led America to do a lot of great things. We created DARPA, we created NASA, but we haven't mentioned my favorite thing that America did after Sputnik, which was the National Defense Education Act of 1958. When we said we're going to triple the number of engineers that this country produces, because we recognize that we're in a multi-decade competition where leadership in science and technology is critical. And if we could resurrect that playbook in the wake of DeepSeek, which, by the way, I think the most impressive thing about DeepSeek is the fact that all of the technical staff that developed it did not work for US companies and was not educated at American universities. It was an all-China team, and it was a very impressive one that is downstream of their education policy, which was every bit as bold as the law I just described in the wake of Sputnik.
Thank you very much. And I yield back.
Congresswoman yields back. We'll hear next from Congresswoman McLean Delaney. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
So thank you to our chair and ranking members for organizing this hearing and on artificial intelligence, U.S. competitiveness, and the role of DeepSeek in the development of AI models. And I want to thank each of the witnesses for your incredible testimony. So I proudly represent Maryland's 6th District, and we are home to the National Institute of Science and Technology and its campus in Gaithersburg, Maryland, as well. As you know, there's one in Boulder, Colorado as well. And many of you highlighted in your testimony that NIST is one of our premier agencies to enhance U.S. competitiveness in AI through research and evaluation. And as noted by several of my colleagues, for highlighting the value of NIST, and I might also lift up, other agencies in my district like NIH, the National Institute of Cancer, and Fort Detrick, which also do research and use AI. And, of course, uplift how penny foolish and pound foolish it is to look at these research cuts and how they impact our U.S. competitiveness. So NIST work in AI, which really ramped up during President Trump's first term, has proven to be a critical enabler for the U.S. government and U.S. industry to maintain AI leadership. And it released an AI risk management framework, which I think several of you spoke to. And the Department of Commerce protection of national security has been bolstered through American leadership through a non-regulatory approach. This is something I know a little bit about since I helped lead the National Telecommunications Information Agency. And I worked across with our sister agency, NIST, to ensure that we had methods to allow organizations to use AI in ways that ensure that technology is trustworthy, transparent, and unbiased. With increased public interest in AI and LLMs, we need more meaningful bumpers and safeguards to protect consumers from threat actors that would exploit AI powerful data collection and analysis capabilities. And I believe we must foster American innovation and build trust in our AI systems. And I have to reiterate the word trust because we must foster standards that keep Americans safe while remaining globally competitive. So this is a pivotal moment in AI technologies in terms of American leadership, and it seems like we are failing to meet this moment. I will note that more than 70 staff at NIST have been fired this year, and while some have been reinstated, we're very concerned that more cuts may be on the horizon there and at other research agencies and also our universities. With DeepSeek's rapid growth and development quickly threatening U.S. leadership, I have a couple of questions I just really want to talk to. Dr. Stoyanovich, in your testimony, you mentioned that DeepSeek models have raised significant concerns related to privacy, data governance, and national security. Your testimony also discusses a security-focused approach that maximizes economic potential and continues to foster innovation. Can you discuss the specific ways that we can utilize NIST leading world expertise in standards and R&D to safeguard consumer privacy, ensure national security priorities, and support technical innovation? And I might add one more thing. My colleague, Congressman Biggs, also talked about some of these same issues with respect to TikTok. So I'm just curious about your thoughts about that.
Thank you very much for this question. NIST has a pivotal role to play in making sure that we both establish a data governance regime that is appropriate here, but also that we think very carefully about evaluation. And this is something that I haven't mentioned today, and I want to bring up that term. So how do we know whether a system works, whether an LLM works? It's the same as with Roomba, the smart vacuum. We have to have criteria according to which we assess whether it works, right? And what are these criteria? LLM evaluation is really, really complex because we want these models, we use them for a general set of general purposes. So we want them to produce outputs that are correct, that are safe, that are not misleading, that are courteous, right? There are lots and lots of things that we want from these systems. And so there are many ways in which we need to check whether they deliver on these promises. And one of these ways is benchmarking. And there are already robust benchmarking efforts, but this is something where NIST should really play a stronger role because as soon as a benchmark is published, it gets saturated because everybody is going to try to perform well on that benchmark, right? So it's a moving target. And in addition to kind of mechanistic benchmarking, we also need to make sure that we're incorporating softer criteria like human judgment about whether a response was appropriate, not only that it was correct and it didn't disclose something. So in short, we need to pay a lot more attention to evaluation and benchmarking in particular, and this is a perfect job for NIST. And it needs to be done by a third party. It cannot be done by a vendor.
Thank you. Mr. Fist, can you explain NIST's role in measurement science and how the agency improves U.S. competitiveness and what downsizing the agency staff might do to tackle these problems, and maybe even the unique role of NIST in collaborating with industry?
Yeah, so I just repeat the points just made in that NIST plays this essential role in measurement and evaluation, especially for AI. In AI, I would just highlight that this is an extremely nascent field. We don't really understand how to properly characterize the behavior and properties of AI models, and the kind of basic measurement work that NIST does is really critical for that.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. We'll hear next from the gentleman from Utah. Mr. Kennedy, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Obernolte, and I'm excited to be here in this committee, the Research and Technology Subcommittee, because keeping American innovation at the forefront is not only an economic imperative, but also a national security one. I'm proud to announce that I did pass a few weeks ago my first bill through the House, the United States Research Protection Act, which seeks to stop China from stealing our innovations and beating us on developing these kind of critical technologies. And it's important that we learn from DeepSeek and how the United States can head off future technological surprises. I have a question for Mr. Allen first, if you'd be willing to entertain that. Could you explain the threat differences between the DeepSeek model and the DeepSeek app so that the American people are aware when using this technology?
Certainly, and thank you for the question. DeepSeek is an open weights model, which means that if you would like to actually download the weights of the model and run that as a local instantiation on your own computing hardware, you can do that. Alternatively, if you would like to access it from DeepSeek's computing resources through their app, you can do that as a software as a service type indication. So that's the difference between the model and the app. However, both are delivering you ultimately the same product if you download the most recent version of the model, but older versions of the DeepSeek model are also available to be downloaded. And this is how you can, determine things like the fact that it was distilled using data from OpenAI, among other things.
Is there a privacy consideration though between the app and the model?
The app would have the more significant privacy considerations just because every single user interaction is very likely logged and then used as future training data or for whatever use case DeepSeek has in mind. It is possible that the model could have different types of risks, such as cybersecurity risks. And some of these risks are present and don't appear to have even originated in DeepSeek. It is possible to, for example, put data poisoning attacks out there on the open internet, and anybody who's just hoovering up the whole internet to train their model will fall prey to these attacks, which then lead latent cyber threats in the capabilities. Indeed, this has been demonstrated in DeepSeek's case.
Can you tell me more about the speech censorship aspects of DeepSeek, the app versus the model?
So both the app and the model do take into account censorship type concerns because DeepSeek as a Chinese company is subject to Chinese regulations, which relate to politically sensitive and propaganda sensitive topics that China cares about. So both of those are going to be reflected in the models, but the app will always have the most updated version of that. So if anybody ever discovers a way to make the DeepSeek app behave in a way that the Chinese government doesn't like, the app, you can bet, will be updated much faster.
Thank you for that clarification. That's excellent. Mr. Fist, I'll go to you next. DeepSeek reportedly trained their advanced AI model at dramatically lower costs. What does this imply about America's current approach to funding, training, and deploying AI systems, and what should policymakers like me do to support more cost-effective innovation domestically?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Yeah, so I will just highlight a point that I believe Greg made earlier in that the costs that DeepSeek are reporting to us are a cherry-picked number, relating to
That's
the
shocking. The
final.
Chinese Communist Party is not going to tell us the truth about what they really spent on this. But that, besides that point, what else do you have to say?
Yeah, indeed. So this 5.6 million number, a lot lower. It still is very impressive that they were able to train at this level of efficiency. And it means that, we need to figure out how we compete on the efficiency metric as well. Like, this is really important. US firms are innovating on these kinds of things all the time. I think one area that the federal government can help support is this kind of basic research into new hardware architectures that don't currently have near-term commercial promise, but could unlock a huge breakthrough in efficiency. So I'm talking about photonic chips, so using light as a medium for transmitting data or doing calculations instead of electricity. On-chip memory is sort of like a very interesting paradigm in this field as well. There's a number of sort of basic hardware technologies that we should be investing in to figure out how we can get that next leapfrog of efficiency above China.
Thank you for that answer. Photonic. Haven't heard that word for a while. Thank you very much. Sounds like Star Trek. Mr. Thier, with my remaining time, just a brief question. Can you tell us more about what regulations states are pursuing and how China's AI development efforts should affect state and federal policymaker attitudes towards regulating AI?
Well, it's funny you should ask that, Congressman, because in Utah, there's actually a pretty good model. Utah passed a really good model for
That's
AI.
why I'm asking.
It's a good setup. Well, I just think that model that Utah's pursued is really smart because it obviously focuses on first studying the issue, being patient, forbearing from over-regulating, focusing on agency capacity and existing governmental uses of AI, and then also has that experimental sandbox idea built into the back end of it, where you actually encourage innovators to come and talk to state policymakers to figure out how they can maybe pursue exciting projects in a more collaborative way.
Thank you very much for pointing out the regulatory sandbox, which I was part of in the state legislature a few years ago, and we're proud of that. Utah is a great model for this. And Mr. Chair Obernolte, thank you very much. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. We'll hear next from the gentleman from Rhode Island. Mr. Amo, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Obernolte, for holding today's hearing on artificial intelligence. Last August, I had held a roundtable on AI back in my district at Smithfield High School on the first day back from summer break. And my visit to Smithfield made it clear to me that educators and students are using AI inside and outside the classroom in our community at a far more accelerated rate than I had previously known. And therein lies an opportunity. Nurturing the next generation's desire to learn is key to beating China in the AI innovation race. We can't out-innovate DeepSeek without that effort. And since 2018, China has established remarkably over 2,000 undergraduate AI programs at more than 300 universities. We need to keep up, and frankly, I think we need to start earlier. That's why last Congress, I joined Congressman Kane in introducing the bipartisan Lift AI Act legislation that would direct the National Science Foundation to develop AI literacy curriculum for K-12 students. I'm proud our bill that was reported out of this committee last year. And so my first question for Mr. Fist. China's making substantial investments in AI education, as I noted. And, my question for you is how are these investments having an impact on AI innovation in China? And additionally, what can we do here in the United States to ensure that our domestic workforce, but also pipeline starts where we need it to so we can compete?
Yeah, thank you for the question. We've talked today a little bit about sort of China's massive programs to build up its STEM workforce, very ambitious investments, which my colleague Greg mentioned. This is an area of expertise for me personally in the United States. What we have done work on is how do we attract superstar talent from overseas as well? So, this is really America's superpower, is being able to bring the best in the world here. If you look at numbers on the Forbes AI Top 50, so top 50 startups in the United States from last year, 70% of those, 70%, had at least one immigrant co-founder. So I think finding ways to attract and retain top superstar talent needs to be a complement to education activities.
Thank you for that. And look, I think you've heard it from some of my colleagues already, but what we've seen out of the Trump administration thus far seems to be rolling in the opposite direction, right? The cancellation of STEM research grants to fund AI training, the chilling effect for international students, the same folks where we're trying to attract in STEM by deporting folks on a whim and casting away guidance to stop our AI models from perpetuating racial bias. These are things that aren't helpful. And in fact, I believe will give China an upper hand in the innovation race by scaring off the next generation of students from entering the STEM and AI workforce. I have a particular interest in the impact on healthcare. As AI has been deployed effectively to support medical innovation and can do so much more. So the question that I have for you, Dr. Stoyanovich, is can you give me a sense of your thoughts on where these actions have impaired researchers, particularly in fields like healthcare, to make us more innovative than we are today?
Thank you for this question. And also, if I may, I want to add to the point that Mr. Fist made about attracting superstars. We shouldn't focus just on attracting superstars. I include a bibliography in my written testimony of the DeepSeek papers, and you will see that most of them have over 100 authors that are all the product of the Chinese education system in AI, right? So let's not forget that we're now in a place where no single person, no matter how brilliant, can build the system from the beginning to the end, right? We actually need all hands on deck here. And that's why public literacy, embedding AI literacy into K through 12 is as important as ever, if not more important. So regarding the impacts on healthcare, indeed, we're seeing lots and lots of use cases that are making their way into clinical practice even of AI, including also large language models. And healthcare is this perfect domain that raises all of these privacy and security concerns that we talked about, but where there is also tremendous benefit potentially that these systems can give us in terms of efficiency, for example, so that doctors don't spend all their time transcribing encounter notes and instead are thinking strategically about, diagnosis and treatment. But what's required for us to be able to put these systems into safe use, specifically in healthcare, is interpretability mechanisms as an enabler of a kind of an accountable decision-making regime. Because when a doctor is advised by an LLM about a diagnosis, let's say, and it turns out to be incorrect, they can't just say, oh, the machine told me so, right? It's still their responsibility. So we have to build these machines in a way that communicate why particular recommendations are made, what is the certainty and the uncertainty, what was the data that was used, is it appropriate in terms of its demographic composition, for example, for this specific hospital. So this really challenges us to develop novel mechanisms for privacy and data protection, for explainability, for auditing and evaluation of these models. And we need large-scale investment, including also that would come through the NIH, for example, where we're seeing tremendous cuts.
Thank you. My time has expired. I yield back.
Thank you. The chair now recognizes Representative Fouché from North Carolina for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the witnesses for being here with us today. I'm proud to have served during the last Congress on the bipartisan AI task force, along with several of our colleagues here today. And I look forward to continuing our work together on this committee to implement our policy recommendations and put forth sensible legislation so that the United States can remain the world leader in artificial intelligence. To that end, I am deeply disappointed by what I'm hearing from my own district, North Carolina's 4th, home to 2 NSF-funded AI institutes, the Athena Institute led by Duke University and the AI Institute for Engaged Learning, a partnership between North Carolina State and the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill as a lead partner, as well as North Carolina Central University Institute for AI and Equity Research, regarding the research and workforce cuts enacted by the Trump administration during its first few weeks in office, gutting federal research departments and slashing grants that fund world-leading and cutting-edge research, terminating biomedical research grants for being so-called woke, simply because the researchers were seeking to address very real health disparities in our nation, and deporting PhD students for disagreeing with this administration's views. These actions derailed this administration's goal of maintaining U.S. global leadership in science and innovation. And it also has a chilling effect on our ability to prepare and inspire the next generation of leaders. And it gives China a real and clear opportunity to fill in the void. I fear that these actions will have grave consequences that will negatively affect the United States' ability to lead the world and our international partners on artificial intelligence, and to lay out a future and a vision that is in accordance with our democratic principles and moral values. Dr. Stoyanovich, or Mr. Fitz, why is it important for the federal government to support research and development initiatives at colleges and universities if we are going to be and win the AI race?
I can go first. Thank you for this question. One of the most attractive things for people who were not born here, like me, to come to the United States and do research is the freedom of thought, the academic freedom. The academic environment here is fueled by federal investment. We cannot rely on investment from industry to fill this void, because that money comes with strings attached, right? And we don't want to be constrained by ideological agendas any more than we want to be constrained by business goals in our creative thinking about what the next system should be, what the next platform should be, what is the next big problem that we want to address. And this, once again, is the edge that the United States has, and that unfortunately we are now worried that we might lose. So I really encourage us to think carefully about the downstream implications worldwide on us paying less attention to research federally.
Yeah, I would suggest that we see science, basic science R&D funding at federal agencies and universities as less as an exercise in reducing total possible cost and more a return in investment. If we thought about research and development as a VC fund, if you measured a VC fund on how little it spent, that would be a very poor performing VC fund overall. What we really want to look at is what is the ROI of this kind of research. Federal R&D funding in general returns around between $4 and $5 back to the economy for every dollar that we're investing. But historically, it hasn't really worked as well as it should, especially recently. If we look at, for example, the inventor of the mRNA vaccine, she was systematically ignored or treated with skepticism by the NIH, who wasn't willing to fund this kind of high risk, high reward research. So I think, together with thinking more in terms of return on investment, we should also think about how we reform our scientific institutions to focus more on this high risk, high reward science that can have massive downstream effects.
Let me just end with this. As others have discussed today, last Congress, we advanced several bipartisan bills in this committee, including my Expanding AI Voices Act to broaden participation in AI research. And I sincerely hope that we can work together with you, Mr. Chair, to enact these important efforts into law. And with that, I'll yield back.
River announces
yields back.
Bitcoin interest on cash. Now, US dollars in your River account will earn you high yield interest rate that can be paid in Bitcoin. With the price of groceries, mortgage, and tuition on a steep rise, people are now looking at a retirement age of 80 instead of 60. And that's all because dollars are losing value at a record pace. The challenge is finding a way to hold on to your dollar while still getting ahead. That's where River Bitcoin comes in. River Bitcoin's interest on cash protects your dollars with FDIC insurance while offering you the option to recap the potential gains of Bitcoin. Over the past 2 years, you would have earned 2 times the rate of most high-yield savings accounts and 16 times the rate of national average savings account with Bitcoin interest on cash. Get started at badlandsmedia.tv/river. Move your cash to River today and start earning real interest rate with Bitcoin. That's badlandsmedia.tv/river.
What's up, everybody? So we have like 23 minutes left in Badlands Live for the week. And I thought we would talk about this story. The one thing I'll say about that hearing we were just listening to is that it's notable that the 2 minority witnesses were both foreigners and arguing on behalf of gain of function research. It just seems super appropriate. So we got some new details about Kilmar Abrego Garcia today, and the BBC put this out 24 hours ago. I'm going to catch everybody up on where we are with this story and then tell you what the new information is. The case of Abrego Garcia has prompted a legal showdown. Here's what we know. He illegally entered in 2012. This was previously reported as 2011, so that's interesting, but entered illegally in 2012. He was arrested or detained, rather, in March of 2019, along with 3 other people in the car park of a Home Depot. Officers said they were loitering and subsequently identified Mr. Abrego Garcia and 2 of the others as members of MS-13. In a document titled The Gang Field Interview Sheet, the local police detailed their observations. They said Mr. Abrego Garcia was wearing a Chicago Bulls hat and a hoodie with rolls of money covering the eyes, ears, and mouth of the presidents on separate denominations. Officers claimed that the clothing was indicative of the Hispanic gang culture and that wearing the Chicago Bulls hat represents that they are a member in good standing with MS-13. Stephen Dudley, a journalist and author who spent years studying MS-13, said that it is true. At some point, the Chicago Bulls logo with the horns became a stand-in of sorts for the MS-13 devil horn symbol. Any assertions about gang affiliation would need to be corroborated with testimony, criminal history, and other corroborating evidence, that author said. According to the field interview sheet and other court documents, officers said they were also advised by a proven and reliable source that Mr. Abrego Garcia was an active member of MS-13's Westerns clique with the rank of Chicao. Mr. Dudley says Chicao is not a rank, but instead refer to recruits who have yet to be initiated. In court filings, Mr. Abrego Garcia argued in court filings that the Westerns clique is based in New York, where they say their client has never lived. And according to the government documents, he has dismissed the information given to police against him as hearsay. Okay. According to his lawyers, he has never been convicted of any criminal offense, including gang membership in the U.S. or in El Salvador. He lived in the U.S. for 14 years, had 3 children, and worked in construction, according to court records. But the judge who presided over his 2019 case said that based on the confidential information, there was sufficient evidence to support Mr. Abrego Garcia's gang membership. That finding was later upheld by another judge. As a result, Mr. Abrego Garcia was refused bail and remained in custody. During this time, he has applied for asylum to prevent his deportation to El Salvador. He was granted a withholding of removal. And of note, asylum you have to claim within a year of entering illegally. And he was here. He evaded detection for what was previously reported as 8 years, now appears to be 7. But until 2019, he evaded detection. So he was not able to apply for asylum. Withholding of removal was the only thing available to him in 2019. Okay, back to the BBC article. That's why, so withholding of removal order, a status different from asylum, but one which prevented the U.S. government from sending him back to El Salvador because he could face harm. Mr. Abrego Garcia's lawyers say he was granted the status based on his well-founded fear of persecution by Barrio 18, the main rival gang of MS-13. He said that prior to him entering the U.S., his family and their business had been threatened and extorted by Barrio 18. Since 2019, when he was released, lawyers would say he's had yearly check-ins with immigration officials, which had been without fail and without incident. In 2021, his wife filed an order of protection against him. That's all over the... Okay, I'm definitely muting you forever. Sorry, troll in the chat. So she filed an order of protection. It was also reported that she filed an order of protection in 2020, and that was on that's all over the internet. There's handwritten reports of him beating her with his work boot, scratching her, making her bleed, all sorts of things. She now describes her husband as a loving partner and father, and has repeatedly denied that he is an MS-13 gang member. Okay. On April 15th, Caroline Levitt said he was involved in human trafficking. The Tennessee Star reported earlier this week that he was stopped in December of 2022, driving a vehicle without a license, carrying 7 passengers. The officers detained them, and then the FBI under Joe Biden ordered them, according to the Tennessee Star report, ordered them to let everybody go. That came out yesterday. And let's see, anything else? Okay, so now today, shout out to Andy No of the Post Millennial, who has done great reporting on this. So you can see this is promoting the Give Send Go for this guy and his family. And you can see she's put these hearts here over his hands. So when he was meeting in El Salvador, his hand was showing, and there are allegations that this is an MS-13 gang symbol on his fingers. So that's breaking today, and there's a whole bunch of commentary on the internet about how that amounts to being an MS-13 gang symbol. Lots of pictures of his hands throughout. I want to play this from Stephen Miller because I think it's delightful and I love Stephen Miller, and also it's relevant to the point. This is what we've been saying, since the beginning, because these are the facts. But let's take a listen.
Is the president going to ask for him to be returned to the United States or not? Like, yes or no?
Let me ask you, what do you think would happen to him if he came back to this country? As your understanding of immigration laws, what do you think would happen?
But I'm just asking
it's
at this point
important to know.
about whether
You're
or
asking,
not
you're asking a lot of questions.
the president.
You're
the
asking.
president plans
You
to
are
ask
all
us
asking a
how-
lot of questions about this, and you also care about it a lot. So let's see if any of you have researched anything about this issue at all. Can anyone here tell me what would happen to the illegal alien from El Salvador if he came back to the United States? Does anyone here know? Anyone want to guess? Any of you?
He could be with his family.
What do you know the difference between a deportation order and a withholding order? Do you know the difference? Any of you, please. Do you? Well, we're not in the government. But you couldn't even spend.
Oh
you
my
couldn't even
God.
spend 72 hours over the weekend learning the distinction, even though you've been writing and talking about it this whole time. What I'm getting from this conversation, which is educational for me, is that not one person in the media knows the difference between a deportation order and a withholding order. Is that a fair statement? You're learning about this all for the first time right now? I guess so. Okay. So
Can we ask
a deportation order means the judge has said he must be deported from the country. He has no right to remain here any longer. He must be removed from the country. So his only options are to be deported to his home country or another country. That's it. There's no other option. He doesn't get to stay here. He doesn't get to live here. He has no future here. He has no right to be here. He's an illegal alien. So when you keep saying return, because you've been spun up by the open borders advocates, you all seem to be operating under the illusion that he would be able to come to the United States and just continue to live here illegally. That's not an option available to him. His only choices in life are to live in El Salvador or to live in another country. That's it. There's no other option, legally or otherwise, because he came to our country illegally. Do you understand that? He would be arrested. He'd be put in confinement. He would be deported the second time to El Salvador again, because there's no withholding order for an alien who's a member of a foreign terrorist organization, number one. Number two is the gang that he's a member of doesn't exist in El Salvador anymore. So what you're asking for is to be deported twice. But additionally, if we chose to just pretend that the withholding order was real, he would be deported to a different country. So, for example, he could be deported to Egypt. So I'm just trying to understand, is it your view, in other words, you define a country that would be willing to take a MS-13 member from El Salvador. So I'm trying to understand from you all is, so if he came back and under our laws, he was then deported to Egypt or to Somalia, would you then be saying, great, I'm so glad that you deported him to another country? Is that what you'd all be saying?
It's just so good. It's just so good. And just so you guys know, I wrote a Twitter thread on this a few days ago because I argued with Grok for like 2 days about this Abrego Garcia guy. And Grok kept trying to support the narrative that there's no evidence of him being a gang member and that he was denied due process. And the being denied due process claim is the administration has referred to it as an administrative error. The hysterical public mind is claiming that he was denied due process. The only process he was due was reviewing the withholding order before being deported to El Salvador. He could have been deported somewhere else. He could have been moved out of the country to somewhere else, and there was nothing to stop that. It was being moved to El Salvador because his withholding is relative to El Salvador. He faced it was a Convention Against Torture claim, and he claimed he would be tortured if he was sent to El Salvador. That was based on the gangs running El Salvador with the government's acquiescence. That is no longer the landscape. And so he would have had a hearing where he would have said, I can't go to El Salvador because MS-13 will get me. And the government would have said, well, MS-13 doesn't run El Salvador anymore. That problem has been largely remedied, and the withholding order would have gone away, and he would have been deported to El Salvador. That's the piece of due process that's missing. Not any of the stuff having to do with the gangs. That was all decided. It's all 2 hearings determined already. This has to do with him going to El Salvador. So the administration calls it an administrative error, which, I could make the argument for, but there is a piece of process that's missing there. Now he can do that on Zoom and we can put this whole thing to bed. He's not coming home, as Stephen Miller just said. All right. So I thought in our last few minutes together, we would review some rapid 47 updates, and a lot of them are about illegal criminal invaders. While Democrats like Chris Van Hollen plead for violent illegal aliens to remain in America, the Trump administration is busy taking them off our streets. ICE Chicago arrested Jorge Alvarez Salmeron, a 45-year-old citizen of Mexico. Alvarez's criminal history includes a conviction for predatory criminal sexual assault of a child in Cook County, Illinois. I wonder if the left is going to embrace this guy as well. 0 o'clock says he is home, referring to Albrego Garcia. And that is correct. He's a citizen of El Salvador. ICE Dallas arrested Edwin Sagastizado Moran. Nailed it. A 32-year-old citizen of El Salvador. Criminal history includes convictions for burglary in Houston and 2 felony convictions for illegal reentry. Bye. ICE Denver. Who was it? Was that one Denver? No, that was Dallas. ICE Denver. We've got Juan Nieves, 36-year-old citizen of Mexico. Sexual assault, sex offense against a child, obstructed police, and driving under the influence of alcohol in Houston County, Texas. And he was arrested in Denver because we're a sanctuary. ICE Miami arrested Felix Espinoza Melendez, a 41-year-old citizen of Nicaragua. Conviction for aggravated battery in Hillsborough County, Florida. And this is how you know why, border, every state is a border state now. We've got people, being picked up in Denver for crimes in Houston. Looks like Houston's cracking down and they're fleeing to their sanctuaries. Roberto Antonio Caballero Garcia. I wonder if they're related. A 30-year-old citizen of El Salvador, conviction for attempted sexual assault of a child and conviction for escape while arrested, he escaped. Of course he did. Yeah, lots of sexual crimes against children. You think that the Abrego Garcia was like the best of the criminal invaders that they have? I don't know. All right. Chicago, Jose Concepcion Mendoza Riostegui, 57 years old. Criminal history includes a conviction for aggravated criminal sexual abuse of a minor in Illinois. These are the people that Democrats are up in arms about the Trump administration removing from our country. It's despicable. Is this still that's in the comments. All right, so that's that thread. We have some other Stephen Miller clips.
Sir, when are we going to see accountability and consequences for sanctuary state and local officials that are violating 8 USC 1324 by harboring illegal aliens? Yeah. As well as, isn't it kind of bizarre that
shout out to Jordan Conradson. That's him asking the question.
Chris Van Hollen tried to smuggle and facilitate the reentry of this illegal alien, also in violation of 8 USC 13.
Yeah, we also haven't heard any stories about the Logan Act this time around for whatever reason. So it's a great question and a knowledgeable question. I don't get a lot of questions around here where people are citing the Immigration and Nationality Act. So that's great. You're exactly right that the sanctuary cities are engaged in multiple criminal violations: harboring, smuggling, inducing, obstructing justice, obstructing official proceedings, and many other crimes. And this is something that the Department of Justice is taking a very hard look at. I'll just say that it is my view, the view of this administration, that these cities are engaged in systemic criminal violations and that they are engaged in a scheme to nullify and obstruct the duly enacted laws of the United States of America. And I would again note, when we talk about morality, talk about decency. Sanctuary cities shield criminal illegal aliens from removal. We repeatedly go into communities and arrest illegal aliens who were previously in custody, that they refused to turn over, that were sent back onto the street, that have subsequently raped or abused a child. I just want you to think about that for a second. You have sanctuary cities like Los Angeles, like Boston, like Chicago, where illegal aliens will be booked, arrested,
Denver,
placed into city or state custody, charged with serious crimes. ICE will ask them to be turned over for deportation. They will willfully release them back onto the street, obstructing federal law enforcement, doing so at a time and place of their choosing, making sure that we don't know where and when they will be set free. And then those illegal aliens will go out and take someone's son or someone's daughter and abuse and rape them. This is, the word scandal doesn't even come close to describing the enormity of the evil that we are talking about with these policies. But repeatedly subjecting citizens on purpose, deliberately, with malice aforethought, to crimes against them and their families by individuals who by law shall be removed from this country. You know, and we have a whole body of immigration law, by the way, the last administration shredded, that says illegal aliens shall not be allowed to enter the country, shall be detained through removal, shall not be set free. That they chose repeatedly in mass to not only ignore, but to give them parole, to give them work permits, to give them welfare, a scheme to violate our laws. You're not talking about just one time or two times or three times, millions and millions of times they engage in this scheme. So much criminality that it defies our ability to even catalog it. And the wages of that, the destruction that created, can only be measured in the tears of all the moms and dads whose kids are now dead, whether dead by drugs or dead by crime. And that doesn't even measure the impacts on our education system. I mean, we always talk about how low our test scores in this country. And no one ever talks about the fact that we have a completely open border until Donald Trump with the world, flooding our schools with students who are not even literate in the language in the countries from which they came. Destroyed our education system, destroyed our infrastructure, destroyed our healthcare system. Where do Americans go to get their cities back? Where do they go to get their lives back? Where do they go to get their lost income? How many small businesses have been closed over the years because they were competing with illegal labor? How many lives and dreams have been destroyed? The other side in this debate, this isn't a debate between two reasonable points of view. It's a debate between a political party led by Donald Trump that believes in nationhood, that believes in sovereignty, that believes in the idea that there is such a thing as citizenship and it's sacred, and a party that is literally waging war against the very idea of nationhood. And as far as they're concerned, every single American citizen who's hurt or killed as a result is acceptable collateral damage. Well, it's not acceptable to Donald Trump, and we're shutting it down, and we'll never apologize for it. Thank you.
Wow. First of all, I love that you could tell he was legitimately caught off guard by being asked a substantive question, because it happens so rarely in the White House press pool that you're actually asked a thoughtful question. But it's spot on. We just read through the arrests, right? The sexual assault against a child, rape, murder, all those arrests that we just read through. And it's like what he said at the end there is spot on. It's acceptable. It's acceptable to the people that kept the border open for 4 years. It's acceptable to them that the criminals that they allowed in get to stay, because in fact, that was very likely the point to begin with. So it's getting interesting out there. The information about, I'll play, actually we'll go through, we have 2 minutes. So let's go check out, hold for processing. Let's check out what our buddy Nayib Bukele is talking about down in El Salvador, because his account has been a lot of fun to watch. And everybody, so most of my girlfriends, their administration crush is Stephen Miller, the bald dude we were just watching. And from an ideas and attitude standpoint, I can see it, but yeah, I only have political eyes for Bukele. All right, so he posted this yesterday, and this made everybody all mad. They were like, raging about him trolling and making a mockery of how sad it is that Kilmar Abrego Garcia is in El Salvador. So he says, Abrego Garcia miraculously risen from the death camps and torture, now sipping margaritas with Senator Van Hollen in the tropical paradise of El Salvador. This is where we got the finger, the clearer look at of the finger tattoo that wasn't obstructed with hearts from his wife. I can see this just lusty eyes from Senator Van Hollen there. What I do have a question about this margarita. Like, is a margarita in El Salvador just a glass of tequila with salt and a cherry? Because I could get on board with that. So we got that. And then, an hour later, he says, now that he's been confirmed healthy, he gets the honor of staying in El Salvador's custody. Pretty savage. Also said, we'll come back and we'll play that in just a second. Also said last night he likes to play chess. I'm looking for it somewhere. He said he likes to play chess. Yeah, here we go. I love chess, he says. And then Dan Scavino gives him the chess piece and the eyeballs. So let's end with his wife, who shout out to who was that? Michael Strahan. Is that right? Somebody tell me in the chat if I'm right. She actually gets asked a direct question, which is nice. We'll play this and then we'll get out of here.
Have to ask it. You did take out a temporary order of protection against your husband in 2021. Were you in fear of your husband?
Husband is alive. That's all I can say.
Okay, and I'm not going to push on that apparently, but how much hope? Have to ask it.
There you go. Oh, I have to get that out of my ear. Yeah. So she did say in that BBC article, let me read her exact quote. Was it in there? It might have been something else. Oh, no, here it is. Miss Vasquez Sura said in a statement on 16 April, so a couple days ago, that she had decided not to follow through with the court process at the time, and that she and her husband were able to work through this situation privately as a family, including by going to counseling. So just want to make sure that, her freezing up on camera and not answering the question is not the only thing that stands. She did actually put a statement on the record. They went to counseling. And so she decided not to go through with it. Make with that what you will. We are done with Badlands Live 9 to 5 for the week. We'll be back here on Monday morning at 9 a.m. Eastern time for Badlands Live 9 to 5. We've got some fun stuff happening next week. I think the Congress might actually get back to work. We've been playing old hearings this week because they're not working, as is, common at certain points. This evening on Badlands, so in 2.5 hours, we have Why We Vote. It is Christy Lupo, who is Brian's wife and a frequent panelist on Alpha's Mixed Sandwiches and a good friend. It's her birthday this weekend, and they are celebrating tonight. So we recorded Why We Vote, but we've been promising on Why We Vote to go through the David Becker panic attack video, the reaction video to President Trump's executive order. We've been promising to do that since it happened, but there was breaking election news and stuff, so we didn't get a chance to do it. We actually do it today. We recorded it earlier today. We get through his presentation. We'll do his Q&A with local election officials at a future date, but it's fun. It's only an hour live stream from David Becker, but we only got through about half of it because, Brian and I had to fact check him. It's a lot of fun. So tune into that at 7:30 p.m. Eastern. And then after that, we have the Liberty Den, which is, we got a fun crew planned for tonight. I'm excited about it. It'll be, I'll be there. Zach will be there. We've got some special guests. I think Jay might be there. Ghost will pop in, and it's going to be good. Gonna be good stuff. So with that, please hit the like button wherever you're watching us. Helps us out quite a bit. We certainly do appreciate it, especially if you're on Rumble. Please smash the like button, but the heart works on X and the pill on Pilled, the red pill on Pilled. So thank you guys so much for tuning in. And we will be back here for Badlands Live 9 to 5 on Monday morning. Have a great weekend, everyone.
Thank you so much for joining us, and don't forget to hit the thumbs up on this video. And a special thank you to all of our advertising partners. Please remember to shift your dollars to support those businesses that support Badlands Media.